Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is the EU CWL Challenge event. My name is Bryce with a messed up collar. Look at that. What a way to start.
I think it looks brilliant, to be honest. I think it's a new style. In fact, I'm going to go for it.
All right, we're in. This is it. This is the way we're starting the stream. This is the work. This is a terrible look. This is a terrible, terrible look.
Back to normal.
Messed up everything now.
Back to normal. Start again. Let's go. Go.
Can't. They've messed it up properly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty World League. This is Cup number 3 of 3, and bringing you all the action is me and Brycey, as always, and we're already halfway through. I say halfway through, Saturday's gone, we're now here on Championship Sunday. If you made it here, teams, well done. You're doing something right so far, and we've actually got a selection of games for you. We're going to be doing all the games to the very grand final. So I believe we're going to jump in at the round of 16.
It is round of 16, and our first game is going to be Infused versus Riot Gaming. So a little bit of a difficult matchup for Riot, but they've got a few good names in there. Zerg and Riri kind of stand out to me.
Nice.
But it is against Infused, so we're going to see whether or not that actually comes down with those players. And actually able to do something against the Titans that are infused, or the Red Army that we saw last night?
Well, of course, there is a bit of a difference to the Red Army this time. It has got a spicy bit of Whalers in the mix as well, so it's not their full strength. Whalers has kind of substituted in for Urban, and from what I saw of it yesterday, he's done a like-for-like replacement. So Whalers, the usual kind of sit-back M8 player, the slayer of Vitality, he's now jumping into maybe an SMG role for Infused. He seems to be doing a good job, and the one thing me and Bryce was saying was he's been actually amazing for Vitality this season, and believe it or not, they haven't picked up a win. It would be great to see this guy in the UK
I 100% agree. Whalers has been, for me, I said I want to keep an eye on him as his kind of career develops. I think he's going to be a really good asset to them.
Yeah.
But you know what, we're about to get into this game, and I think realistically this is another chance for Whalers to kind of shine.
Well, we will be spectating Whalers, but I also want to have a good look at Riot as well and just see how it all breaks down from their side of things, because we know what Infused play like. We know how it's going to work for them. For Riot, though, how are they going to go and face up against what you say as a top 3 team in Europe?
Honestly, Riot, for me, realistically here, they have a chance of challenging, and I mean that. Now, I don't want to say they're going to take a map.
No.
But I think they have a good chance to do something, and maybe they'll make it a bit of a challenge on the hard point. The problem being for me, and this is the way I'm going to look at it right now, is that even though I may say 3-0, it's not like me going, oh yeah, it's a whitewash, or it's going to be anything like that. I think that this team genuinely has a good chance of doing some damage versus Infused. The problem being is that I cannot go and say, well, oh, they'll take the hard point. Well, probably won't, to be honest with you. The S&D... S&D might be the one. S&D may be the one, but even then, I still give it slightly to Infused. Uplink we're going to give to Infused because we know how good they are, and then obviously CTF if we get there. I mean that will actually already be a map taken away if we do get there. And then, but even then, I still probably give it to Infused, and then after we get to the S&D, I'm still going to give that to Infused. And I said that's nothing against Riot Gaming. It's just the fact that we are playing, let's say, with one of the elites here in Europe. And even though I think Revolt's good, Riri's good, I don't know an awful lot about Wee Man, to be perfectly honest with you.
I agree on that. I'm not. I've heard of him at EGL a lot of, well, not a lot, but there were talks, and I heard the name. I was like, you know, is it the actual Wee Man? And it wasn't. I was a bit disappointed. But other than that, I think it's basically we're both sat here, we're both leaning towards Infuse, should I say? But there's definitely possibilities, and. Don't underestimate this team is what we're saying. I'm sure Infuse will not be saying that. However, we're all good to go. I believe we can head into our Ban and Protect. And the first map's going to be Stronghold Hardpoint, Brycey.
Well, and for me, I think this is. I don't think this is actually the best map for Infuse, if I remember correctly.
I just think if PT has had the same for breakfast as he did yesterday, then it could be a good night to the boys of Riot on the respawn game modes. But we will have to see how things go down here. I'm just going to break down this Ban and Protect for you. Stock has been banned. HCXD, Overclock, and Flashbang to go.
Yep.
We do see the double tack.
So that stock has been kept in here. So it looks like they definitely want it in. And that's Wee Man who says, no, we're keeping the stock in here. Now, for them, for me, it's more of a, we're keeping in the stock because they want to use it. And the problem for me is that I think the guys on Infuse are going to be okay with it.
Yeah,
I think it's not a kind of a counter pick. What it actually is more of the guys on Riot saying, you know, we need this against this team.
That's
Problem
right.
is, it doesn't benefit them against Infuse, like having stock in. I think Infuse is going to be very much welcome with it as well. I think they were just scared. They were like, if they ban stock, we're going to be at a much bigger disadvantage than they are.
That's it. And I think with banning stock would have been quite big for Infuse because they're used to doing it on a daily basis, to say, because they don't have it all the time in the CWL. And I think a lot of teams who don't play in the CWL struggle when it's taken out. Barkey's gone for War Machine.
He certainly has. And that's an interesting pick. I mean, Purifier's taken out, so he's clearly gone, you know what, I'm going to take it away. Riri's gone for the active camo, so they are only going single lethal on the side of Riot right now. And while we've got a little bit of time, Phil, are you okay?
I am good. I'm not 100%, Bryce, but I'm going to go with 87.5%. I'm going to say we're getting there. We're feeling better.
Phil's gonna feel
breathe again.
Phil's gonna feel progressively better over the length of this cast.
I don't think that's how it works.
Well, I think it is, considering you got here like 3 minutes ago.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, get as much sleep as you can. That's how it works, you know. A lot of water. I've got a big 1 litre bottle of Bergisch Waldequell. I think that's how it's pronounced. Big bottle of water. Feeling better. Hopefully by the end of it, Bryce, 90%. And then, do you know what that means? Monday, Mexican again.
Yes, it is. Monday Mexican. As long as you don't make me ill. Last one was I thought you made me ill. You actually didn't, but...
I was glad I didn't, because I think that would have been a bit unfair.
Yeah, I think so. What we've got going on right now is, well, pretty much they're just finishing up the score streaks, and then this game will get underway. Phil, I'm going to put you on the spot. I know it's early into the broadcast.
I'm ready for it, Bryce. I'm feeling savage.
Savage, right. Savage Phil, activate.
Me and my fence are feeling savage. Okay, scoreline, I'm going with 250 to 199 to Infused.
Okay.
And I think Petey's going to go off. I think he's going to be still a bit fiery from yesterday, and he's going to maybe be dropping a 40 in the mix here.
Okay. I think, I mean, I've got a feeling, right? I'm going to put this out there. I'm going to go with Zero. Is going to struggle to begin with, and then he's going to be amazing.
Zero's going to be... Okay.
Struggle to amazing.
Do you reckon he's going to be cocky again and use the...
No, not to begin with. You got to remember the mindset of these guys. First game of the day.
True.
There's Riri Revolt. There's Zerg in here. There's even Wee Man. Like I said, not kind of the 100% on him, but they're going to be a little bit more kind of in gear off the rip. However, first game of the day. Let's see who's cold and who's warmed up.
Well, you have the controls. You can control everything, Bryce. The power is in your hands as we do jump on board for the first game of the second day here of the third cup of the CWL Challenge Division, and it's going to be Riri. We've seen him before. He picks up a nice assist there as Wee Man does take the head off Zero, and Riri on a tear at the moment. Straight away, out of the blocks.
However,
firing.
PD has taken that hard point away. PD's going to be trying to match it and go against him here. We're going to see Wee Man take it down, and we actually got, is that Dilo, but that's actually, I'm sure that's Zerg. On the roster, it's supposed to be Zerg.
We will get that confirmed, whether Dilo is Zerg. I mean, that may be his gamer tag. Of course, we've only ever known him as CWL Zerg, right? So let's go with Zerg. I mean, I'm going to get confused. Let's go with Dilo.
Let's call him Dilo for now, until we get confirmation that that is in fact Zerg.
Yes.
Because like I said, that's Zerg on the roster, but is that Zerg?
Is it the real Zerg? We know these guys have imposters because they're so famous and all. However, start of the game, Riot's looked pretty good, and Riri's actually picked up 6 kills. Zero, you said, what did you say about Zero and starting off?
I said he's going to struggle when he starts off, and then he's going to be amazing.
Well, he's finding his feet for sure, as he is 0 and 5. PT, though, still being that big influence in the game, picks up his 6th kill, tries to tag up another for his 7th, but doesn't manage it, and he's going to contest this hill now.
Oh, Zero's going to be going in here and looking for his, his 2nd kill now. He's actually got 1. And he's just be sitting on this hill. Now, actually, Riot are leading at this point against Infused. And a lot of that's down to Riri.
Zero calling for help, screaming for help as he does get it. Dello comes back now with 2 of his own. And that RK5 ever so influential Whalers is going to pop 2, though. This is so contested, Bryce.
It certainly is. Both teams really kind of throwing an awful lot at this. The scrap time should go in favor of Infused. You can already see the guys from Riot setting up, getting ready to lock this one down. Now, already Zero's trying to do a little bit of work there, but he is going down. And I wonder at this point, if you are Zero and you have this kind of bad start, it's not unusual to see players kind of switch up their complete play style. I remember correctly, like players back in the day, like even Josh or Jake comes to mind if you go that far back. Jake actually used to play out an AR if he started to really struggle with the slaying to begin with.
Yeah, and then he used to pick up some good Jake kills, which a lot of you guys won't understand, but I've experienced it firsthand. I just want to point out Whalers, though, did have a 7-kill streak there. He's brought his Lightning Strike and Hellstorm in. And 12 and 5, not a bad start. And you know what? Once again, individually shining in this roster. Infused, though, they are 20 points behind against this Riot lineup, and they're actually losing the spawns here, Bryce.
They certainly are. I've just got confirmation that Dilo is in fact Zerg.
Okay.
Don't know why. I don't know if we keep calling him Dilo, though. I keep calling him Dilo for now.
Yeah, I mean, either or.
We can refer to him as Zerg when we break this map down. But he's just trying to confuse us, trying to throw us off. So to keep it kind of more simple for you guys and for us.
We'll call it Dilo.
Yeah, we'll call him Dilo for now.
Dilo. Okay, D-low. That's go. Okay, so 66 to 62, pretty even going into this rock hard point, but you're going to be wanting to fight for the spawns. And actually looking at it, again, it looks like it's the boys from Riot who will have that, but PT being a nuisance on this hill. And it looks like Zero trying to get behind enemy lines, picks up one. Isn't going to get the second, but Weeman's going to be extremely weak and will be finished off there. And now I like what PD's doing here, pushing for the spawns. Wouldn't be surprised to see a kinetic armor push.
No, me either, to be perfectly honest with you. We're going to just have about maybe one more contest here. And Fuse are probably going to go for this one last time. Because 30 seconds probably too much to give away, even for Money Hill. And you see they are going to go in for that last push. And as soon as they do this, they're going to rotate. In fact, Zero has actually spawned up now. He's 6 and 14. This is where he can redeem himself. A big fight here to try and take it down is not going to happen.
I think you could see him trying to like boost in there and use that heat wave to gain control. Didn't work though, and Infused are going to pick up the scrap time, but is the scrap time going to outweigh the large majority of what's going to go down in this hill? All these trophies coming in as well, Bryce. It's going to be tough to break.
Well, you've got to remember that Marky B has actually not got that war machine yet. And that's probably one thing he is kind of counting on. And he does pick up a kill here, so he should be able to get at this hill. He's already taken out the trophy systems, knowing he's going to get the war machine, but no, incoming Tempest. That's Weeman who's going to have it, but Weeman now goes down. Riri's going to go down as well. Revolt's going to be in here. Heatwave as he comes around the corner, picks up the kill, but it's still going to be contested. But down he goes. Marky B finally coming in with that war machine. And he's just making it difficult. Get the angle right on here. They don't use this very often.
Well, he's got it out, and he's cleared them out. But now he's got control, and this is where he goes back to the M8. He can continue his streak. He only picked up one with the war machine there.
I said for me, as a lethal, it's just not effective enough. There's too much countering to it. Like, you can't really counter a Tempest in terms of what you can run, but a war machine, you can run flak, you can run trophies. I just think it becomes a little bit inefficient, basically. Yeah. If the other team knows you have it as well, they're going to be able to track. So these teams, both teams are going to know that when they come to Bunker Hill, that's going to be up. That's when it's going to come in.
Yeah,
so they're going to be completely ready for you.
Yeah, so when Bunker comes around, get your flak jacket class out, pop a few trophies in. Yeah. You'll be all good. But we've done one rotation and we're going for number 2, Brycey. Infused, though, starting to gain a lead, 143 now to 96. Riot yet to break that 100 mark, but I'm sure they're not going to fall into the 100-point club.
No, I mean, this looks a little bit like we saw Infused yesterday. Kind of even to begin with. It gets about halfway, and then all of a sudden, Infused go, okay, we're ending this now.
Yeah, well, Zero is... He's certainly picked it up as in getting a couple of kills, but he's not individually slaying like he usually does.
Here comes the amazing.
I say that, and he does that, but he is 13 and 23, Bryce.
It's the comeback. Zero's about to be amazing. I'm just calling it. Oh my goodness, Pete's picking up active camo kills there.
Well,
he can't even see the player he's shooting at. Doesn't even care.
Hardpoint locked down.
56 seconds left on this hardpoint. A lot of time to be gathered, and Infused are saturating everything.
Yeah,
of its worth.
Zero probably needs to look the other direction now. I mean, he's about to be contested.
He will look the other direction when someone shoots him from the other direction, and he will pick up the kill.
I was going to say, I was curious that he was holding that, considering the fact that I think Marky picked up 2 kills in mid, and then he actually saw PD coming from the spawn. So I was like, well, for me, maybe a little bit of a different direction to take on, but Revolt's going to be holding it down here. He's ended up going down as well. Whalers is going to be in here with that Man of War, playing the counter as best he can. But we can see PD now coming through again. He's going to get that hardpoint secure.
Okay, well, 175 to 124, 15 seconds. The scrap will be kind of given to Riot, it looks like, as they do break through. But there is one player defending the spawns, the next one on Riot. That's actually Revolt, I believe.
Let's take a little look at Revolt then. Now, he's waiting outside the little hut. And he's going to wait for the perfect time to pick up a kill. So he's picked up one now. Infused are going to know he's here. And they'll be looking for him. They'll be saying, where is Revolt? And he's actually got his entire team stacking through. Incoming trophy systems. He has that heat wave. Not going to be able to pop it quite then. And we see Weeman actually picking up 3 there before he goes down.
Marky's going to answer back with a nice double, and they're actually going to gain control from that. Zero back in the mix, and with that SMG looking a little bit better. 21 and 27 as he fights his way back to the top of that scoreboard. Just tagging up everyone, but didn't pick up any kills. PT again has kinetic armor. Will he wait now? Will he not use this? Oh my goodness, I'll interrupt myself because we've got a war machine on our hands.
Well, this is what I do. Marky's doing this because of what happened earlier.
Yeah.
He's like, well, I only got 1 kill with it earlier. There were trophies everywhere. I mean, I got lucky in taking out the trophies, and then they had flak jacket on. It wasn't that effective. So we tried to use it here in mid-hill. to go, well, maybe they won't be as ready for it. Turns out it doesn't matter. It was super inefficient.
Again, you can see that it hits the ground and then splits up. It's not great.
Yeah, especially not when they're as close as they are.
No, not at all. I mean, if you get a direct impact hit, then yes, that's brilliant. But if you're going to get direct impact, you may as well be having something like a Scythe or a Tempest. But Camo has been used by Riri, and Riri's actually on a 6-kill streak. Golden in the bottom right for him as he gets his Cerberus. Wouldn't be surprised if he drops that just outside the next hill. But with 37 seconds, they can really push Infuse back. They can actually go into the lead off this hill, Bryce.
They certainly can, and it looks like he should be able to get at least a kill here. Takes down PD. Here come Infused. Infused are stacking at this point. They're trying to do something. Marky picks up a second. You see Whale is actually challenging, but it's still Riri. Riri's still alive. He's on a 9 streak now. And he's actually going to bring in that lightning strike. Here comes the break now. Riri actually has to wait.
Yeah, Riri is single-handedly keeping them in this game. 2 minutes and 20 on the hill, 31 seconds. Crazy from him.
Oh, Zero. Zero's turning it around.
Hardpoint identified.
Yeah, by the end of this, it'll probably be positive. However, even split game, this is where Infuse needs to get every single point for my prediction to come true. But I don't think that's going to happen because that Cerberus and all of these specialists will be coming in their abundances.
Well, here comes PD, and PD with Kinetic is a very dangerous foe. However, he's been heatwaved in the face. He tries to stay alive. He is going to go down. 40 seconds left into this one. Whale is actually breaking out that Tempest, but he's going to go down as well. And Zerg, but another Delo, actually ends up having Kinetic there. The Cerberus is in here as well. Is that being driven?
Yes,
I think
it was.
Yeah, I think Riri had it.
And I think, you know, I honestly think it's a good thing to get in that and put that in the hill because it will just be that 5th man.
Oh, it's anyway, it's also just, he's been EMP'd heavily. Can he get in it again? Now it's back active. I think he's trying to. Oh, down it goes, eventually. Infuse trying to come in here, challenging for this scrap time, knowing it's going to mid next time. Zero comes around, but he is going to go down once more. And you see that's actually a great hold from Riot. And Riot now have the advantage. They are in the lead.
Yeah. They can contest this. They can push them to the limits, make them challenge. 15 seconds, though. PT's going to go down with kinetic armor. He's going to be caught with his pants down there, but PT still has that kinetic armor. It's going to be interesting to see when he actually uses it, but no one wants to challenge the contest.
No, however, Marky is going to go down, and that will give it to Riot if they choose to jump on. And every single point that slips away from Infused, it could be further and further down. And right now you see Zero coming in, PD coming in as well. Both teams really locking horns, trying to get this one away. You can see it's just all about control. Both teams contesting as they look for this lockdown. And I think, Momo, we are going to end up going into Mansion to decide this one.
Yeah, the problem for Infused, though, is they're getting the bad spawns, and Zero's trying to change that. He picks up one, turns on another, and this is where Zero comes alive as he now can push for those spawns. Looks like he's going to go up top, but he will be caught from behind, and the bedroom will be control of Riot. And I say this, Riri has just unlocked his specialist, so has Marky.
Hardpoint is ours.
Camo's just been used. They can finish it right here, Bryce.
I think they can. I think they probably will as well. A Heatwave to get past. You can actually see Infuse going for a massive stack. Pity's actually popping Kinetic to try and make this one work. But I just don't think it's going to be enough. Whalers has got to go in. He is going to be so Heatwaved in the face, and they're
Marky
too far
B.
away. Marky B's broken out the war machine. Is it enough, though? I don't think it is. Pity's now trying to go in. They're contesting this again. But Pity's waiting desperately for his teammates.
His teammates just heatwaved him. No, I don't think he did. It was Revolt. PD does pick up one. PD picks up a second, and now he's begging his team to please help him. He is going to get contested, and my goodness, it looks like Marky is going to gain control just for a second, but he can't leave the hard point for too long. 20 seconds left, Bryce. Infuse cannot do it on this hill. Sorry, they can do it on this hill.
They can, but it's not going to be enough. They will go down, and it will be Riot to take away that hard point. We did say they were going to be close. We leant towards Infused, but it turns out that leaning was wrong. And Riot take map 1 from Infused.
Yep, and especially looking at the scoreboard, what it kind of broke down into. We saw 2 40s. Weeman actually dropping 40 death and kills, just showing how many interactions he had. But Riri, my goodness. The guy is on fire. Positive 12. 2 minutes 36 on the hill. That's the thing that stands out for me, is that time on the hill, Bryce. Whereas every single player for Infused, a little bit lower than that. We did have PT at 2 minutes and 11. But for once, Infused actually, they weren't being outslayed that heavily. They were just slightly. But they couldn't finish off. Usually that's...
They really couldn't, and I think, I mean, I did say I thought Zero was going to have a really slow start and end up coming back into it.
Yeah.
And that did happen.
It did.
But the problem being is that if a game is going to be that close, you can't have a bad start.
No, and do you know what I'm thinking right now is, I'm not saying that it's now past them and they're not going to win, because I still think Infuse will take this, but I do think that it's kind of like, it shows the importance of, you know, your Urban.
Yeah.
And I don't think they would have lost that with Urban, and it's no disrespect to Whalers, because he played absolutely phenomenally, especially the first quarter. He played by far the best. But Urban, it shows what he does. You know, he puts time on the hill. He makes kills when he should be.
I think Zero's missing him most. I think him and Urban play really well off each other, and I think Zero's struggling without maybe Urban with it.
I agree.
I think, to be honest with you, these two teams, I'm going to say that War Machine was a bad pick.
Yeah, it was pretty awful.
Pretty poor, to be fair, wasn't it? I did think it was. It's not used that much for these reasons. It's inefficient. There's too many counters to it.
What should he have taken? His usual scythe?
Scythe or active camp, both I think would have been more important. Well, I think we made, what, a total of 1 kill with the War Machine, and he got it twice.
One and two. It was neither here nor there, but map 1 is done. Yeah. Overkill is out. HCXD is out. And yes, you're hearing it right. Infused are 1-0 down. They lost the hard point. They're going into search and destroy, and now it looks like the thermal, the snipers are being targeted.
Yeah.
And what
well, if you were the guys on Riot, wouldn't you end up banning out thermal? You can't allow Zero to have it.
I'd ban every single sniper in the game. I would take that man off that sniper. So it's one thing so nervy when you just kind of like waiting. It's like, oh, you hear a sniper or a PO6 revving up.
Yeah, especially you hear that charge coming through. You're like, well, I don't really want to go there anymore.
Yeah. Okay, well, Kinetic Armor, pick 4 Revolt and Camo 4 Whalers. Overkill, HCXD, Concussion, High Cal, Rapid Fire, Flash, Overclock, and Thermal. Gone. Done. Out.
I think 2 out of the ordinary there. So got a sniper bang coming in. But apart from that, pretty much standard.
Okay. Vision Pulse versus Overdrive. I like Overdrive on this map.
It's a B control, isn't it? If you Overdrive on this map, it's not so much about the timing kills. For me, it's a lot more about getting B control and having that angle. Now, you can go for a timing kill with it. And just for you guys aware, if you are watching, you don't know what a timing kill is. Basically, you're so used to engaging players at a certain point on the map, because that's from spawn, sprinting and sliding as fast as you can to that point.
Yeah.
It's kind of like an engagement zone. A timing kill with Overdrive is that you're moving a lot faster, so you change that engagement zone, and you know that you're changing it, but the other team doesn't. So you have the timing on them.
Okay.
AKA,
yeah,
timing kill.
I like it. Good breakdown, Bricey, and for you guys at home as well, who may be just tuning in on a nice sunny Sunday, thinking, what is this? What is Call of Duty? Why am I watching 2 teams play, and what are these ban and protects at the bottom? Here is the Call of Duty World League. These are the best players in Europe going head-to-head, and they're playing for $5,000 this weekend alone. They played for another $5,000 the weekend before, another $5,000 a couple of weeks back. And all in all, what this does is you're going to collect some CWL points. COD World League points is what it stands for. And they're all going to go towards qualifying for our big tournament at the end of the year, the Call of Duty Championships. Of course, there will be literally millions on the line at that tournament, Bryce. It's going to be it's going to be an absolute showstopper.
It certainly will, and just a few updates coming in actually from the other games that are currently going on.
Okay.
It's not a hard and fast update, but I have seen there's a game with Hyper Games versus Team Spud. Team Spud we watched yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. Because they. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, go on.
I was just gonna say I got a bit hyped up there.
You really won't after the news I've got.
I know what's probably gonna happen. I was gonna say Team Spud because they took down Y6, which we didn't expect.
No, we didn't expect that.
So they were saying, you know what, we're through. We're into the Championship Sunday round of 16. But I did tell them and warn them about Hyper Games. Go on, tell me the bad news. I'm ready to take it.
One of their players has just said, he only tweeted this. He just said, quite sore after that map. That's all McGee said.
Ah, right, okay.
So all I know is that it hasn't gone well.
I'd like to know what he means by that.
Well, I can guess that he's playing Hyper Games.
Online, yep.
And they have pretty much just smashed him to bits. I feel like the Hyper Games team, you know, we are talking about, I think they're first right now. I'm going to say first. Yeah, because Splice lost to LDAC, didn't they? First in the CWL. And obviously Team Spud have come up against that, and Hyper Games have basically just blown them out of the water. But speaking of blown out of the water, let's jump on board with this map and see if Zero can't hit this first snipe.
Okay, well, let's kick it off. Let's get into the mix here. And we're going to see Zero with that SVG. He just isn't affected by anything that is taken away from him in the thermal. And, oh, I like that. I like that swap.
Yeah, for me, that's it's so important. If you can't make that first snipe and you aren't playing around a sniper pick, which on this map I don't really think you will do. Marky B, though, gets that first blood. He's looking for the second one. Marky gets that first bullet on that player. Can't really pick him again, but he does. Weeman decides to see if he can take on Marky B.
I just wishing he didn't right now.
Yeah, that shoulder peek was probably a little bit slow, especially when you're tagged up. But don't get me wrong, I understand why he peeked. Got to keep that information on, make sure Marky wasn't pushing. But it needs to be a little bit quicker. There we go. PD now going for what I can only call the sneaky plant.
He's going to get away with it, and he's actually going to get away with his live 2. 4 versus 2, this is only going one way. Infuse set up. Revolt and Riri are going to get shut down eventually. However, I may speak too soon. I may have guaranteed that with a good old classic Phil guarantee. 3v2 now. As Revolt is going to get taken down by Zero from the pinch. 25 seconds. And Riri, look at it. Such an awful position for him. He has to do absolutely everything. Not going to happen, Bryce, as he is taken down. Finally. Quite a hard situation with Riri there. Bless him.
Oh, yeah. There was very little Riri was going to do. You can already see Zero, Marky B, and PD all had beads on him, and if he didn't die to PD, he was dying to Zero, and if he chose to go a different way, Marky was going to kill him.
Yeah, it's as simple as that.
If these red dots had like little laser sights on them, so you could see exactly where they're aiming, like little beams.
Yeah.
You just see like all these red dots dancing over that rock.
I think Marky is definitely one to watch in this game, just in general, because he will pretty much do the same thing round in, round out, but he just seems to manage to pull off the kills every single time. Look at him here. He's going top rock again. He's doing damage. He picks up 1. He's going to see a second, take a second, and Petey's tagged up the 3rd. Riri left in a 1v4.
Never mind.
So
Infuse S&D. It's very difficult to beat them. However, it's only 2-0. Let's not worry too much for them. I think they're going to be more than okay. Good team as well. I think realistically, I said this is, for me, right, already taken that first hard point. That's good for them.
I think the hard point is brilliant, and I think sometimes, you know, when we go back to the very start of the game, you said it could be a slip map, and that you didn't know which one it was. You can't predict that. You can't predict that Infused are going to start off a bit slow on the Sunday morning.
Well, technically, I predicted that Zero was going to start off slow.
True.
I didn't know how badly he was going to start off. I just had a little bit of a feeling that he wasn't going to play at 100% straight off the bat. And already here, you can actually see Riot will have the advantage this round. It's been brought back to a 2 versus 3. Now, PD has gone up top rock, but he is alone. So if he dies here, there will be no trade, which is probably the scariest thing, which is why he's got to be very careful with any peek he makes.
Well, 50 seconds left on the clock, and PT's trying to do something damage.
This is a bad position.
He needs Whalers, and the problem is Whalers is mid-map, and PT's all alone here, and he's being targeted by 3 players. Whalers, get over there. Help him.
Whalers, you've got to pinch or something.
Do something,
You've got to help him out.
Because PT will be challenged eventually.
Yeah.
We're in the last seconds. Bring this home.
We're going to see a trade come down, and now a 2 versus 1. Whalers, he's trying to do some damage. He should tag up 1. If he can just stay alive, it would have been easier. But no, it's not going to happen there.
As I said, I think the issue there for PD is that he really was in a horrible position. His teammate wasn't close enough so he could even take the pressure off, and PD was desperately trying to stay alive. I mean, Whalers very close to pulling off the 1v3. If he could stay alive there, maybe he could have got something out, but he was tagged up, he was weak, he was in a bad position as well. Yeah, I don't like the fact that Whalers kind of stayed back, in my opinion.
No, it was almost putting PT in a very dangerous position, and eventually he picks up a couple of kills, but really pointless kills in my eyes. Is now back on board with the attacking team, which is Riot. Can they level things up, Bryce?
I don't know. Just speaking of that last round, I think the problem being is that I think Whalers was trying to make a pick, and then he would have come to PD's aid. But PD was in a position where he couldn't actually back off. He couldn't play his life very effectively. There was no way. There was no way for him to escape. He had to play around top rock, which meant that he couldn't retreat. There was no cover for him to get out. So if he was in a maybe different position, so he could actually escape, then maybe that would have worked with Whalers, where Whalers try to pick off and kill somewhere else in the map. But unfortunately, because PD basically had to stay there and be pre-aimed by 2 people, it was just a little bit untenable for him.
Zero has started off a little bit better than he did on the hardpoint. He's 2-1, and that's a big challenge. Whalers is going to get the better of Wee Man. And now a 3 versus 2. Revolt does have the bomb, and Marky B dominating this rock.
Finish this.
They're going to try and make a push. Revolt has slipped past Marky now. Oh, but no, not quite. Slipped past into all of them. Riri gets 1. However, he goes down. Oh, Whalers just says, okay. Thank you.
There's more work to do.
Fairly certain this is a 1 bomb, the second kill from Whalers as well.
The good old 1-bomb Whalers.
Oh, I guess that first kill.
I don't think he misses a bullet, to be fair. Oh,
No.
I think he might have been weak. He's got to have been weak. I'm not going to...
Well, maybe from that first challenge, actually, yeah.
Yeah, true.
Switching
It was a
operation.
little bit. I thought his health would come back, but maybe not.
Can I ask you a very important question, Bryce?
Yes.
Do you know the Lion
Clear
King?
the objectives.
I do. I am familiar
What
with the
is-
Lion King.
What is the name of the...
Scar.
No, the other main one.
Simba?
No, Simba's dad.
Big Simba?
I wanted to make a reference to Marky B on that rock. Basically, he was like that Lion King. He was just dominating it from above, looking down on everyone, just killing everyone. But I forgot his name and it's bothering me. So I'm going to go with Scar.
It's
You're now
definitely not Scar.
evil, Mark.
Yeah, that's it. That's Marky Scar.
And Pete is Simba. Just at
Yes,
the
he
bottom.
is,
Just
yeah.
running around like a little man one.
And Zero and Urban are Timon and Pumbaa. You know, that fits, actually. I can see that.
I can see Zero being that little cheeky chappy.
Yeah.
Timon.
Yeah. Zero is Timon.
2 versus 3 here as we get
Yeah.
back into Call of Duty.
Mission clock running down.
And it's actually Zero and PD this time. I really wish Urban was in now, because then we can start singing the Kuna Matata. However, PD is desperately trying to make a pick. He's got Zero overwatching his back. However, Zero's now gone down. PD's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was nothing PD could have done there. 3-2, right, get another one back on the board. Infused are still winning, however.
Okay,
And
well.
it's quite a tight game right now. Who do you think's coming away with the win?
I think Infused take this S&D. I think this S&D, and I know it's kind of a bold statement, I think Infused could get a couple of rounds back to back. It could very well end something like even 6-2 or 6-3. I wouldn't give many more rounds to Riot just by the way that they're playing. Wee Man and Revolt only picking up 1 kill, and it is a defense now. Marky B will return to his rock as he is the king of wherever the Lion King is.
What other rock-based thing could we say Marky is?
He is Dwayne The Rock Johnson right now. He's turned and transformed into him.
Well, right now we see Riot again suffering. Every time they put it this way, I'd actually like to see Riot switch it up on the attack.
Sorry for yourself.
I'd like them to do something because it's not working every time they go to B.
No.
They come up against Marky. They come up against Whalers as well, 2 prolific ARs, and it just doesn't work.
No, it certainly is. Marky seems to know how to play this rock perfectly at the moment. He's 5-4, and pretty much all of those kills have been around rock. Whalers as well. Whalers 7-2. And Riot, as much as they've got 2 rounds on the board, we've only seen 1 kill from Wee Man and Revolt. So maybe they need to step up a little bit. I'm going to see this again. And there we go. Sniper coming out for Zero. Timing might be slightly off for this snipe, but let's see if he can make it again. Watch this every round. No, going to miss it. And you're saying maybe that's the thermal. Take away the thermal, just not as good.
It is a bit of a hindrance, however, he always gives it a go. 4-2 is the score. PT's actually pulled out an M8. Revolt's going to trade that again. PT picking up his 2nd kill, and actually on a 4-kill streak. He's got kinetic armor. He's got a frag in his back pocket ready to release at any given time. And again, you sat here in another position where Infuse should take this round.
It should, but that timing, PD had no idea that Riri managed to get in. However, numerical advantage and control of B right now. The problem is, PD needs a little bit of a help if he wants to plant this. Marky's checking the flank, Zero's watching the other flank. So PD, if he is going to make a play, has to pretty much do this alone. Oh, actually, Marky is going to go for mid control. I don't mind that, actually. If he can get mid control from this, it will allow PD to plant without knowing. And, to top it all off, he might actually get a kill. There we go. Look at that.
From behind. Marky B, Mr. Positioning. The bomb is down, and now Marky should be the cleanup crew as he takes round number 5. And this is a lot better from Infused. And
I'll be honest with you, really appreciate that play by Marky.
yeah, I think Marky's so clever in his position, always.
Well, like I said as I was breaking it down, Zero had one of the flank out towards Church. Marky looked like he was going to hook back and just kind of cover that flank. But what he did instead was he went all the way around. And don't get me wrong, like, he could have died in that position.
Yeah,
and made it 2
easily.
versus 2, so he couldn't have been traded. However, what he was looking for was mid-control. Because that way, he knew that he's already been around that spawn, right? So it'd be COD timing that if he missed that player, that somehow got slipped past him. It meant that PD could plant and Marky could take down anyone who actually tries to challenge. It's a very interesting way to do it. Who is that?
This is a very, very strong A push here. Zero, though. He actually just hid behind that wall, taking down one, traded, but Riot looking good. The bomb should go down. Whalers does fall, and so does PT. That was the answer.
Yeah.
Go to A.
Yeah. I said, you know, if you're really struggling going one way, to do the same thing over and over again and expect different results is pretty much insanity, right? That's the definition of it. And they finally switched it up. They did well. I mean, to be fair, it almost went horribly, horribly wrong because Zero was actually somehow on that bomb site and they didn't spot him. And Zero could have picked up more than one. He only picked up one in the end, but he could have picked up more. And just very quickly as we start off, we're going to watch Zero try to hit this snipe once more.
Here he comes, and you see every time that one player so close, you lose your breath as you think it's going to happen, but Whalers is going to get the first blood. Riri's going to fall, and now Dello, Weeman, Revolt have everything to do. If they go down here, if they lose this round, we are going into a tie series at 1 apiece. 1 minute left on the clock, though, Bryce.
Yeah. The thing about this is Marky's such a problem for this team that you see PE end up picking up kills off of it. These players, they're actually able to push forward because they're all looking at Mark.
Now you're going to see another engagement mid-map and a good trade. Whalers does come in, and now Dello or Zerg with the impossible. Mission impossible here.
He's also got PD with Kinetic and Marky B with Overdrive. PD with Kinetic should be able to win this round on his own.
He should be able to, but he's not going to need to. He's got his buddies. He's got Marky B. Kinetic armor is going to be used, and you're right, Bryce. It is. It's done. It's dusted. It's over. And map number 2, gone. We're going into the uplink, and it's all ties. All tied up, Bryce. 1 apiece.
I am going to just put this out here.
Okay.
And this is a bold statement.
I'm ready for bold Bryce.
Uplink is infused every day of the week.
And I'm going to go as far as saying I actually think CTF is actually in favor of Infused as well. These guys play it so often, they should be able to take it. I'd say I'd lean in 70% towards Infused on Uplink, 60% on the CTF, but we're definitely both swaying this way of Infused. And it looks like they've found the feet. I think Zero's found his feet, and him starting off slow in Hardpoint was a big thing for them to lose at, but...
Well, I know Zero will be kicking himself, and he's always got that self-deprecation kind of humour.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think realistically, you know, now they've taken it away. I did say that this team does have the potential to do something. Riri, Zerg, Revolt, I've all heard of those names, you know, plenty of times.
Plenty, yeah.
Weeman not as much, but we'll put that aside for a minute. You remember, you know, Riri's CWL, Zerg was ex-CWL. So there is credit to these players.
They've all kind of dipped their toe in the CWL life, and they've gone, we want some more of that. We like it.
Yeah. And it could be a team to keep an eye on here, especially, as I said, already doing well against Infused. Now, the issue for me being is benchmarking, and I always say this a lot about benchmarking. What I mean by that is figuring out where these teams sit relative to each other.
Okay.
Now, the issue for Riot right now is they're not playing, you know, maybe an LDLC or a Supremacy or even a Vitality or any of these, or a Giant, you know, that kind of team. Or even an Exertus in that regards. They're playing, you know, Infused, who, let's face it, have won championships on this game.
Yeah.
They've been the #1 rated team on this game, not at the moment, but they have been.
They've won cups on this game as well.
They've won cups on this game. It's when you've got a team like that, who's rated that highly, it's difficult to benchmark them to begin with. If they beat that team, obviously you're like, well, okay, that's okay. But losing against that team is a very different kind of kettle of fish, because you expect them to lose. Now, when you expect them to lose, it's how much they lose by, or was it close? Well, it might be close, but then they might play another CWL team and get smashed. And then you're like, well, back to benchmarking, how does that work out? So
It's
for me,
hard.
it's always very difficult to kind of judge a team, especially off of this first kind of game here.
Okay.
And because where Infused sit. Now, if it was another team, like I said, Exertus, Giants, Supremacy, any of those, it'd be a little bit easier to go, well, clearly they're not quite up to that level. So you could actually say, well, below that, they're a little bit better. And above that, obviously, they should get beaten even harder. But because you're talking about the top, you can't really dictate by losing where they sit. If that makes sense.
It does. It makes perfect sense to me. I hope it does for you guys at home. What I would like to do.
Oh, it's Mufasa.
Mufasa.
There are a few people come in here.
Mark Fassa. Let's call it
Mark Fassa. Just a quick shout out, Carl Hughes and Jeff_VL, or Jeffrey, he's got in there. Thanks you for that. Remember, you can always get in contact with us. Hashtag CWLPS4 at COD World League /Call of Duty. Tag us as well. I'm at Bryce Tacular. That's at Phil7. We always want to hear from you.
Yeah, and one thing that I'm going to do is, if you could at us in the tweets, it just means we can click on notifications, we can get there a little bit quicker. You don't have to follow, you don't have to listen to me for the rest of your life, don't worry. But what I would say is if we can click on notifications, we can have a look in the middle. They're down there. Where there? I'm going to go to mine. Lost. Down there somewhere. Yeah, it's down there. Go have a look on the Twitter. Tweet us, tell us who you think's going to win this game in total, who thinks you're going to win the Cup, you know, who's the players to watch. Even if you got a fun fact for the day, if you want to ask us a question, it's your gateway, and we will be looking at it all day long.
We most certainly will. Well, here we go. It's time the uplink, and Afterburner's being taken out, and I can only imagine as I quickly flick over to that. Yeah, that is going to be wee man. Somebody has been watching Infused on this map.
Yeah. Well, they should know how Infused play.
Yeah. And I think that for me is a really kind of crucial ban. You've just got to take away Afterburner on Infused.
You have to.
Yeah, on Uplink, you got to, especially on evac. Like they're just, well, for us, it's almost I want to call them scumbags, but they're not scumbags. They're just very, very good at movement and wrapping this ball around and doing the wall runs and hitting ones from every angle. It's genuinely impressive.
A lot of people getting very angry at me because I didn't know Mufasa. I am really sorry. Do you know who will be the most disappointed in me? My brother.
Yeah. He cries to the Lion King.
He did.
Regularly.
He actually watched it on a plane to LA, was it?
Yeah, I was on that plane with him. Yeah,
and he cried watching The Lion King. It's a very emotional.
He also got lost on that plane, so this is all you need to know about
And he woke
Rel.
up halfway through the flight thinking he was in Poland or Switzerland or something.
No, he thought he was in the Antarctic. That's the worst part of it.
Oh my goodness. Anyway. It is now 1-1. I just want to bring you a quick update as well. Giants are currently leading over Fab Games, and that is 1-0. The specialists that have been picked, pretty standard, nothing out of the ordinary to bring to your attention. But, Brycey, do you see this going... in fact, Brycey, predictions?
7.
2.
8.
7 to 8. I don't think you're going to stick with that prediction.
No, I'm not. I think Infuse win this. And I'm going to say 12 to 10. I'm going high scoring. I'm going close because Afterburner's out. No, actually, I'm changing my mind. 12 to 6.
Okay.
I'm Infused all day. That's not their hashtag.
Infuse the Red Army.
The Red Army. I don't like that hashtag. It's alright, I just don't like it.
What would you call Infused? It's one of those names where you can't. It's not simple to rhyme or kind of change. Well, you don't have to rhyme it really.
No.
Prime example is your Green Wall kind of thing, but
Green Wall, yeah, Green Wall's kind of become its own thing though. I feel like Red Army's a bit of a play on that. I don't know. The Red Army. I feel like we could make a better one. Do you know what I like?
Be?
What would we be? We're hashtag Bromo. That's obvious.
Yeah.
I think. I liked TC Empire.
Yeah.
With TCM. I thought that was kind of cool.
Kind of linked it in nicely, didn't it?
Yeah. And then, what are other good ones? Phase Up. I quite like Phase Up.
Yeah, I like Phase Up. I think it's fitting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Splice Up Your Life?
Splice Up Your Life. I'm not sure that's the real one, is it?
No. I think it's just like Splice GG or something like that.
Splice GG.
I'm not too sure.
We have Zlinks coming in here. This is fun fact. Llamas are white.
We've got Matt Bainbridge, a.k.a. Aurora's MB saying Infuse win this 3-2. Simba's dad is Mufasa.
Okay, interesting.
Sticky says Infuse 3-0. Hyper Games will win overall with some godlike con.
All right, well, let's find out, as this one is about a kickoff, as we jump straight into the uplink from both these two squads. Now, as we can see already, Wee Man going straight for it, and like I said, I think the most important thing here is that the fact that Afterburn has been taken away.
I think an important thing for Riot is, I was going to say, to stay alive. And the only person doing that is Revolt. He's grabbed that drone, he has stayed alive, and he's actually going to throw it mid-map. That should be a reset for 15, it will be. It's all about the slaying, and Mr. Whalers picking up 3 already.
He is. Zero actually running an AR as well, and he picks up 1 at the same time. So, bearing in mind that Afterburn is taken out, we can see probably a lot less wraps come in here. Not because it's that much harder, but because it's just, you don't want to kind of do it that often if you are going to struggle to make it. But Whalers will have control here. This should be a 2-point play, as he's got bodyguards with him, even with Wee Man. No, 1-point play. Wee Man rips him out of the sky.
That's a big play from Wee Man. Only suffering the 1-point play, but the relay is going to be set up. This is the worrying thing, as Marky B is being that bodyguard. If he gets this kill, this is damaging. This is a 2-point play, but it's now, does it go even more? Because they're not overextending. That's the thing. They're coming back. They're challenging. This could be punished, Bryce. This could be very, very bad news for the boys.
It certainly could. This is actually what Infuse want.
Yeah, they can say challenges all day. We will go for 2-point play. Look at PT. He's just been that, like, that annoying player that just gets in the way. You're trying to make one... Oh my, this is getting worse, Bryce.
This is. They need to overextend. They're struggling. If you don't start making the kills, you have to overextend. You have to give up the points.
Oh my goodness, how is Whaler still alive as he puts in another 2, and he should pick up another kill in the back. Not going to happen as Wee Man and Riri get a couple, and now they have full control of their spawn. Zero reads the play, and he says, you know what, I'm happy with 1. We're 2 minutes in, we're 8-0 up.
Yeah, I think if you're going to critique anything there, it's the fact that Riot kind of kept wrapping back. And obviously they got into that point where it was so muddied that they were like, well, we don't know if we can overextend now. We're really struggling. And it turns out actually going worse for them. 8-0 is currently the score, 2 minutes in. And I think Infuse, especially since Infuse for me are actually outslaying them. You got Revolt who's now 1-6. That's his first kill.
Yeah, that's not good at all. And you know what? 3 go down, but another point gets put on the board. Whaler's tagging a couple up, and he's going to end up in the ditch. And now, for the first time in a quarter of the game, as dramatic as that sounds, Riot actually pick up the drone and go forward with it.
They certainly do. Well, we can see here, Riri looking to try to hold this one down. PD actually pushing forward as well. Not quite able to lock that one. He's going to go down. Whalers now going to go around the side. And they've wrapped back, trying to deflect this, but they're going to go down as well. This should be at least a 2-point play now for Riot, but Marky B says no.
Mufasa steps up. Here he is. And he does go down there to Delio, but now Whalers can just say, come on, guys, let's push as a team. They've got 2 bodyguards. It's going to be 0. And I believe 1 more, but actually, kills going in favor of Riot. This is better from Riot.
Yeah. And I think this shows the difference, right? Because if you'd seen that afterburner in, I think Infuse would have probably done what they usually do and played more with the drone.
Yeah.
But right now, it's kind of the hammer tactic, where you just hammer your way through the enemy team. And if you can outslay them, you do.
Okay, well, specialists are going to come into play very, very shortly. It is 9-0. There's a minute left on the clock. The one thing I would say is very important is Riot do not go into the second half with 0 points. It's so demoralizing.
How does PT stay alive like that?
He's PT. He does some incredible things, and he does them at about 300 miles an hour.
Yeah, he certainly does play at speed, doesn't he? Well, now we can see PD. P actually drops that one here, so what PD's going to do now is try to punch through and make the kills. Whalers has drone, but he has drone top glass, and he has got his teammates that have lost those kills, and he's lost his armor, so at least he should reset the armor here.
Ooh.
I don't agree with anything he just did.
No, that camo is always used to make a 2-point play. However, he still can make the play. I still don't agree with what he did, and I agree with Bryce.
I would have reset it and gone for a kill. At the very least, if you're going to run away like that, then, I mean, it's just, for me, that wasn't worth it. Okay, this is where it's dangerous.
It is. No afterburner. But let's see how good he is. Oh, he's just going for a reset here, but he's going to go straight into the hands of Riot. And they're not going to pick it up, actually.
Yeah, Zerg should have picked that up. Should allow Riri to go through and just try to make that 1 point. However, Revolt is going to throw it forward.
Not going to be any use, though, as we go into the half 9, though. And apart from that very initial start, that 8-0, in fact, it was really 9-0. It ended on the 9th one. It was only really that final 1 point.
It shouldn't have been any more than 5. Full overextend, go back for drone control.
You need to realise when they've got control and say, you know what?
You only need 2 players there to make that a 2-point play.
Yeah.
So if they can if at least 2 of Infused are up, it's fine for Infused, which is what kept happening. I guarantee in the Riot chat they kept saying, we're making the kills, keep wrapping back. Well, they didn't realise they weren't making enough kills.
Yeah, they weren't, and they were spawned in that same position, which was awful. Marky B has broken the scythe out as he puts the war machine away, and look at him doing damage straight away. This is what he should have been rocking all the time.
Actually missed that throw. But Petey's going to make a 2-piece, Marky's going to make the 3rd, and they made a 2-point play out of what should have been nothing.
But can they do the relay? Can they push them back even further? It looks like Riot this time have said, you know what, they're in our base, let's overextend, let's push them back through middle, and they're going to try and do that. And it will convert into another play, but it shouldn't convert into another one now.
Zerg picks up 3. And the one critic I would give that overextend is that it wasn't a full overextend. 1 went all the way through their spawn.
Yeah.
1 went back. 2 went roughly into the middle. Like, that could have actually gone really badly for them.
It could have. You're absolutely right. That's how you use camo, by the way.
Yeah.
Whalers, just if you're watching. Marky B getting that help from Zero that he needed.
And there you go. Kills have gone down. Comes in. Zero gets it. And they're actually going to try for a wrap here. Now, Whalers. Now, it's very important here. What we need to watch is if Whalers makes this next kill, they can go platform, which is a much easier shot. But they're not going to make it. So Zero's now in a horrible position. And it's going to get the 2 regardless because, you know, just ignore me.
Just do Zero things. Use that heat wave. And Marky B ready to wrap. Ready to rock and roll. And he is. He's back with his boy PT. And he's going to be rendezvousing with Zero in the middle as he does go top AC. And actually, Marky could be going for a full-blown flank here. And he's... oh.
No, looks like he is being seen and chased. And both players now trying to out-juke each other. Wee Man, or better known as Barrage Wee Man, has managed to get away with it. Whalers makes the kill. Now, Marky B going up super high with this. Probably trying to make sure he gets his afterburner. And that goes away. I think that was a little bit off. And it was.
Still, he's right underneath the drone portal, though.
It is.
That's dangerous.
Oh my goodness, Zero. Zero just can fly through the air, using that kind of movement to try to do a little bit better. Riri, however, taking this one away, I think... oh, he's going to actually go for the reset. So, these are big kills coming in now. And I think PDs end up going down. D-Lo trying to actually do a little bit of work. Not quite able to. Revolt going to have this one. But they are pinned in glass now. They've got an overextending player. It's Riri, but Riri goes down. And Revolt's now sitting here going, okay.
Yeah, he's on his own. He couldn't really do anything there. He's looking for that 1-pointer. Not going to happen. He's very, very weak. And he's going to fall as well. That's going to be PT shooting him in the back. And as time ticks away, Infused getting ever so closer to picking up their 2nd map of the series here, Bryce.
Kinetic pop there. Still not good enough. And they're really struggling to get this through. And you got to bear in mind as well, because afterburners have been taken away, they can't really wrap it as fast. So Riot's own ban is what's kind of pinning them in here. But they are going to get a 2-point play eventually. And it's not quite the score I was predicting. I did say 12-6, but the overextension has come in from Infused. But they didn't get enough through. And I think D-Lo should be able to make another 1 here at the very least. But he's going to go for the 2. And once you have no armor, I mean, it's probably a kind of a smarter move to end up taking the 1.
Yeah, I would agree completely. Revolt's going to answer back with 2 of his own. Zero is just going to jump off the map with that drone, and it's actually going to be reset instantly.
So this should be 100% be a 2-point play. Oh, he's actually going to save it.
And he actually saved it quite well there. Marky B picks up 1, PT picks up the 3rd, and now they may be able to reset here.
Yeah. They finally made the kills. They chose to go back, but the difference was when they did it, between when Riot did it, they made all the kills they needed to. Could still have gone wrong, but they were in a little bit better position. However, that active camo has gone out, and isn't going to do anything, really.
No. And this drone now will be played for time 0. 37 seconds. Let's see what he's got to offer. He's got his buddy PT on the wall.
Oh, here we go. PD's covering him. PD's actually going to get involved in that first fight, but it actually gives Zero enough room to make this in. 15-6.
Heatwave comes in again, same play from the boy that is Trey Zero. And yeah, he picks up his 19th kill and his 20th death, but for him it's all been about scoring those all-important points. And map 3 is going to go to Infused. Infused will be a little bit annoyed they didn't pick up the 3-0.
Yeah. And they could have as well. That's the kind of crucial thing here. But I mean, it wasn't a mile off. I said 12-6, and it's 15.
I'll give you that.
That was close.
28-17 for Marky B. PT with those 24 and 24. High engagement game for him compared to his teammates. And it's just the story of PT, as always. But map number 3 is done. It's dusted. It's over. And we're going to go to a CTF with Infused 2-1 in the lead. Again, we will be leaning towards Infused going into the CTF. When you've got the likes of Whalers, PT, Zero, and Marky on your team, it's very hard not to against, you know, non-CWL players.
Well, again, it's the same story we always tell, right? CWL teams are better at Uplink.
Yeah.
Because they play it more at
Period.
better teams, at a better level.
Of course.
It's easier to get an Uplink scrim in CWL than it is outside of it. We know this. We've played it. It's some teams don't practice Uplink as much, and that's a difference.
I mean, I think it is a major difference, in fact, because it showed in the game. The first 4 minutes were just dominated by Infused. But we'll be going into capture the flag. And what map is it, I asked myself? I don't know. It is Fringe. Thank you very much, Mr. Producer. Fringe CTF, we're going to see Marky sat behind his barriers, defending strong. And again, you know, when you've got someone like PT on your team, it's going to be very dangerous. It's going to be interesting to see how Whalers fits into this team on CTF, though.
I think... Well, that's actually kind of curious. It's a good point, because usually the way this team works in CTF, Marky sits back.
Yeah.
Zero slays in front of him like a screen and gets the cuts if they need to. And then Pete and Urban just push almost continuously.
Yeah.
And Petey more than Urban, but they still push a lot. I don't know if Whalers is that player.
Whalers, I think, is almost the Zero player.
Yeah.
He's the slaying player in front of the defense. Playing that CDM role.
Got an update. The guys on Team Spud lost to Hyper Games 3-0.
Yeah, not unexpected at all.
No, apparently it was a bit of a beating as well.
Well, Hyper Games, we know what they can do, and actually favourites to win this tournament, just to remind you guys as well. But let's... in fact, they'll be the first team into the quarterfinals, in fact, Hyper Games. We do have the opportunity, I believe, as we have a... Oh no, the Banner Protect is underway. Let's go into the game.
I have another update. Epsilon versus Barrage are 1-1.
Ah, okay. Well, it's not the only game that isn't 3-0-ing, or being a 3-0, should I say.
And here's an interesting fact coming in from Liam Patton. Did you know Momo tells an average 5 lies a stream?
What was that tells 5 lies?
You.
I tell 5 lies.
Yeah.
They're not lies, they're just
they are lies.
Maven facts.
You should see the amount he lies in real life. He's a really bad friend.
Well, you don't have to be my friend.
Well, it's alright. I'll go home soon. I don't have to.
You don't have to put up with me for much longer.
Anyway, Battery Protect has come in. Double tack, overclock active, camo, overdrive, concussion, HCXD. The overdrive being more powerful than active camo in this case, but active camo is still powerful enough. Now, interesting thing, we should see a vision pulse come in because of the smokes. And then we're going to see smokes as well. Now, here's the interesting thing about this one for me, really. If it was Urban instead of Whalers,
Yeah.
I would suggest to Riot they don't even bother playing this map. Urban on CTF Fringe is a god.
Yeah, he is.
He's, in my opinion, the best CTF Fringe player in the entire CWL. And I'm okay with saying that. For some reason, this map and him just seem to go together. Marky goes passive. Urban basically just never touches the floor. It's like he's playing a game of the floor is lava on this map. Constantly wall running, constantly hitting the movement, being a massive pain. And you've got PD moving forward and Zero acting as a screen. It just works. But Whalers is not going to be Urban. Whalers is Whalers.
Yeah, he has a tough job and tough shoes to fill. As Bryce has said, you know, definitely one of the best players for this map and mode. But I do think that he's got the right people around him to actually put the W on the board. Yeah.
And what we can see now is we're not seeing any actual vision pods come in, so I'm talking rubbish.
We thought it might because obviously Smoker slipped the net. That's the only reason, but I did agree with you. I did think the same, but no, not needed.
No, apparently not. So I imagine there'll be trophies everywhere around to kind of block those smokes now. Or there'll just be smokes everywhere. It could be either or.
I was playing some GBs last night. Hardpoint, me and my team, we were running 8 smokes just for the lols.
8 smokes.
It was pretty top banter.
Is that the reason you almost didn't come cast to me today?
No, that's definitely not the reason. UFC was on last time.
Oh, okay.
Stayed up quite late.
Not acceptable.
Well, if you are in the Twitch chat as well, I've seen a lot of people tweeting me. Well, I say a lot, about 4 in total, saying they don't have a list of the bracket. They want to see the bracket more. They want to have a look at it and update it, or see it being updated. I've just put a link in the Twitch chat for you. Me and Bryce as well will tweet it out. That's at Bryce Tacular, at Phil with 7.
It most certainly is. Well, how difficult do you think it's going to... Well, okay, what difference do you see coming in from them? For the guys on Infused, bearing in mind that I've already said with Urban that they're untouchable.
I don't see it affecting them at all this game. I just see it affecting them later on in the cup, because after this game they play maybe Giants. I think they can still win that, but then they could play Epsilon. They could play Supremacy. If they do still win that, I think that the tough side is the tougher side of the bracket is actually the top side, because it's got Hyper Games, LDLC, Millennium, Exertus. I think there's going to be a lot of good games coming up next.
Yeah.
What we should do is...
I think we should see Infused Epsilon coming up in the semi. That's my opinion. Infused Epsi in the semi. And then the other side will see, I want to say, Mill Hyper Games in the semi. It's interesting, Splice not being there kind of changes this bracket quite dramatically.
Yeah, it does. And again, I look at that, and what I always like to see, and I know it's not me because I'm from the UK, but I like to see a mix in nations kind of get into the quarters. But every single week, it just seems dominated by UK teams. There is going to be one that's, in fact, there's going to be 2 non-UK teams minimum, either Baskonia, Supremacy, Giants, Fab. Mixture of 2 of those that do make it, but can any push to the semis? That's the real question.
Probably not. Anyway, moving on, we're going to jump ball with Petey to kick this one off. And it looks like Zero might have kind of switched into Urban's role, and they're going to let Whaler sit mid-map.
Okay, well, 5 minutes on the clock, and we're going to see the teams battle it out for control at the moment. I don't think there's going to be too, like a really early pull, unless they get 4 down. 2 go down, though, for Infused.
Trying to make it, and right now, Riot actually going to have control, and there we go. Revolt picks up 1, and they're actually going to pull this flag away. Riot get it away quickly to begin with, but they go down. Whaler's now screening, trying to hold it down, and Riri is looking for that player on silo, and he does see him. And he's trying to battle it out. He's got that power position by the car. Not going to be enough, though, and it does go down. This is PDB and Sneaky PD.
We've seen one as well. That's brilliant pick for him. He will see another and be taken down by Delio as Revolt finds one in the train tracks. And that's going to be a tough gunfight to win. He won't win that one. Marky B has his number, and Whalers could get the flag away here.
He's going to get into there. This is a big kill. I don't think he's going to make it, and he is going to go down. And again, right now, Infused looking a little bit scattered. Riot have managed to hold control here, but they have had their flag pulled twice.
Aggression from these boys is definitely all on the side of Infused for sure.
Yep. And here's Marky B. Just chilling.
He's doing Marky B things.
Yep. It's 1-on-1. And he could very easily be 1-on-1 for the next 20 minutes. But right now we're on board with PD. Gonna clean up L wall. Looks to train tracks. Not quite able to get that one. And now Infused really are under the gun. As you can see, it's a lot of aggression coming in from Riot. We've got a heat wave as well. Smokes are down. I don't think he saw that player. He didn't. Tries to get the turn on, not quite able to. Riri pushing forward. Zero picks up 2. Riri actually going around the back, probably looking for Marky B in this case. And Marky says no.
He does. Marky always standing strong and basically saying, you can give it your best shot. You can come at me all you like. Give me 10 minutes of this and I will still have your number every single time. And he always does have the advantage. Fair play to him, but it's positioning with Marky.
Oh, 100%. I think realistically, when you're Marky B, you've done that so often now, you pretty much see it in your sleep, so you know exactly where you need to be sitting. However, 4 down, and Zero is going to try and make this one. He has a heat wave. He actually gets it away, and he has managed to just get out there. He has cover as well. This should be home. The cut's going to come in, makes Whalers probably the most important player now on the map.
And here it is. Whalers picks up 1, tags the second. I don't see them getting out. Oh my goodness, 3 bursts and still goes down. Goes past, should I say. But Whalers, look at him. He knows that he's around, and it will be going in for a point. But the thing I'm drawing my eyes to is that second flagpole. And who is it, Bryce?
It's Marky B.
Marky B, by the way.
I mean, Whalers had the cut, so Marky went, well, there's no point in me doing 2 cuts, if you know what I mean. Let me just go. So he did. Marky B is 3 and 2, lowest interactions on the map.
And he's back to his base.
Yep.
He's happy now.
And he's home.
Whalers, I'm back. You can go. Thanks for covering for me.
You know what it's like? It's like getting, for me, it's like when you, after an event, when you get back to your own bed. That's what Marky's like.
That feeling.
Yeah. Marky just sitting here, back into his camp place, and Zero actually decides to use Heat Wave to try and deflect this one. And we've already seen a few specialists come out for Infuse. They are 2-0 up, so they've not really had to use them on the attacks. They start using them defensively, and I don't mind that. Problem being is that now you can actually see Riot have those stacked. So maybe this is a chance for Riot to kind of use these in the correct manner to get this away with it. I think the Tempest could be one of those key features. He's got to get in the right position for it, though. There's no point popping it and hoping to run through and get it. You've got to pop it in the right position.
Yeah. The one thing I will say, though, 3 of them are all sitting in the pockets of Riot. Infused are actually getting another specialist. They're all kind of tallying up, and the longer they push it, the more likely they are to do so. As you see, Weeman, he falls. Another kill goes to Infused. Revolt trying to be that sneaky one, and he's going to try and get the flag. He's going to be delayed, and that's going to bite him in the butt. And Zero takes him down again.
Yeah. And here we go. Zero's going to be aggressive now, using that long barrel Kuda. You see one player back rock, but he is not going to see him there in the end. COD timing ends up him going down without even firing a bullet. And at this juncture, at this point, you've got to be saying, it looks like it's all Infused.
Yeah. And Whalers 14 and 6. He's been on a 5-kill streak. He's now on a 3-kill streak. Delio can sit at the back of the map all day, but it's not going to help them. Not in this position. And we're going into the half 2-0 up. But as you guys can see, if you're just joining us here, it is 2-1 in the series. The CTF, they're looking pretty good for Infused.
Oh, it is, and we, especially on this map, we said it before, first flag can be the decider, Phil. It can be the one where you go, well, now we've got first flag, we can do several things. We can only push when we make those string of kills.
Yeah.
We can send one player out constantly harassing. We can play a little bit more defensive. We basically, as long as we don't make too many mistakes, we have the ability to not really worry too much about being too aggressive here. Riot, on the other side, though, have to be super aggressive.
You're right, they have to be. They have to give it their all, Bryce.
And the weakness about that, the weakness you've got to figure out that is, if Infuse play this correctly and constantly send maybe PD out, is that could come down to a 1v1 on the flag over and over again. Now, PD might lose that 9 out of 10 times, but if he goes 10 times, he might win it that 10th time, and then you've got another flag to deal with. That's the issue.
The problem I see for this is the time for Riot. Because if a minute goes by and it's still 2-0, the pressure really starts to build and build and build. And you're going to start using these specialists maybe a bit irrationally. Yeah. That's what I think will happen here. Infuse will hold this out 2-0. I say that. Oh, Zero's just done the ninja. He's just dropped straight on his head. This could be very well be 3-0, Bryce.
Yeah, it looks like it is. Wales is away. Nobody's really in a position. Mark is actually covering mid-street. PD has the hook. And now, can they do this? I mean, technically they could do something here, but not with PD.
Pete is an awesome player.
Yeah.
I say it sometimes with a little bit of what's the word?
Recklessness?
No, proud. Proud. I'm like a proud father of PT sometimes. But he just seems to have got better and better. And his SMG shot has been probably one of the most entertaining to watch in the CWL, alongside the likes of PT. Alongside the likes of Jerd, or, you know, looking at other teams. You know, Joe. Joe's a real good SMG, which I like to watch.
I think, for me, PD's a weapon. And I think, basically, you just let him go. I don't know if you let weapons go, but this is what I'm saying. Yeah, I think
an angry dog you let off his leash.
That's exactly what he's like. And I think you don't control him too much. You just allow him to do what he wants to do. Because if you don't, then he really struggles. I think if you try to control him too much, he'll end up struggling. What you need to do is just allow PD to be PD and continuously push and continue to make the plays he wants to play. And then you play around him.
Yeah.
Right, you basically say, right, well, where PD's going, I support his push, I get his cuts, I make sure he's okay. And then that allows PD to really kind of shine and excel, rather than, you know, trying to force PD to play the way you want to play, because I think that's when he will suffer. If PD wants to cut back and makes a few kills and run around like a lunatic, then that's the best way for PD to play. Because like that, he just cut back, you know, he's giving up train control, he's waiting for his teammates again here. I think he makes more of the right decisions when you let him run free than he does if you try to control him.
Yeah. One thing I'd love to see, I don't think will happen because they're very similar, is the likes of like PT and Jerd together. I think they are too similar to play together, but I think it'd be entertaining to watch, and it'd be so high pressured.
I think the other issue being is that PD's a very quiet guy, so that's why he kind of works really well in this solo play.
Oh yeah, and I think he feeds off the fact that Marky B will do absolutely everything that PT needs him to do.
Oh, PT doesn't make that kill, but it's not really enough. Riot did get one flag back on the board.
2 minutes to go. They need 2 more flags, and Weeman, he's got to pick it up. He can get away here. There's one man stopping him. It's Marky B, and he knows that he needs to go quickly. But Marky, the clever-minded player, he's not overextending too much. Zero, on the other hand, is going full force.
And it's now actually a 1-point game.
Goodness.
Oh my goodness, Riot have brought this right back. 1:35 left to go. Can Infuse genuinely throw this away here?
Revolt has his specialist. It's the only specialist on the board. Marky with that low interaction again. Revolt here, he can do this. He's got Heat Wave.
There's a player above him.
You can see the shadow next to Zero. If you go on Zero's screen, you could see... Oh my goodness.
He's managed to see it. I don't know if he can get the return, though, but he will delay it at least a little bit. And it's going to be Whalers now coming in, and Zero may actually have made a great play there. What a ridiculous play from him. The patience of a saint. In comes PD, takes it away. Whalers picked up a 3-piece as well. And what looked like it could have been all about Riot. They do have some specialists on the board, though, and Revolt makes a massive kill there. Incoming smoke. Picks it up as well. And he's trying to get away. He is going to go down. PD's still going to have that flag. Still going to be at the back. And they have managed to do something here. They should be in. And it's 4-2 now to Infused.
I can't believe how big that play was from Zero. You might have just seen it was 1 kill, but that 1 kill clutched it so much. And yes, Whalers had to go in and get the return, but...
How patient do you have to be there? It's not like that's the most covered position or you're hiding in the corner.
No, that was incredible.
He was just kind of sitting next to Orange Truck, and they were like, oh, okay. Yeah, that's amazing from Zero, realistically. You got to be honest with us there and just say, Zero, to have that patience, that calm under pressure. And then let's also give credit to Whalers. Whalers made a 3-piece after that, which actually put them up 4-2. But, oh my goodness.
Well, good stuff from the boys of Infuse, plus obviously Whalers, Mr. 30 and 14. Marky doing his job at the back of the map, and overall, really good play from Infuse. They did let it slip for about 60 seconds in the middle, and actually 2 flags were capped, but Infused are going to finalise this one. They're going to move on into the quarterfinals, and we'll obviously update you with other teams that have done so far. But all in all, Bryce, nice performance from Infused. I'd say a very, very impressive performance from Riot.
Yes.
Better than I thought, actually.
Well, like I said, I kind of gave these guys a lot of credit. I think a lot the kind of the combination of the players here is certainly nothing to be sniffed at.
No.
It was always going to be a harder game for Infused. And you know what? It kind of went that way. The problem being, like I said, Infused on S&D is dominant. Infused on Uplink is dominant. Their CTF, I said, if they had Urban, it probably wouldn't even been that close.
No,
in my perfect opinion.
If they had their full team, it would
Don't get me wrong, though. Whalers was great. Whalers was very, very good. I think it was a little bit more disjointed for Infused than usual we expect to see from them. But again, elite level team. But you know what? Riot ended up taking it down.
Communication, I think, may have been a bit of an issue in Infused, maybe with Whalers, but his English is very, very good, and a bit of an update for you guys. Hypergames made it through. Millennium made it through. Infused, they've made it through now. They're joining you know, the rest of their CWL teams in the quarterfinals, and will we see any non-CWL teams in there? Maybe. In fact, possibly. We've got Fab, Baskonia, Barrage, Killerfish, Pulse, all fighting for that quarterfinal. We very well could see a full quarterfinal of CWL teams. If we did, it'd be Infused, Giant Supremacy, Epsilon, Exertus, Millennium, Hypergames, and LDLC. Will it go down that way? Do get involved. Me and Brycey have both tweeted the bracket out. You can simply just click one of those and you can get involved. Hashtag CWLPS4. Me and Brycey are going to go for a break as the bracket does catch up with ourselves. We're going to catch our breath. But we're going to be on that social media. Tell us which game you want to watch. Maybe we'll pick it just for you guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
In one of the more fast-paced modes in multiplayer, Hardpoint sees two teams rushing to secure a specified territory on the map. Once a location has been locked down, the team holding the position has to fight to protect it. If players from both teams are within the hardpoint, the area is considered contested until only one team remains in its location. During gameplay, the hardpoint territory will respawn several times to a new location, forcing all players racing to lock down the new area every 60 seconds. The first team to a score of 250 points within the 5-minute time limit wins the game. Stand your ground in this take on King of the Hill, as every second counts. Uplink is a favorite mode within the esports community because of its fast-paced, aggressive nature. This mode features two teams clashing in an attempt to score a satellite drone into an enemy's floating uplink station. The drone will be spawned in a neutral point between players' locations. Players must then get to the spawn location to fight over control of the drone. Every drone thrown through the uplink station scores 1 point. However, 2 points are awarded if the drone is carried through the goal. Uplink forces players to push into enemy territories and to hold their position. The player with the drone loses their equipped weapon, but gains an additional protective armor, assisting them while their guard is down. After 2 rounds, alternating between map sides, the team with the most points wins the match. Uplink brings on a whole new aggressive gameplay that requires players to solidify their teamwork and conquer map control.
Because I was a substitute for Infused, I was always just on the sideline, just waiting to play, and I was so close to playing them multiple times, and I was gutted every time I couldn't.
I knew that I'd have to form my own team after Season 1 to get into Season 2, then prove myself there.
I was a substitute for Exa Esports. Basically, the only 4 top players that weren't in the league was us 4, so we didn't really have a choice of many players, so we just got together. We've been playing together for probably around 2 months. I think if we sort out people's attitudes, we can easily be a long-term team.
I think our Uplink game is on par with some of the top US teams because of how much dedication and time we put into it. CTF is kind of a strong point as well. We don't really lose that too much, but Uplink is certainly there. I think the thing that's special about our team is that we have all such good individual talent that we could compete easily with the top teams.
We can easily get top 4 in the league. We've already beaten CWL teams at events, so we know how good we are.
I played Call of Duty XP. We finished 8th. We got a pretty good amount of money from that. When I came back from Call of Duty XP, I went on the main French television, so everyone didn't know I was going on there. They were just eating their thing with their family. They said, "What is it, Max? What is going on?" The day after that, at high school, everyone was like, "Yo, Max, you're really playing with the video games? What was that?" But that feeling was really strange. I can't even describe it right now, because people were looking at me like, in a way, they didn't look at me before. I had either like the choice to quit and the choice to practice every single day harder and harder. It could be my last 1 or last 2 years in the game. When I came around in Supremacy, I wasn't the captain at all, but we don't like to say that either this guy or this guy is the captain. I mean, we were working as a unit, of course, but the ideas have to come from somewhere. I think I'm the most experienced player in my team. I played for 10 years. I went to a lot of international events, played for a lot of money as well, so I know what pressure means, and I'm really not afraid of it.
In one of the more fast-paced modes in multiplayer, Hardpoint sees 2 teams rushing to secure a specified territory on the map. Once a location has been locked down, the team holding the position has to fight to protect it. If players from both teams are within the hardpoint, the area is considered contested until only one team remains in its location. During gameplay, the hardpoint territory will respawn several times to a new location, forcing all players racing to lock down the new area every 60 seconds. The first team to a score of 250 points within the 5-minute time limit wins the game. Stand your ground in this take on King of the Hill, as every second counts.
I've been playing full-time for like over a year now. I quit college and I took last year off, spent the whole Advanced Warfare as a full-time job in Epsilon. I'd like to say it's paying off for me, yeah. I've travelled across the world, earned a fair bit of money, done the things I'd never do if I wasn't playing Call of Duty and done it full-time. When I first started playing Call of Duty full-time, it wasn't the best idea in their minds, but I think as it developed and I started going to events, it's like it actually can do something. Then she started following me on social media, checking everything I was doing, watching all the live streams, and now it's at the point where it's literally watching all the time. My whole family's always watching me every time I go away. My leadership role is one of the main things like in our whole team. I've played for that long, I've been in every situation possible, like I just know what to do, like I don't get nervous at like last maps I've played so many of them. I just make sure to stay calm, like I'm the one who calls the strats, so if someone's not comfortable with doing something, then I'll tell them like just don't worry about it, like it is what it is. Like if we do it as a team, we win as a team, we lose as a team, so if something goes wrong, it is what it is. I'm very happy with stage 1, especially with like teaming new players and people who what you can say haven't done much in their career. We've done really well. We was actually second throughout most of the league. I didn't expect as much, but they surprised me, they surprised everyone. I always aim to win.
My whole family follow through any events I attend and online. I'll always get a message from my mum or one of my brothers saying, "Oh, how are you doing?" I'd like to say I could stick around for a couple more years. I feel like I've got the capability and skills to do so. The time I'd stop is when I feel like I'm not helping a team and I'm holding them back. So I wouldn't really want to go from competing at the top to then just dropping and competing for the lower places. So whenever I feel like that's happening, then I know that's it. It's kind of a weird one because you never really expect to be known from playing a game, and to be known to the extent where you've got 70,000 plus followers. It's just a weird feeling. My main following is from the French side of things because I've teamed with the likes of Gotarga, Carnage, Maxi, Riskin, and under the organisation Millennium, who are French too. So it sort of all blew up for myself when I did go on take on that challenge with teaming the French players and the French roster. I'd say in France I'd get recognised more than I would in the UK. I don't speak a lot of French, but if there was one thing I'd like to say to all of the French supporters is merci beaucoup.
Before last year, I don't think I went like on a plane for over like 10 years, and then in the last year I've been to 8 different countries, so it says a lot how much God can do for you. My mum wasn't really a fan before when I first started playing, but then when she started seeing I was making money from it and I was actually gaining like social media followers, she started to come along more, and now she watches my events all the time. It's important because she's the most important person to me and my family. She still roasts me. She roasts me for losing. I've been in the last 5 grand finals and I've only won 2 of them, so she always says, "Oh, you always say you're going to win the next ones." I think communication is probably the biggest key to any player. It's the most important thing. That's what I've been trying to work on personally this season. Like little situations where, like telling your teammates, I've got this, you don't have to watch this, is just really key, in especially high tempo games. I'm already thinking about champs because I don't think there's any way I'd fall out of the top 6. So champs is definitely the main priority. Like as long as we, whatever team I'm in, as long as we cash out at champs, then this year's been successful. Now all I care about is winning. I don't care if I drop 50 kills, I don't care if I drop 10, as long as I win, that's all I care about.
I'm Mark Bryceland, aka Marky B, and I play for Team Infused. I'm also the captain of the squad. My teammates are Zero, PT and Urban. When this team first came about, it was sort of random as such because there was a lot of different squads bouncing about, and I wouldn't really say we were the leftovers, but I think that it was just one of those teams that just got sort of flung together for an event, and it sort of worked out.
I'm the picky one, to be honest, in the team. If I see something wrong, I'm going to say what's wrong. The way we react to it is like a good environment, and unlike any other team I've been in, where we actually try to get better as a team rather than just try and benefit ourselves.
I talk to these guys on a daily basis. They're some of my best friends, and I see them and talk to them more than some of my better friends that I know from real life as such.
We've got a lot of chemistry because we've teamed together for the longest in Europe, so it's just overall it's like good vibes within the team.
As a team, we're all great friends in game and out.
If I could pick an all-star team, I'd just pick these guys. I think that there's a lot of people who just give up as the first sign of just sort of defeat. If things go wrong, they might get dropped from a team, they might just give up. But you just got to keep going, get back on it and just keep grinding, try and get better. Look to constantly improve not only yourself but your team. The results will come and you'll eventually get success. There's obviously a lot of pressure in terms of getting results, but I don't really feel it, to be honest. I think that I've been doing this for years and it just feels sort of natural. My friends and family are actually really supportive. My mum watches every single event I go to. My girlfriend's been to a couple of events with me, and my friends watch every event I go to as well, so they're all really supportive of it and they all really enjoy Call of Duty. When I first started playing Call of Duty, I didn't really expect to be a sort of like figurehead of the scene or whatever, but I suppose that's sort of the position I'm now in, and obviously I sort of embraced that, and main motivation is like just achieving success, but at the same time when I'm playing Call of Duty, I've always been a guy that's really enjoyed the game. I've always enjoyed putting loads of time into it. Right now it just feels like it's our job just to succeed, and just that we're going to do that. There's no like things that are flinging me off my path. Potentially one day be a world champion, that's obviously what I want to do one day.
Competed in America for a prolonged period of time, one of the only European players to do that with reasonable success, I guess. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, I had to return home from America, but luckily I immediately landed within, in my opinion, the best European team alongside 3 of the best, if not the 3 best European players. The catalyst for my parents' support was Call of Duty XP. We ended up coming 4th, and that was the largest tournament so far. $1 million tournament. We took home 100,000 split between 4 of us, which is, at the age of 18, it's a substantial amount, and when that check comes through the door, that's the light bulb in your parents' brain, I guess, and that's when it makes them think, you know, this is legitimate. In the past, I have had sort of minuscule thoughts crop up every so often about retirement, and that's natural, especially when you have unfortunate results at a tournament, in a tournament like Call of Duty Championships, perhaps tournaments that fall significantly below your own expectations. It's natural to have thoughts about retirement, and especially given the fact that the age of retirement is so young in Call of Duty. You need to take things seriously, you need to do everything you can to improve as a player, and when the time comes, hopefully you have other avenues to pursue within gaming.
Yeah, I think that we've got a team with the 4 most popular Spanish players in Spain, so we've got a really huge fan base.
I love my fans because if we don't have fans in the COD, maybe we are not here in the COD World League. They are basically the most important for us, for the motivation when we play.
I think that we are not representing only Giants Gaming. We are representing Spain, and that's really a good chance for all of us. I think Spanish people were really happy when we qualified because they really didn't know that a Spanish team can make it into the league, and they were really happy. But we are feeling, I think, a little bit under pressure because they are looking constantly to us. We need to practice with better people to improve our skills, our rotations, and that stuff in the game that we couldn't get better in Spain.
To be honest, that league is very hard. You got such amazing teams like Millennium, Infused, Vitality, a lot. But saying that we have no chance would be a mistake.
Uplink is a favorite mode within the esports community because of its fast-paced, aggressive nature. This mode features two teams clashing in an attempt to score a satellite drone into an enemy's floating uplink station. The drone will be spawned in a neutral point between players' locations. Players must then get to the spawn location to fight over control of the drone. Every drone thrown through the uplink station scores 1 point. However, 2 points are awarded if the drone is carried through the goal. Uplink forces players to push into enemy territories and to hold their position. The player with the drone loses their equipped weapon, but gains an additional protective armor, assisting them while their guard is down. After 2 rounds, alternating between map sides, the team with the most points wins the match. Uplink brings on a whole new aggressive gameplay that requires players to solidify their teamwork and conquer map control.
Because I was a substitute for Infused, I was always just on the sideline, just waiting to play, and I was so close to playing them multiple times, and I was gutted every time I couldn't.
I knew that I'd have to form my own team after Season 1 to get into Season 2, then prove myself there.
I was a substitute for Exa Esports. Basically, the only 4 top players that weren't in the league was us 4, so we didn't really have a choice of many players, so we just got together. We've been playing together for probably around 2 months. I think if we sort out people's attitudes, we can easily be a long-term team.
I think our Uplink game is on par with some of the top US teams because of how much dedication and time we put into it. CTF is kind of a strong point as well. We don't really lose that too much, but Uplink is certainly there. I think the thing that's special about our team is that we have all such good individual talent that we could compete easily with the top teams.
We can easily get top 4 in the league. We've already beaten CWL teams at events, so we know how good we are.
I played Call of Duty XP. We finished 8th. We got a pretty good amount of money from that. When I came back from Call of Duty XP, I went on the main French television, so everyone didn't know I was going on there. They were just eating their thing with their family. They said, "What is it, Max? What is going on?" The day after that, at high school, everyone was like, "Yo, Max, you're really playing really video games? What was that?" But that feeling was really strange. I can't even describe it right now because people were looking at me in a way they didn't look at me before. I had either the choice to quit and the choice to practice every single day harder and harder. It could be my last 1 or last 2 years in the game. When I came around in Supremacy, I wasn't the captain at all, but we don't like to say that either this guy or this guy is the captain. I mean, we're working as a unit, of course, but the ideas have to come from somewhere. I think I'm the most experienced player in my team. I played for 10 years. I went to a lot of international events, played for a lot of money as well, so I know what pressure means, and I'm really not afraid of it.
In one of the more fast-paced modes in multiplayer, Hardpoint sees 2 teams rushing to secure a specified territory on the map. Once a location has been locked down, the team holding the position has to fight to protect it. If players from both teams are within the hardpoint, the area is considered contested until only one team remains in its location. During gameplay, the hardpoint territory will respawn several times to a new location, forcing all players racing to lock down the new area every 60 seconds. The first team to a score of 250 points within the 5-minute time limit wins the game. Stand your ground in this take on King of the Hill, as every second counts.
I've been playing full-time for like over a year now. I quit college and I took last year off, spent the whole Advanced Warfare as a full-time job in Epsilon. I'd like to say it's paying off for me, yeah. I've travelled across the world, earned a fair bit of money, done the things I'd never do if I wasn't playing Call of Duty and done it full-time. When I first started playing Call of Duty full-time, it wasn't the best idea in their minds, but I think as it developed and I started going to events, it's like it actually can do something. Then it started following me on social media, checking everything I was doing, watching all the live streams, and now it's at the point where it's literally watching all the time. My whole family's always watching me every time I go away. My leadership role is one of the main things like in our whole team. I've played for that long, I've been in every situation possible, like I just know what to do, like I don't get nervous at like last maps I've played so many of them. I just make sure to stay calm, like I'm the one who calls the strats, so if someone's not comfortable with doing something, then I'll tell them like just don't worry about it, like it is what it is. Like if we do it as a team, we win as a team, we lose as a team, so if something goes wrong, it is what it is. I'm very happy with stage one, especially with like teaming new players and people who what you can say haven't done much in their career. We've done really well. We was actually second throughout most of the league. I didn't expect as much, but they surprised me, they surprised everyone. I always aim to win.
My whole family follow through any events I attend and online. I'll always get a message from my mum or one of my brothers saying, "Oh, how are you doing?" I'd like to say I could stick around for a couple more years. I feel like I've got the capability and skills to do so. The time I'd stop is when I feel like I'm not helping a team and I'm holding them back. So I wouldn't really want to go from competing at the top to then just dropping and competing for the lower places. So whenever I feel like that's happening, then I know that's it. It's kind of a weird one because you never really expect to be known from playing a game, and to be known to the extent where you've got 70,000 plus followers, it's just a weird feeling. My main following is from the French side of things, because I've teamed with the likes of Gotarga, Carnage, Maxi, Riskin, and under the organisation Millennium, who are French too, so it sort of all blew up for myself when I did go on take on that challenge with teaming the French players and the French roster. I'd say in France I'd get recognised more than I would in the UK. I don't speak a lot of French, but if there was one thing I'd like to say to all of the French supporters is merci beaucoup.
Before last year, I don't think I went like on a plane for over like 10 years, and then in the last year I've been to 8 different countries, so it says a lot how much God can do for you. My mum wasn't really a fan before when I first started playing, but then when she started seeing I was making money from it and I was actually gaining like social media followers, she started to come along more, and now she watches my events all the time. It's important because she's the most important person to me and my family. She still roasts me. She roasts me for losing. I've been in the last 5 grand finals and I've only won 2 of them, so she always says, "Oh, you always say you're going to win the next ones." I think communication is probably the biggest key to any player. It's the most important thing. That's what I've been trying to work on personally this season. Like little situations where, like telling your teammates, "I've got this, you don't have to watch this," is just really key, especially high tempo games. I'm already thinking about champs because I don't think there's any way I'd fall out of the top 6. So champs is definitely the main priority. Like as long as we, whatever team I'm in, as long as we cash out at champs, then this year's been successful. Now all I care about is winning. I don't care if I drop 50 kills, I don't care if I drop 10, as long as I win, that's all I care about.
I'm Mark Bryceland, aka Marky B, and I play for Team Infused. I'm also the captain of the squad. My teammates are Zero, PT and Urban. When this team first came about, it was sort of random as such because there was a lot of different squads bouncing about, and I wouldn't really say we were the leftovers, but I think that it was just one of those teams that just got sort of flung together for an event, and it sort of worked out.
I'm the picky one, to be honest, in the team. If I see something wrong, I'm going to say what's wrong. The way we react to it is like a good environment, and unlike any other team I've been in, where we actually try to get better as a team rather than just try and benefit ourselves.
I talk to these guys on a daily basis. They're some of my best friends, and I see them and talk to them more than some of my better friends that I know from real life as such.
We've got a lot of chemistry, so we've teamed together for the longest in Europe, so it's just overall it's like good vibes within the team.
As a team, we're all great friends in game and out.
If I could pick an all-star team, I'd just pick these guys. I think that there's a lot of people who just give up as the first sign of just sort of defeat. If things go wrong, they might get dropped from a team, they might just give up. But you just got to keep going, get back on it and just keep grinding, try and get better. Look to constantly improve not only yourself but your team. The results will come and you'll eventually get success. There's obviously a lot of pressure in terms of getting results, but I don't really feel it, to be honest. I think that I've been doing this for years and it just feels sort of natural. My friends and family are actually really supportive. My mum watches every single event I go to. My girlfriend's been to a couple of events with me, and my friends watch every event I go to as well, so they're all really supportive of it and they all really enjoy Call of Duty. When I first started playing Call of Duty, I didn't really expect to be a sort of like figurehead of the scene or whatever, but I suppose that's sort of the position I'm now in, and obviously I sort of embrace that. And main motivation is like just achieving success, but at the same time when I'm playing Call of Duty, I've always been a guy that's really enjoyed the game. I've always enjoyed putting loads of time into it. Right now it just feels like it's our job just to succeed, and just that we're going to do that. There's no like things that are flinging me off my path. Potentially one day be a world champion. That's obviously what I want to do one day.
Competed in America for a prolonged period of time, one of the only European players to do that with reasonable success, I guess. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, I had to return home from America, but luckily I immediately landed within, in my opinion, the best European team alongside three of the best, if not the three best European players. The catalyst for my parents' support was Call of Duty XP. We ended up coming fourth, and that was the largest tournament so far. $1 million tournament. We took home 100,000 split between four of us, which is, at the age of 18, it's a substantial amount. And when that check comes through the door, that's the light bulb in your parents' brain, I guess, and that's when it makes them think, you know, this is legitimate. In the past, I have had sort of minuscule thoughts crop up every so often about retirement, and that's natural, especially when you have unfortunate results at a tournament. In a tournament like Call of Duty Championships, perhaps tournaments that fall significantly below your own expectations, it's natural to have thoughts about retirement, and especially given the fact that the age of retirement is so young in Call of Duty. You need to take things seriously, you need to do everything you can to improve as a player, and when the time comes, hopefully you have other avenues to pursue within gaming.
Yeah, I think that we've got a team with the four most popular Spanish players in Spain, so we've got a really huge fan base.
I love my fans because if we don't have fans in the COD, maybe we are not here in the COD World League. They are basically the most important for us, for the motivation when we play.
I think that we are not representing only Giants Gaming. We are representing Spain, and that's really a good chance for all of us. I think Spanish people were really happy when we qualified because they really didn't know that a Spanish team can make it into the league, and they were really happy. But we are feeling, I think, a little bit under pressure because they are looking constantly to us. We need to practice with better people to improve our skills, our rotations, and that stuff in the game that we couldn't get better in Spain.
To be honest, that league is very, very, very hard. You got such amazing teams like Millennium, Infused, Vitality, a lot. But saying that we have no chance would be a mistake.
Uplink is a favorite mode within the esports community because of its fast-paced, aggressive nature. This mode features two teams clashing in an attempt to score a satellite drone into an enemy's floating uplink station. The drone will be spawned in a neutral point between players' locations. Players must then get to the spawn location to fight over control of the drone. Every drone thrown through the uplink station scores 1 point. However, 2 points are awarded if the drone is carried through the goal. Uplink forces players to push into enemy territories and to hold their position. The player with the drone loses their equipped weapon, but gains an additional protective armor, assisting them while their guard is down. After 2 rounds, alternating between map sides, the team with the most points wins the match. Uplink brings on a whole new aggressive gameplay that requires players to solidify their teamwork and conquer map control.
Because I was a substitute for Infused, I was always just on the sideline, just waiting to play, and I was so close to playing them multiple times, and I was gutted every time I couldn't.
I knew that I'd have to form my own team after Season 1 to get into Season 2, then prove myself there.
I was a substitute for Exa Esports. Basically, the only 4 top players that weren't in the league was us 4, so we didn't really have a choice of many players, so we just got together. We've been playing together for probably around 2 months. I think if we sort out people's attitudes, we can easily be a long-term team.
I think our uplink game is on par with some of the top US teams because of how much dedication and time we put into it. CTF is kind of a strong point as well. We don't really lose that too much, but uplink is certainly there. I think the thing that's special about our team is that we have all such good individual talent that we could compete easily with the top teams.
We can easily get top 4 in the league. We've already beaten CWL teams at events, so we know how good we are.
I played Call of Duty XP. We finished 8th. We got a pretty good amount of money from that. When I came back from Call of Duty XP, I went on the main French television, so everyone didn't know I was going on there. They were just eating their thing with their family. They said, "What is it, Max? What is going on?" The day after that, at high school, everyone was like, "Yo, Max, you're really playing really video games? What was that?" But that feeling was really strange. I can't even describe it right now because people were looking at me in a way they didn't look at me before. I had either the choice to quit and the choice to practice every single day harder and harder. It could be my last 1 or last 2 years in the game. When I came around in Supremacy, I wasn't the captain at all, but we don't like to say that either this guy or this guy is the captain. I mean, we were working as a unit, of course, but the ideas have to come from somewhere. I think I'm the most experienced player in my team. I played for 10 years. I went to a lot of international events, played for a lot of money as well, so I know what pressure means, and I'm really not afraid of it.
In one of the more fast-paced modes in multiplayer, Hardpoint sees 2 teams rushing to secure a specified territory on the map. Once a location has been locked down, the team holding the position has to fight to protect it. If players from both teams are within the hardpoint, the area is considered contested until only 1 team remains in its location. During gameplay, the hardpoint territory will respawn several times to a new location, forcing all players racing to lock down the new area every 60 seconds. The first team to a score of 250 points within the 5-minute time limit wins the game. Stand your ground in this take on King of the Hill, as every second counts.
I've been playing full-time for over a year now. I quit college and I took last year off, spent the whole Advanced Warfare as a full-time job in Epsilon. I'd like to say it's paying off for me, yeah. I've travelled across the world, earned a fair bit of money, done things I'd never do if I wasn't playing Call of Duty and done it full-time. When I first started playing Call of Duty full-time, it wasn't the best idea in their minds, but I think as it developed and I started going to events, it's like it actually can do something. Then it started following me on social media, checking everything I was doing, watching all the live streams, and now it's at the point where it's literally watching all the time. My whole family's always watching me every time I go away. My leadership role is one of the main things in that whole team. I've played for that long, I've been in every situation possible. I just know what to do, I don't get nervous at last maps I've played so many of them. I just make sure to stay calm, I'm the one who calls the strats, so if someone's not comfortable with doing something, then I'll tell them, just don't worry about it, it is what it is. If we do it as a team, we win as a team, we lose as a team, so if something goes wrong, it is what it is. I'm very happy with stage one, especially with like teaming new players and people who, what you can say, haven't done much in their career. We've done really well. We was actually second throughout most of the league. I didn't expect as much, but they surprised me, they surprised everyone. I always aim to win.
My whole family follow through any events I attend and online. I'll always get a message from my mum or one of my brothers saying, "Oh, how are you doing?" I'd like to say I could stick around for a couple more years. I feel like I've got the capability and skills to do so. The time I'd stop is when I feel like I'm not helping a team and I'm holding them back. So I wouldn't really want to go from competing at the top to then just dropping and competing for the lower places. So whenever I feel like that's happening, then I know that's it. It's kind of a weird one because you never really expect to be known from playing a game, and to be known to the extent where you've got 70,000 plus followers, it's just a weird feeling. My main following is from the French side of things, because I've teamed with the likes of Gotarga, Carnage, Maxi, Riskin, and under the organisation Millennium, who are French too, so it sort of all blew up for myself when I did go on take on that challenge with teaming the French players and the French roster. I'd say in France I'd get recognised more than I would in the UK. I don't speak a lot of French, but if there was one thing I'd like to say to all of the French supporters is merci beaucoup.
Before last year, I don't think I went like on a plane for over like 10 years, and then in the last year I've been to 8 different countries, so it says a lot how much God can do for you. My mum wasn't really a fan before when I first started playing, but then when she started seeing I was making money from it and I was actually gaining like social media followers, she started to come along more, and now she watches my events all the time. It's important because she's the most important person to me and my family. She still roasts me. She roasts me for losing. I've been in the last 5 grand finals and I've only won 2 of them, so she always says, "Oh, you always say you're going to win the next ones." I think communication is probably the biggest key to any player. It's the most important thing. That's what I've been trying to work on personally this season. Like little situations where, like telling your teammates, "I've got this, you don't have to watch this," is just really key, especially high tempo games. I'm already thinking about champs because I don't think there's any way I'd fall out of the top 6. So champs is definitely the main priority. Like as long as we, whatever team I'm in, as long as we cash out at champs, then this year's been successful. Now all I care about is winning. I don't care if I drop 50 kills, I don't care if I drop 10, as long as I win, that's all I care about.
I'm Mark Bryceland, aka Marky B, and I play for Team Infused. I'm also the captain of the squad. My teammates are Zero, PT and Urban. When this team first came about, it was sort of random as such because there was a lot of different squads bouncing about, and I wouldn't really say we were the leftovers, but I think that it was just one of those teams that just got sort of flung together for an event, and it sort of worked out.
I'm the picky one, to be honest, in the team. If I see something wrong, I'm going to say what's wrong. The way we react to it is like a good environment, and unlike any other team I've been in, where we actually try to get better as a team rather than just try and benefit ourselves.
I talk to these guys on a daily basis. They're some of my best friends, and I see them and talk to them more than some of my better friends that I know from real life as such.
We've got a lot of chemistry because we've teamed together for the longest in Europe, so it's just overall it's like good vibes within the team.
As a team, we're all great friends in game and out.
If I could pick an all-star team, I'd just pick these guys. I think that there's a lot of people who just give up as the first sign of just sort of defeat. If things go wrong, they might get dropped from a team, they might just give up. But you just got to keep going, get back on it and just keep grinding, try and get better. Look to constantly improve not only yourself but your team. The results will come and you'll eventually get success. There's obviously a lot of pressure in terms of getting results, but I don't really feel it, to be honest. I think that I've been doing this for years and it just feels sort of natural. My friends and family are actually really supportive. My mum watches every single event I go to. My girlfriend's been to a couple of events with me, and my friends watch every event I go to as well, so they're all really supportive of it and they all really enjoy Call of Duty. When I first started playing Call of Duty, I didn't really expect to be a sort of like figurehead of the scene or whatever, but I suppose that's sort of the position I'm now in, and obviously I sort of embrace that, and main motivation is like just achieving success. But at the same time, when I'm playing Call of Duty, I've always been a guy that's really enjoyed the game. I've always enjoyed putting loads of time into it. Right now it just feels like it's our job just to succeed, and just that we're going to do that. There's no like things that are flinging me off my path. Potentially one day be a world champion. That's obviously what I want to do one day.
competed in America for a prolonged period of time, one of the only European players to do that with reasonable success, I guess. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, I had to return home from America, but luckily I immediately landed within, in my opinion, the best European team alongside three of the best, if not the three best European players. The catalyst for my parents' support was Call of Duty XP. We ended up coming fourth, and that was the largest tournament so far. $1 million tournament. We took home 100,000 split between four of us, which is, at the age of 18, it's a substantial amount. And when that check comes through the door, that's the light bulb in your parents' brain, I guess, and that's when it makes them think, you know, this is legitimate. In the past, I have had sort of minuscule thoughts crop up every so often about retirement, and that's natural, especially when you have unfortunate results at a tournament, in a tournament like Call of Duty Championships, perhaps tournaments that fall significantly below your own expectations. It's natural to have thoughts about retirement, and especially given the fact that the age of retirement is so young in Call of Duty. You need to take things seriously, you need to do everything you can to improve as a player, and when the time comes, hopefully you have other avenues to pursue within gaming.
Yeah, I think that we've got a team with the four most popular Spanish players in Spain, so we've got a really huge fan base.
I love my fans because if we don't have fans in the COD, maybe we are not here in the COD World League. They are basically the most important for us, for the motivation when we play.
I think that we are not representing only Giants Gaming. We are representing Spain, and that's really a good chance for all of us. I think Spanish people were really happy when we qualified because they really didn't know that a Spanish team can make it into the league, and they were really happy. But we are feeling, I think, a little bit under pressure because they are looking constantly to us. We need to practice with better people to improve our skills, our rotations, and that stuff in the game that we couldn't get better in Spain.
To be honest, that league is very, very, very hard. You got such amazing teams like Millennium, Infused, Vitality, a lot. But saying that we have no chance would be a mistake.
Uplink is a favorite mode within the esports community because of its fast-paced, aggressive nature. This mode features two teams clashing in an attempt to score a satellite drone into an enemy's floating uplink station. The drone will be spawned in a neutral point between players' locations. Players must then get to the spawn location to fight over control of the drone. Every drone thrown through the uplink station scores 1 point. However, 2 points are awarded if the drone is carried through the goal. Uplink forces players to push into enemy territories and to hold their position. The player with the drone loses their equipped weapon, but gains an additional protective armor, assisting them while their guard is down. After 2 rounds, alternating between map sides, the team with the most points wins the match. Uplink brings on a whole new aggressive gameplay that requires players to solidify their teamwork and conquer map control.
Because I was a substitute for Infused, I was always just on the sideline, just waiting to play, and I was so close to playing them multiple times, and I was gutted every time I couldn't.
I knew that I'd have to form my own team after Season 1 to get into Season 2, then prove myself there.
I was a substitute for Exa Esports. Basically, the only 4 top players that weren't in the league was us 4, so we didn't really have a choice of many players, so we just got together. We've been playing together for probably around 2 months. I think if we sort out people's attitudes, we can easily be a long-term team.
I think our Uplink game is on par with some of the top US teams because of how much dedication and time we put into it. CTF is kind of a strong point as well. We don't really lose that too much, but Uplink is certainly there. I think the thing that's special about our team is that we have all such good individual talent, that we could compete easily with the top teams.
We can easily get top 4 in the league. We've already beaten CWL teams at events, so we know how good we are.
I played Call of Duty XP. We finished 8th. We got a pretty good amount of money from that. When I came back from Call of Duty XP, I went on like the main French television, so everyone like didn't know I was going on there. They were just eating their thing with their family. They thought, what, is it Max? Like, what is going on? The day after that, at high school, everyone was like, yo, Max, you're really playing with video games? What was that? But that feeling was really strange. I can't even describe it right now, because people were looking at me like, in a way, they didn't look at me before. I had either like the choice to quit and the choice to practice every single day harder and harder. It could be my last 1 or last 2 years in the game. When I came around in Supremacy, I wasn't the captain at all, but we don't like to say that either this guy or this guy is the captain. I mean, we're working as a unit, of course, but the ideas have to come from somewhere. I think I'm the most experienced player in my team. I played for 10 years. I went to a lot of international events, played for a lot of money as well, so I know what pressure means, and I'm really not afraid of it.
In one of the more fast-paced modes in multiplayer, Hardpoint sees 2 teams rushing to secure a specified territory on the map. Once a location has been locked down, the team holding the position has to fight to protect it. If players from both teams are within the hardpoint, the area is considered contested until only one team remains in its location. During gameplay, the hardpoint territory will respawn several times to a new location, forcing all players racing to lock down the new area every 60 seconds. The first team to a score of 250 points within the 5-minute time limit wins the game. Stand your ground in this take on King of the Hill, as every second counts.
I've been playing full-time for like over a year now. I quit college and I took last year off, spent the whole Advanced Warfare as a full-time job in Epsilon. I'd like to say it's paying off for me, yeah. I've travelled across the world, earned a fair bit of money, done the things I'd never do if I wasn't playing Call of Duty and done it full-time. When I first started playing Call of Duty full-time, it wasn't the best idea in their minds, but I think as it developed and I started going to events, it's like it actually can do something. Then it just started following me on social media, checking everything I was doing, watching all the live streams, and now it's at the point where it's literally watching all the time. My whole family's always watching me every time I go away. My leadership role is one of the main things like in our whole team. I've played for that long, I've been in every situation possible. Like I just know what to do, like I don't get nervous at like last maps I've played so many of them. I just make sure to stay calm, like I'm the one who calls the strats, so if someone's not comfortable with doing something, then I'll tell them, like, just don't worry about it, like it is what it is. Like if we do it as a team, we win as a team, we lose as a team, so if something goes wrong, it is what it is. I'm very happy with stage 1, especially with like teaming new players and people who, what you can say, haven't done much in their career. We've done really well. We was actually second for that most of the league. I didn't expect as much, but they surprised me, they surprised everyone. I always aim to win.
My whole family follow through any events I attend and online. I'll always get a message from my mum or one of my brothers saying, oh, how are you doing? I'd like to say I could stick around for a couple more years. I feel like I've got the capability and skills to do so. The time I'd stop is when I feel like I'm not helping a team and I'm holding them back. So I wouldn't really want to go from competing at the top to then just dropping and competing for the lower places. So whenever I feel like that's happening, then I know that's it. It's kind of a weird one because you never really expect to be known from playing a game, and to be known to the extent where you've got 70,000 plus followers, it's just a weird feeling. My main following is from the French side of things, because I've teamed with the likes of Gotarga, Carnage, Maxi, Riskin, and under the organisation Millennium, who are French too, so it sort of all blew up for myself when I did go on take on that challenge between the French players and the French roster. I'd say in France I'd get recognised more than I would in the UK. I don't speak a lot of French, but if there was one thing I'd like to say to all of the French supporters is merci beaucoup.
Before last year, I don't think I went on a plane for over 10 years, and then in the last year I've been to 8 different countries, so it says a lot how much God can do for you. My mum wasn't really a fan before when I first started playing, but then when she started seeing I was making money from it and I was actually gaining social media followers, she started to come along more, and now she watches my events all the time. It's important because she's the most important person to me and my family. She still roasts me. She roasts me for losing. I've been in the last 5 grand finals and I've only won 2 of them, so she always says, oh, you always say you're going to win the next ones. I think communication is probably the biggest key to any player. It's the most important thing. That's what I've been trying to work on personally this season. Little situations where telling your teammates, I've got this, you don't have to watch this, it's just really key, especially high tempo games. I'm already thinking about champs because I don't think there's any way I'd fall out of the top 6. So champs is definitely the main priority. As long as whatever team I'm in, as long as we cash out at champs, then this year's been successful. Now all I care about is winning. I don't care if I drop 50 kills, I don't care if I drop 10, as long as I win, that's all I care about.
I'm Mark Bryceland, aka Marky B, and I play for Team Infused. I'm also the captain of the squad. My teammates are Zero, PT and Urban. When this team first came about, it was sort of random as such because there was a lot of different squads bouncing about, and I wouldn't really say we were the leftovers, but I think that it was just one of those teams that just kind of sort of flung together for an event, and it sort of worked out.
I'm the picky one, to be honest, in the team. If I see something wrong, I'm going to say what's wrong. The way we react to it is like a good environment, and unlike any other team I've been in, where we actually try to get better as a team rather than just try and benefit ourselves.
I talk to these guys on a daily basis. They're some of my best friends, and I see them and talk to them more than some of my better friends that I know from real life as such.
We've got a lot of chemistry because we've teamed together for the longest in Europe, so it's just overall it's good vibes within the team.
As a team, we're all great friends in game and out.
If I could pick an all-star team, I'd just pick these guys. I think that there's a lot of people who just give up as the first sign of just sort of defeat. If things go wrong, they might get dropped from a team, they might just give up. But you just got to keep going, get back on it and just keep grinding, try and get better. Look to constantly improve not only yourself but your team. The results will come and you'll eventually get success. There's obviously a lot of pressure in terms of getting results, but I don't really feel it, to be honest. I think that I've been doing this for years and it just feels sort of natural. My friends and family are actually really supportive. My mum watches every single event I go to. My girlfriend's been to a couple of events with me, and my friends watch every event I go to as well, so they're all really supportive of it and they all really enjoy Call of Duty. When I first started playing Call of Duty, I didn't really expect to be a sort of figurehead of the scene or whatever, but I suppose that's sort of the position I'm now in, and obviously I sort of embraced that, and main motivation is just achieving success, but at the same time when I'm playing Call of Duty, I've always been a guy that's really enjoyed the game. I've always enjoyed putting loads of time into it. Right now it just feels like it's our job just to succeed, and just that we're going to do that. There's no things that are flinging me off my path. Potentially one day be a world champion, that's obviously what I want to do one day.
Competed in America for a prolonged period of time, one of the only European players to do that with reasonable success, I guess. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, I had to return home from America, but luckily I immediately landed within, in my opinion, the best European team alongside 3 of the best, if not the 3 best European players. The catalyst for my parents' support was Call of Duty XP. We ended up coming 4th, and that was the largest tournament so far. $1 million tournament. We took home 100,000 split between 4 of us, which is, at the age of 18, it's a substantial amount. And when that check comes through the door, that's the light bulb in your parents' brain, I guess, and that's when it makes them think, you know, this is legitimate. In the past, I have had sort of minuscule thoughts crop up every so often about retirement, and that's natural, especially when you have unfortunate results at a tournament. In a tournament like Call of Duty Championships, perhaps tournaments that fall significantly below your own expectations, it's natural to have thoughts about retirement, and especially given the fact that the age of retirement is so so young in Call of Duty. You need to take things seriously. You need to do everything you can to improve as a player, and when the time comes, hopefully you have other avenues to pursue within gaming.
Yeah, I think that we've got a team with the four most popular Spanish players in Spain, so we've got a really huge fan base.
I love my fans because if we don't have fans in the COD, maybe we are not here in the COD World League. They are basically the most important for us, for the motivation when we play.
I think that we are not representing only Giants Gaming. We are representing Spain, and that's really a good chance for all of us. I think Spanish people were really happy when we qualified because they really didn't know that a Spanish team can make it into the league, and they were really happy. But we are feeling, I think, a little bit under pressure because they are looking constantly to us. We need to practice with better people to improve our skills, our rotations, and that stuff in the game that we couldn't get better in Spain.
To be honest, that league is very, very, very hard. You got such amazing teams like Millennium, Infused, Vitality, a lot. But saying that we have no chance would be a mistake.
Uplink is a favorite mode within the esports community because of its fast-paced, aggressive nature. This mode features two teams clashing in an attempt to score a satellite drone into an enemy's floating uplink station. The drone will be spawned in a neutral point between players' locations. Players must then get to the spawn location to fight over control of the drone. Every drone thrown through the uplink station scores 1 point. However, 2 points are awarded if the drone is carried through the goal. Uplink forces players to push into enemy territories and to hold their position. The player with the drone loses their equipped weapon, but gains an additional protective armor, assisting them while their guard is down. After 2 rounds, alternating between map sides, the team with the most points wins the match. Uplink brings on a whole new aggressive gameplay that requires players to solidify their teamwork and conquer map control.
Because I was a substitute for Infused, I was always just on the sideline, just waiting to play, and I was so close to playing on multiple times, and I was gutted every time I couldn't.
I knew that I'd have to form my own team after Season 1 to get into Season 2, then prove myself there.
I was a substitute for Exa Esports. Basically, the only 4 top players that weren't in the league was us 4, so we didn't really have a choice of many players, so we just got together. We've been playing together for probably around 2 months. I think if we sort out people's attitudes, we can easily be a long-term team.
I think our Uplink game is on par with some of the top US teams because of how much dedication and time we put into it. CTF is kind of a strong point as well. We don't really lose that too much, but Uplink is certainly there. I think the thing that's special about our team is that we have all such good individual talent that we could compete easily with the top teams.
We can easily get top 4 in the league. We've already beaten CWL teams at events, so we know how good we are.
I played Call of Duty XP. We finished 8th. We got a pretty good amount of money from that. When I came back from Call of Duty XP, I went on the main French television, so everyone didn't know I was going on there. They were just eating their thing with their family, and they thought, what, is it Max? What is going on? The day after that, at high school, everyone was like, yo, Max, you're really playing really video games? What was that? But that feeling was really strange. I can't even describe it right now, because people were looking at me in a way they didn't look at me before. I had either the choice to quit and the choice to practice every single day harder and harder. It could be my last 1 or last 2 years in the game. When I came around in Supremacy, I wasn't the captain at all, but we don't like to say that either this guy or this guy is the captain. I mean, we're working as a unit, of course, but the ideas have to come from somewhere. I think I'm the most experienced player in my team. I played for 10 years. I went to a lot of international events, played for a lot of money as well, so I know what pressure means, and I'm really not afraid of it.
In one of the more fast-paced modes in multiplayer, Hardpoint sees two teams rushing to secure a specified territory on the map. Once a location has been locked down, the team holding the position has to fight to protect it. If players from both teams are within the hardpoint, the area is considered contested until only one team remains in its location. During gameplay, the hardpoint territory will respawn several times to a new location, forcing all players racing to lock down the new area every 60 seconds. The first team to a score of 250 points within the 5-minute time limit wins the game. Stand your ground in this take on King of the Hill, as every second counts.
I've been playing full-time for like over a year now. I quit college and I took last year off, spent the whole Advanced Warfare as a full-time job in Epsilon. I'd like to say it's paying off for me, yeah. I've travelled across the world, earned a fair bit of money, done things I'd never do if I wasn't playing Call of Duty and done it full-time. When I first started playing Call of Duty full-time, it wasn't the best idea in their minds, but I think as it developed and I started going to events, it's like it actually can do something. Then they started following me on social media, checking everything I was doing, watching all the live streams, and now it's at the point where it's literally watching all the time. My whole family's always watching me every time I go away. My leadership role is one of the main things like in our whole team. I've played for that long, I've been in every situation possible, like I just know what to do, like I don't get nervous at like last maps I've played so many of them. I just make sure to stay calm, like I'm the one who calls the strats, so if someone's not comfortable with doing something, then I'll tell them, like just don't worry about it, like it is what it is. Like if we do it as a team, we win as a team, we lose as a team, so if something goes wrong, it is what it is. I'm very happy with stage one, especially with like teaming new players and people who what you can say haven't done much in their career. We've done really well. We was actually second for that most of the league. I didn't expect as much, but they surprised me, they surprised everyone. I always aim to win.
My whole family follow through any events I attend and online. I'll always get a message from my mum or one of my brothers saying, "Oh, how are you doing?" I'd like to say I could stick around for a couple more years. I feel like I've got the capability and skills to do so. The time I'd stop is when I feel like I'm not helping a team and I'm holding them back. Because I wouldn't really want to go from competing at the top to then just dropping and competing for the lower places. So whenever I feel like that's happening, then I know that's it. It's kind of a weird one because you never really expect to be known from playing a game, and to be known to the extent where you've got 70,000 plus followers. It's just a weird feeling. My main following is from the French side of things because I've teamed with the likes of Gotarga, Carnage, Maxi, Riskin, and under the organisation Millennium, who are French too. So it sort of all blew up for myself when I did go on take on that challenge with teaming the French players and the French roster. I'd say in France I'd get recognised more than I would in the UK. I don't speak a lot of French, but if there was one thing I'd like to say to all of the French supporters is merci beaucoup.
Before last year, I don't think I went like on a plane for over like 10 years, and then in the last year I've been to 8 different countries, so it says a lot how much God can do for you. My mum wasn't really a fan before when I first started playing, but then when she started seeing I was making money from it and I was actually gaining like social media followers, she started to come along more, and now she watches my events all the time. It's important because she's the most important person to me and my family. She still roasts me. She roasts me for losing. I've been in the last 5 grand finals and I've only won 2 of them, so she always says, "Oh, you always say you're going to win the next ones." I think communication is probably the biggest key to any player. It's the most important thing. That's what I've been trying to work on personally this season. Like little situations where, like telling your teammates, "I've got this, you don't have to watch this," it's just really key, in especially high tempo games. I'm already thinking about champs because I don't think there's any way I'd fall out of the top 6. So champs is definitely the main priority. Like, as long as we, whatever team I'm in, as long as we cash out at champs, then this year's been successful. Now all I care about is winning. I don't care if I drop 50 kills, I don't care if I drop 10, as long as I win, that's all I care about.
I'm Mark Bryceland, aka Marky B, and I play for Team Infused. I'm also the captain of the squad. My teammates are Zero, PT and Urban. When this team first came about, it was sort of random as such because there was a lot of different squads bouncing about, and I wouldn't really say we were the leftovers, but I think that it was just one of those teams that just kind of sort of flung together for an event, and it sort of worked out.
I'm the picky one, to be honest, in the team. If I see something wrong, I'm going to say what's wrong. The way we react to it is like a good environment, and unlike any other team I've been in, where we actually try to get better as a team rather than just try and benefit ourselves.
I talk to these guys on a daily basis. They're some of my best friends, and I see them and talk to them more than some of my better friends that I know from real life as such.
We've got a lot of chemistry because we've teamed together for the longest in Europe, so it's just overall it's like good vibes within the team.
As a team, we're all great friends in game and out.
If I could pick an all-star team, I'd just pick these guys. I think that there's a lot of people who just give up as the first sign of just sort of defeat. If things go wrong, they might get dropped from a team, might just give up. But you just got to keep going, get back on it and just keep grinding, try and get better. Look to constantly improve not only yourself but your team. The results will come and you'll eventually get success. There's obviously a lot of pressure in terms of getting results, but I don't really feel it, to be honest. I think that I've been doing this for years and it just feels sort of natural. My friends and family are actually really supportive. My mum watches every single event I go to. My girlfriend's been to a couple of events with me, and my friends watch every event I go to as well, so they're all really supportive of it and they all really enjoy Call of Duty. When I first started playing Call of Duty, I didn't really expect to be a sort of like figurehead of the scene or whatever, but I suppose that's sort of the position I'm now in, and obviously I sort of embrace that, and main motivation is like just achieving success. But at the same time, when I'm playing Call of Duty, I've always been a guy that's really enjoyed the game. I've always enjoyed putting loads of time into it. Right now it just feels like it's our job just to succeed, and just that we're going to do that. There's no like things that are flinging me off my path. Potentially one day be a world champion. That's obviously what I want to do one day.
Competed in America for a prolonged period of time, one of the only European players to do that with reasonable success, I guess. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, I had to return home from America, but luckily I immediately landed within, in my opinion, the best European team alongside three of the best, if not the three best European players. The catalyst for my parents' support was Call of Duty XP. We ended up coming fourth, and that was the largest tournament so far. $1 million tournament. We took home 100,000 split between four of us, which is, at the age of 18, it's a substantial amount. And when that check comes through the door, that's the light bulb in your parents' brain, I guess, and that's when it makes them think, you know, this is legitimate. In the past, I have had sort of minuscule thoughts crop up every so often about retirement, and that's natural, especially when you have unfortunate results at a tournament. In a tournament like Call of Duty Championships, perhaps tournaments that fall significantly below your own expectations, it's natural to have thoughts about retirement, and especially given the fact that the age of retirement is so young in Call of Duty. You need to take things seriously, you need to do everything you can to improve as a player, and when the time comes, hopefully you have other avenues to pursue within gaming.
Yeah, I think that we've got a team with the foremost popular Spanish players in Spain, so we've got a really huge fan base.
I love my fans because if we don't have fans in the COD, maybe we are not here in the COD World League. They are basically the most important for us, for the motivation when we play.
I think that we are not representing only Giants Gaming. We are representing Spain, and that's really a good chance for all of us. I think Spanish people were really happy when we qualified because they really didn't know that a Spanish team can make it into the league, and they were really happy. But we are feeling, I think, a little bit under pressure because they are looking constantly to us. We need to practice with better people to improve our skills, our rotations, and that stuff in the game that we couldn't get better in Spain.
To be honest, that league is very, very, very hard. You got such amazing teams like Millennium, Infused, Vitality, a lot. But saying that we have no chance would be a mistake.
Uplink is a favorite mode within the esports community because of its fast-paced, aggressive nature. This mode features two teams clashing in an attempt to score a satellite drone into an enemy's floating uplink station. The drone will be spawned in a neutral point between players' locations. Players must then get to the spawn location to fight over control of the drone. Every drone thrown through the uplink station scores 1 point. However, 2 points are awarded if the drone is carried through the goal. Uplink forces players to push into enemy territories and to hold their position. The player with the drone loses their equipped weapon, but gains an additional protective armor, assisting them while their guard is down. After 2 rounds, alternating between map sides, the team with the most points wins the match. Uplink brings on a whole new aggressive gameplay that requires players to solidify their teamwork and conquer map control.
Because I was a substitute for Infused, I was always just on the sideline, just waiting to play, and I was so close to playing on multiple times, and I was gutted every time I couldn't.
I knew that I'd have to form my own team after Season 1 to get into Season 2, then prove myself there.
I was a substitute for Exa Esports. Basically, the only 4 top players that weren't in the league was us 4, so we didn't really have a choice of many players, so we just got together. We've been playing together for probably around 2 months. I think if we sort out people's attitudes, we can easily be a long-term team.
I think our Uplink game is on par with some of the top US teams because of how much dedication and time we put into it. CTF is kind of a strong point as well. We don't really lose that too much, but Uplink is certainly there. I think the thing that's special about our team is that we have all such good individual talent that we could compete easily with the top teams.
We can easily get top 4 in the league. We've already beaten CWL teams at events, so we know how good we are.
I played Call of Duty XP. We finished 8th. We got a pretty good amount of money from that. When I came back from Call of Duty XP, I went on the main French television, so everyone didn't know I was going on there. They were just eating their thing with their family. They said, "What is it, Max? What is going on?" The day after that, at high school, everyone was like, "Yo, Max, you're really playing with video games? What was that?" But that feeling was really strange. I can't even describe it right now because people were looking at me in a way they didn't look at me before. I had either the choice to quit and the choice to practice every single day harder and harder. It could be my last 1 or last 2 years in the game. When I came around in Supremacy, I wasn't the captain at all, but we don't like to say that either this guy or this guy is the captain. I mean, we were working as a unit, of course, but the ideas have to come from somewhere. I think I'm the most experienced player in my team. I played for 10 years. I went to a lot of international events, played for a lot of money as well, so I know what pressure means, and I'm really not afraid of it.
I've been playing full-time for over a year now. I quit college and I took last year off, spent the whole Advanced Warfare as a full-time job in Epsilon. I'd like to say it's paying off for me, yeah. I've travelled across the world, earned a fair bit of money, done the things I'd never do if I wasn't playing Call of Duty and done it full-time. When I first started playing Call of Duty full-time, it wasn't the best idea in their minds, but I think as it developed and I started going to events, it's like it actually can do something. Then she started following me on social media, checking everything I was doing, watching all the live streams, and now it's at the point where it's literally watching all the time. My whole family's always watching me every time I go away. My leadership role is one of the main things like in our whole team. I've played for that long, I've been in every situation possible, like I just know what to do, like I don't get nervous at like last maps I've played so many of them. I just make sure to stay calm, like I'm the one who calls the strats, so if someone's not comfortable with doing something, then I'll tell them, like just don't worry about it, like it is what it is. Like if we do it as a team, we win as a team, we lose as a team, so if something goes wrong, it is what it is. I'm very happy with stage 1, especially with like teaming new players and people who what you can say haven't done much in their career. We've done really well. We was actually second for that most of the league. I didn't expect as much, but they surprised me, they surprised everyone. I always aim to win.
In one of the more fast-paced modes in multiplayer, Hardpoint sees 2 teams rushing to secure a specified territory on the map. Once a location has been locked down, the team holding the position has to fight to protect it. If players from both teams are within the hardpoint, the area is considered contested until only one team remains in its location. During gameplay, the hardpoint territory will respawn several times to a new location, forcing all players racing to lock down the new area every 60 seconds. The first team to a score of 250 points within the 5-minute time limit wins the game. Stand your ground in this take on King of the Hill, as every second counts. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's time for the next game here in the EU CWL Challenge Division 5K. Second game of the day. This will be round of 8 to the quarterfinals is what we're going to go into. And we were waiting for this game to get underway. And it did not go, the game before did not go the way we thought. So we are actually going to see Pulse instead of LDLC. So, game is Hyper Games versus Pulse. Now, Pulse, that name at the moment, doesn't exactly have the greatest kind of stigma around it.
Doesn't have the best reputation, let's be honest. But today, you know, it's not only their previous game LDLC, they beat Dusty Backpacks, Sayonara, iDomini, Sublime. They've had a good run so far, and they're doing well. However, they come up against number 1 seed. It is, of course, Hyper Games, and the run doesn't get any easier. If they win this, they play either Millennium or Exertus. This is where kind of the real showing is given, because Pulse, we know that they're a great team and they're a good team, but they didn't cut it in the CWL, and now they're coming up against one of the CWL's best. So if you just joined us, we are in the quarterfinals, and the breakdown is on the screen for you there. And me and Bryce will keep you updated throughout the games, you know, with other ones, because we can't watch all the games, Bryce.
We can't, even though we would like to. I think I just want to give credit to Pulse, actually, because they broke the top 8 and prevented it from being all CWL teams.
Yeah.
Which I think is quite impressive, to be perfectly honest.
Well, it is. That is a statement in itself. The fact that every team left now is a CWL team except Pulse. And I think that's a good reason to watch them alone. Other games are going down. We've got Exertus Millennium. Currently, Millennium are 1-0 up in that. Epsilon Esports versus Supremacy will keep you up to date, and Giants versus Infuse. But we're focusing on Hyper Games versus Pulse.
However, I'm ignoring everything you just said.
Not new.
It's not. It's not, in fairness. I'm sorry. Because I want to go through and let's talk about this bracket. Let's talk about these games.
Okay.
Are you ready, Phil? I'm going to read them off to you.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to pick.
Okay.
Do you agree with Phil? Hashtag CWL PS4 at COD World League / Call of Duty. And, right. Hyper Games Pulse Gaming.
Hyper Games 3-0.
Millennium Exertus.
Millennium 3-1.
You're wrong. Epsilon versus Supremacy.
Epsilon 3-2.
Oh, okay. Giants versus Infused.
Infused 3-1.
Okay, the only one I disagree with there, I don't think there's going to be a 3-1 to Millennium.
What do you think?
I think Exert's been looking really well. I think they're going to take 2. I think that goes all the way to the best of 5. I still want to pick Millennium, but it depends, what form they're on.
Okay. I can see it happening. I guess it's just we both side from Millennium, but we just don't know how much they're going to let it slip.
I wouldn't surprise me to see Exerts go 2-0 up.
Well, Millennium are 1-0 up.
That's what I said. They will never go 2-0 up.
That's kind of what I'm feeling.
Okay,
Millennium
so you had secret info. I didn't have this info. I thought the
Millennium beat Exertus at Hardpoint. That's a big statement, I think, because Exertus are a good Hardpoint team.
Okay, I'm back on board with you now.
3-1?
Yep. All right, I thought they had the Hardpoint.
Yeah, I understand if you make some stupid decisions in your life, and you can. I'm always here for you.
Working with you was one of the worst decisions of my life. Well, correct there.
Okay. But we're agreeing to Hyper Games going through Millennium, Epsilon, and Infused. In fact, we think it's going to be an all-out UK semi-final.
Yeah, the only one that may throw a spanner in the works maybe Supremacy.
I say 3-2 is what I'm thinking there, but I am
double check the rosters actually, see if there's anybody standing in. Mal's, Vortex, Maxi, and Xerox, and then on Epsilon,
squad.
Most really scraps. That's the full Epsilon as well.
It's like a CWL showdown here in the quarterfinals, bar pulse, and we will get underway very, very shortly. Good thing is, though, this was actually the last game through the quarterfinals, so after this one, fingers crossed, we should be able to go straight into another one as well. But it's probably not going to work like that. It's a Sunday. These are the longest Call of Duty days for me and Bryce, because we have 4 best of 5s. We'll show you everything we can do, update you with the brackets, but we do have to wait for brackets to catch up with each other. Of course, if you want to check out the bracket, me and Bryce have both tweeted it, at BryceTacular, at PhilWith7. Make sure you hashtag CWLPS4 at COD World League, /Call of Duty it. Just do everything.
Yeah. Just casual like.
Casual like, yeah.
Yeah. For the lads. By the big.
Cheeky.
Bit cheeky, yeah. Bit cheeky, bit
I'd
cheeky
love
bracket.
now.
Oh, Anandos will go down great. Anyway, like I said, yeah, you are right with what you're saying. Today is the longest day. Now, I can explain this while we've got time. So basically, when we do the CWL team, you kind of attribute the teams having a shorter period of time because they're pro teams, they know what they're doing, they've done this a million times. It's all very, very strict.
Yeah.
When it gets into the open bracket, for some reason, it goes a little bit longer. A lot of times, players are like, "Oh, I just got to go have my full roast dinner for an hour." Oh, okay. Well, the rest of the bracket will just wait then.
We'll wait for you.
I've just got to reset my router 50,000 times.
Not naming any names, of course.
But it's you. You know it's you.
You know you are. Going
You are
for an
the reason.
extended break when you're not allowed.
Funny enough, the same thing happens at events. People don't get this. Like, oh, why is delay taking so long? It's players mostly.
Yeah.
If it's hardware, you kind of expect, you're like, okay, fair enough. But a lot of time it's players. we've all seen those LAN players who sit there and go, I need 45 minutes to warm up.
Yeah, we have.
What am I doing? I was like, come on. You turned up late to your station. You're now sitting there warming up for 20 minutes. And then you get 3-0'd. There are players out there like that. Rez comes to mind.
Yeah, Rez. I mean, Rez usually so quickly out of the tournament that he tries to linger and join the kind of casting side of things. But
hey, I don't mind Rez as a caster. It's just everything else he does that I have a problem with.
Yeah, that's the problem. However, less of Rez, it looks like we are ready to go. The players are getting in the lobby, and Hardpoint. I'm gonna go for. I'm gonna guess it. Breach. Don't know what that picture is over there. It's on an angle, tilted away from it, and it's right. I know my maps.
Right. Hashtag CWLPS4. I've got a game. Are you ready for this?
Hashtag
CWLPS4 at COD World League /Call of Duty. And you can at me and fill in it as well. So what I'm going to do is this. You're not allowed to look at your Twitter for a little while.
I've not got my Twitter open. I've got the bracket.
So we're going to do a rapid fire question after this map. So what we're going to do is we're going to give you an either or. So you're like, I'm going to go Rel or Ton.
Like, would you rather?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, am I answering that now?
Yeah.
What is the question?
Just got to pick one. Just got to pick one.
Go.
Rel or Ton?
Rel.
Trout or Rel?
Rel.
Rel or James?
Rel.
Ah, so you've picked that brother over the other one?
Yeah.
Okay. Trying to think. M8 or VMP?
M8. See, now I regret that. I'm a VMP person, but I was just thinking so quickly. I just went with M8.
Flash or concussion?
Concussion.
EMP or concussion?
Concussion.
Semtex or frag?
Semtex.
Blast suppressor or dead silence?
Blast suppressor.
S&D?
Blast suppressor.
Okay. So you get the idea of the game, right? that kind of goes well. Boats or trucks?
Boats.
You look at that one like, what is this question asking me? So come up with a few of those. Hashtag CWLPS4. Send them in. We can do a quick little bit of that there. We want to interact more with you guys. So I'm gonna put Phil under the spot. Now, Phil, you've got to resist looking at the Twitter for at least a game, because otherwise you'll see them all come through.
I won't look at Twitter, I promise.
And hopefully this should work once we come back after this game.
So at Bryce Tacular, at Phil7, hashtag CWLPS4, and yeah, just get involved. Send. It could be anything. It literally can be water or wine.
And the answer is?
Water.
Wine is disgusting. I'm sorry, it is. I don't like it.
Some worse than others, I would say.
I've tried a few bits of wine, and I'm just like, I don't want to drink this. I don't want to drink this.
Yeah, it's gonna give me a headache in the morning.
Yeah, I don't even got that far. Never got to the headache part. No, not interested. I'm very much a soft drink guy.
Orange or blackcurrant?
Orange. Do you know why? Because I've got some. You know what? I've got some great like orange and peach stuff, and it is delicious. It's so nice. I'm like, that is great.
Peach or orange?
We're talking about the fruit or the flavour?
You don't ask questions in this game, Bryce.
Orange.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Lemon or lime?
Lime.
Rel or Momo? Anyway.
Momo.
Yes.
Pick Momo. Pick Momo.
Yes.
Pick Momo.
Yes. 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 I win. I want to do a dance. Celebrate. Whoa. Sorry. Calm down.
Why are you whispering?
I don't know. I didn't want
We're
to
trying to
express my true
interact with
feelings.
everybody out there.
I do apologise. I'm very sorry. Do you forgive me, Bryce?
I do forgive you. I do forgive you. We've got a few people coming in, and just realised that people, when we do that, when we sync up, got a few coming in here as well. We've got a few predictions actually coming in. I quite like this. Eden Lulick 171 has said Hypergames 3-0 Pulse, Exetus 3-0 Millennium, Epsilon 3-2 Supremacy, and Infuse 3-1 Giants.
Okay, well, it looks like we are getting the players in the lobby. It might be a little bit of a technical difficulty. Keep your hashtags coming in, keep your tweets coming in. We're going to go for a very small break. Do not go anywhere, just get a drink. We'll be right back. 2 minutes.
Uplink is a favorite mode within the esports community because of its fast-paced, aggressive nature. This mode features two teams clashing in an attempt to score a satellite drone into an enemy's floating uplink station. The drone will be spawned in a neutral point between players' locations. Players must then get to the spawn location to fight over control of the drone. Every drone thrown through the uplink station scores 1 point. However, 2 points are awarded if the drone is carried through the goal. Uplink forces players to push into enemy territories and to hold their position. The player with the drone loses their equipped weapon, but gains an additional protective armor, assisting them while their guard is down. After 2 rounds, alternating between map sides, the team with the most points wins the match. Uplink brings on a whole new aggressive gameplay that requires players to solidify their teamwork and conquer map control.
Because I was a substitute for Infuse, I was always just on the sideline, just waiting to play, and I was so close to playing on multiple times, and I was gutted every time I couldn't.
I knew that I'd have to form my own team after Season 1 to get into Season 2, then prove myself there.
I was a substitute for Exa Esports. Basically, the only 4 top players that weren't in the league was us 4, so we didn't really have a choice of many players, so we just got together. We've been playing together for probably around 2 months. I think if we sort out people's attitudes, we can easily be a long-term team.
I think our Uplink game is on par with some of the top US teams because of how much dedication and time we put into it. CTF is kind of a strong point as well. We don't really lose that too much, but Uplink is certainly there. I think the thing that's special about our team is that we have all such good individual talent that we could compete easily with the top teams.
We can easily get top 4 in the league. We've already beaten CWL teams at events, so we know how good we are.
I played Call of Duty XP. We finished 8th. We got a pretty good amount of money from that. When I came back from Call of Duty XP, I went on like the main French television, so everyone like didn't know I was going on there. They were just eating their thing with their family, and they thought, "What is it, Max? Like, what is going on?" The day after that, at high school, everyone was like, "Yo, Max, you're really playing really video games? What was that?" But that feeling was really strange. I can't even describe it right now, because people were looking at me like, in a way, they didn't look at me before. I had either like the choice to quit and the choice to practice every single day harder and harder. It could be my last 1 or last 2 years in the game. When I came around in Supremacy, I wasn't the captain at all, but we don't like to say that either this guy or this guy is the captain. I mean, we were working as a unit, of course, but the ideas have to come from somewhere. I think I'm the most experienced player in my team. I played for 10 years. I went to a lot of international events, played for a lot of money as well, so I know what pressure means, and I'm really not afraid of it.
In one of the more fast-paced modes in multiplayer, Hardpoint sees 2 teams rushing to secure a specified territory on the map. Once a location has been locked down, the team holding the position has to fight to protect it. If players from both teams are within the hardpoint, the area is considered contested until only one team remains in its location. During gameplay, the hardpoint territory will respawn several times to a new location, forcing all players racing to lock down the new area every 60 seconds. The first team to a score of 250 points within the 5-minute time limit wins the game. Stand your ground in this take on King of the Hill, as every second counts.
I've been playing full-time for like over a year now. I quit college and I took last year off, spent the whole Advanced Warfare as a full-time job in Epsilon. I'd like to say it's paying off for me, yeah. I've travelled across the world, earned a fair bit of money, done things I'd never do if I wasn't playing Call of Duty and done it full-time. When I first started playing Call of Duty full-time, it wasn't the best idea in their minds, but I think as it developed and I started going to events, it's like it actually can do something. Then it started following me on social media, checking everything I was doing, watching all the live streams, and now it's at the point where it's literally watching all the time. My whole family's always watching me every time I go away. My leadership role is one of the main things like in our whole team. I've played for that long, I've been in every situation possible, like I just know what to do, like I don't get nervous at like last maps I've played so many of them. I just make sure to stay calm, like I'm the one who calls the strats, so if someone's not comfortable doing something, then I'll tell them like just don't worry about it, like it is what it is. Like if we do it as a team, we win as a team, we lose as a team, so if something goes wrong, it is what it is. I'm very happy with stage 1, especially with like teaming new players and people who what you can say haven't done much in their career. We've done really well. We was actually second for that most of the league. I didn't expect as much, but they surprised me, they surprised everyone. I always aim to win.
My whole family follow through any events I attend and online. I'll always get a message from my mum or one of my brothers saying, "Oh, how are you doing?" I'd like to say I could stick around for a couple more years. I feel like I've got the capability and skills to do so. The time I'd stop is when I feel like I'm not helping a team and I'm holding them back. So I wouldn't really want to go from competing at the top to then just dropping and competing for the lower places. So whenever I feel like that's happening, then I know that's it. It's kind of a weird one because you never really expect to be known from playing a game, and to be known to the extent where you've got 70,000 plus followers. It's just a weird feeling. My main following is from the French side of things because I've teamed with the likes of Gotarga, Carnage, Maxi, Riskin, and under the organisation Millennium, who are French too. So it sort of all blew up for myself when I did go on take on that challenge with teaming the French players and the French roster. I'd say in France I'd get recognised more than I would in the UK. I don't speak a lot of French, but if there was one thing I'd like to say to all of the French supporters is merci beaucoup.
Before last year, I don't think I went like on a plane for over like 10 years, and then in the last year I've been to 8 different countries, so it says a lot how much God can do for you. My mum wasn't really a fan before when I first started playing, but then when she started seeing I was making money from it and I was actually gaining like social media followers, she started to come along more, and now she watches my events all the time. It's important because she's the most important person to me in my family. She still roasts me. She roasts me for losing. I've been in the last 5 grand finals and I've only won 2 of them, so she always says, oh, you always say you're going to win the next ones. I think communication is probably the biggest key to any player. It's the most important thing. That's what I've been trying to work on personally this season. Like little situations where, like telling your teammates, I've got this, you don't have to watch this, is just really key, in especially high tempo games. I'm already thinking about champs because I don't think there's any way I'd fall out of the top 6. So champs is definitely the main priority. Like as long as we, whatever team I'm in, as long as we cash out at champs, then this year's been successful. Now all I care about is winning. I don't care if I drop 50 kills, I don't care if I drop 10, as long as I win, that's all I care about.
I'm Mark Bryceland, aka Marky B, and I play for Team Infused. I'm also the captain of the squad. My teammates are Zero, PT and Urban. When this team first came about, it was sort of random as such because there was a lot of different squads bouncing about, and I wouldn't really say we were the leftovers, but I think that it was just one of those teams that just got sort of flung together for an event, and it sort of worked out.
I'm the picky one, to be honest, in the team. If I see something wrong, I'm going to say what's wrong. The way we react to it, it's like a good environment, and unlike any other team I've been in, where we actually try to get better as a team, rather than just try and benefit ourselves.
I talk to these guys on a daily basis. They're some of my best friends, and I see them and talk to them more than some of my better friends that I know from real life as such.
We've got a lot of chemistry because we've teamed together for the longest in Europe, so it's just overall it's like good vibes within the team.
As a team, we're all great friends in game and out.
If I could pick an all-star team, I'd just pick these guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I know it's been delayed, it's been a long time, and we do thank you for your patience. But never fear, it is finally ready. A player from Hyper Games has decided to return.
If you would like to go and contact him, it's Nolson.
Is it Nolson? Are we naming and shaming?
Yep.
Yep.
Nolson?
You know, it's not. Nolson, it's all Nolson's fault.
Reportedly, he fell asleep in his chair. I might have made that one up.
What? I found that brilliant.
I know. Just thought I'd clarify that because I did kind of make that one up.
I've been lied to already. Anyway, this game is about to get underway. If you are joining us, Hyper Games versus the guys from Pulse. And it's going to be Breach, Hardpoint, Redwood, Search and Destroy, Infection, Uplink, Stronghold, Capture the Flag, and finally, if we get there, Fringe, Search and Destroy.
Well, Pulse may have been a bit of a surprise to even get to this stage, Bryce. Can they go even further? Oh, no. Tweet from Zed. And he quotes, "I've been in the garden. Nick Nolson 2 minutes before getting forfeited."
So he was in the garden?
Yeah.
That can't be right.
And that's what was he doing?
Gamers don't go outside. He's lying. Oh my goodness. Anyway, Stockcom in there. It's been banned away. Taking that away from Hyper Games. So that's an actually targeted ban. We've got Concussion and Flashbang. The Tactical's taken away again. Then we've got Overclock and HCXD. And Afterburner actually coming out. They're taking it away. That's determined to slow the enemy team down. But that's Brain who's actually going to bring that one in. I thought they would have been okay with it.
Well, it seems not. Rapid Fire High Cal. Everything pretty vanilla here. Overclock gone. Stock has been disabled. And they are playing Get Some, Tony, Logan, and Vezio King.
Vezio King. That's a great name.
It sounds like a character off Tekken.
Yes, it does.
Nolson versus Vezio King.
KO.
Well, these boys have done well to get it. Get Some, Tony. It's a bit of a mix of the old LDLC and the old Pulse and combined for a bit of Pull DLC.
Pool DLC, that's what you're calling it.
X-Pool DLC, that's what I'm saying the new team name is. Kinetic, Tempest, and Heatwave Scythe picked up. No active camo for the boys on Pulse. And this time, we're going to see 3 abilities for the boys of Hyper Games. Now, reportedly quicker. Previously in the tournament against Team Spud went 30-6. See if he can still
so he's pretty good then.
He's all right. I mean, he's a national Swedish champion. I don't know if you've ever
And they don't just give those out.
They don't just give them out. I mean, it was basically kind of given to him.
Well, as far as I know, people like even Scump's not a Swedish champion.
No, he's not. And there's only one Scottish Swedish champion in the whole world of Call of Duty, and that is Quicker.
And that's, you know, credit to Quicker. It's really hard for him to win that event. So the difference between that draft, really, Phil, is double lethal.
Yeah, I prefer the ability.
On this map, probably, yeah. It's quite difficult to actually get lethals out. We've seen players before just not really be able to use them that effectively.
Yeah.
So it kind of depends. I think it depends on your efficiency. Active camo is that more versatile. You're always going to be able to at least make 1 kill with it. Or you should be able to. However, double lethal, if you can get something going with it, it's fantastic. But it is actually difficult to get something going with it.
Yeah, I think for me is the abilities are always there to break or to hold. So let's say for active camo's sake now, you pull out the Scythe, Tony JS, you could go crazy, you could go off on like a 5-kill streak, you could just get 1, or you're going to die without getting anything. So it's always ifs and buts. Camo, if you use it right, if you're smart, if you use it about 1 second before you go into the hill, it will always benefit you. You will always get something from it. So I think Scythe is kind of like high risk, high reward. Camo, you're going to maybe get a kill, maybe get a break. It's all maybes, but there's no risk involved. You're kind of going with a safer option. And you know what? You know me, Bryce, already. I'm a safe kind of guy. I'm not a high risk, high reward kind of person. I'm like, you know, someone gave me a suitcase with £100,000 in it and said, flip a coin and I'll give you $1 million. I know that you would flip the coin.
I would flip the coin, yes.
But I wouldn't.
Why?
Because I want guaranteed, like, money or safety or specialist or whatever it may be.
No, you've got to go for the jackpot, right? You don't get this opportunity.
You don't.
You do.
You flip a coin, you walk out there with nothing. I can take the suitcase and go,
no, I walk out of there with the exact same I had as I walked in.
Yeah, exactly, nothing. But I walk out guaranteed 100,000 richer.
Yeah, well, you've got to live life sometimes.
I would be very comfortably
I'd flip
after
that coin for £1 more.
What? Sorry?
I'd flip it for £1,001. I'd flip it just to keep the coin.
Okay, well, we're into the game, and Nolson, he's that late to the game, he's not even added a clan tag. He's been rebellious.
Hey, sometimes you got to go in the garden, you know, midway through.
Brycey, where are we off to? Let me know.
Vesper Point, and we can see the Vespers actually coming in here as well.
I love it.
D. Logan actually going to try and go in there first, but Nolson ends up winning it with his Vesper. Actually similar class by the look of it.
Got laser sight. Look at that little green thing on the right-hand side as he pre-aims. It's weird, because you never really see the Vesper being aimed in.
No, you don't, actually. It's usually used for a quick snap.
Zed has got a quick snap on 3 of them as he does pick them all up and taken down by Getsum. Well, points, though, for Hyper Games.
So that's the only kind of problem there with the Vesper, is anything but that range, and it really starts to let off. And even then, it does seem to go down just a little bit. But Nelson's quite happy right now, 3-0.
Is it me, or does Nelson's reaction look really slow?
Yeah, I keep thinking that.
When he's like aiming, it's like he's got one eye closed or something.
Yeah, so he's just been in the garden, and obviously the sunshine has got to him.
Yeah, he's like, what is this sunlight?
And he's got to get back to used to it. However, the rotation is about to hit between these two. And, oh my goodness, another laser sight. A lot of abuse coming in for the laser sight, actually. And I wonder if that's due to the kind of the stock ban. They've gone, you know what, let's run laser sights then.
Yeah, to be fair, that's probably why we're seeing so much aiming in by Nolson with that stock ban. However, we're going to see Zed continue with his VMP. He loves a good bit of action here. He's going to find one. He knows where the second is. He's waiting for a trade. He's going to get that second kill. Quick again in the third, and here we go. Trying to go for the break. And Hyper Games, they should put pressure on. They will get control of the hard point, and they will push Pulse out.
Nelson again, actually switched over to the Man of War now. Actually got VMP as well. What's he running? He's actually running the VMP. So usually after midpoint, that's what you're going to see. Players deciding to switch out for it as well here. And it looks like the rotation is going to come into Palace. A good 20 seconds of time left there for Hyper Games. So they do get the majority of points actually onto this hill. But now, quicker than you, looking at top AC, doesn't see anybody, but ends up getting taken down as well. And right now, both teams are getting ready for Palace. It's actually been a long time for Hyper Games to get in position. They really haven't managed to.
Okay, well, Hyper Games already got 80 points. Pulse just behind on 30. Pulse do have the setup, though.
They do, but Quicker, I think, as we watch him on the wall run, is about to go down.
Yeah, I don't like that, because Quicker knew he'd been spotted. I would have liked to have seen him turn around.
Yeah, try something else.
Yeah, Brain's trying to cut off mid-map. No one's going to be going that way, though. Brain needs to get involved, or does he? Nolson and Zed have already cleaned up 3. Camo is available, but not going to be used. And Quicker there pushing around the outside. Oh, he's going to spot all 3 of them. That'll be a big call, and Brain's going to join the party.
Oh, Preemi coming in the doorway, and he's going to pick up at least one. Gets the assist on the second. Quicker than you now alive in. And he's going to make a very important kill there. Takes it away from them. Another rotation going to be coming in. Well, no, Tony GS may end up trying to get this cut early. And he's going to pick up one. Problem is, they're actually falling further and further behind here. Here comes the rotation, and they've given it up a little bit. Nelson's actually going to use active camo. Pick up that first kill as well. Now, the next kills that go on by this rotation Momo are going to be very critical.
Yeah, and it's the specialist which worries me.
Oh, sure.
Oh, a little bit of lag there for Zed. Something I don't really say. Don't really often say. Zed having connection issues, but that'll be probably him done for the day. And now we see a bit of a 100-point gap already starting to appear, and Hyper Games are looking pretty dominant in this hard point.
Well, yeah, like we said earlier, we had the fortunate kind of privilege of speaking to a team that Hyper Games have played, and apparently Hyper Games just ran over them. They said it genuinely hurt to kind of play them. They just completely detonated on us. I think it was something like 250 to, I think it was 100-point clubbed, 6-2 on the S&D, and then something like 15-4 on the Uplink. So Hyper Games are already in good form today, and they are probably the favourites to take this tournament as well. You see Zed on a 7 streak. He's got a Cerberus. He's got his Lightning Strike. He's got his Hellstorm.
When does he bring the Cerberus in, do you reckon?
Mid. I'm going to say mid. He's going to drop it now.
Yeah, I'd like to see him put it at the front and just drive it in. I want to see him take control.
Well, I think right now they don't really need to. That's the issue. And so the problem with it going into mid is EMPs. But maybe if they can get enough of a good position with it, I don't know. Problem with the Cerberus I'm finding at the moment is that a lot of teams are just running so many EMPs now that
it just instantly goes.
Yeah, I don't think they survive very long.
Okay. Well, that was not good positioning from Bezio King, facing the wall and facing away. 3 kills coming back-to-back for Pulse, and they do get a bit of time on the hill, but still this 100-point has been breached. If we go back on board with Zed, I just want to see if he's put this Cerberus. Yeah, there we go. So Cerberus is being put down in the middle. Nolson's going to push forward, and still Lightning and Hellstorm is going to be a big factor here for the boys. But early rotation.
Quicker actually picks up 2 there.
Yeah, it was big from Quicker.
However, a lot of points back on the board here for Pulse, and now Quicker than you, just checking the flank. He may actually go down here as he doesn't watch it completely. And you are right, Zed is actually taking control of this. So that door is covered and he's in the corner, so he really needs his teammates to hold the back door.
He's just asking his teammates to do one job, and it's hold that back door. At the minute, though, he can't, and he's going to be...
yeah, that's gone. So I said that's the issue, is that so many teams running so many EMPs, it's difficult to really get an awful lot out of it.
Oh, Hyper Games do use that Hellstorm. Tempest shut the whole team down with a nice 3 kills.
That was a connection as well. That wasn't another direct shot.
But again, that 100 points.
Yeah, it's getting rather
worse.
large. However, they've given up mid-control, so it's going to be 208 for the guys on Hyper Games, which makes this rotation very, very important for Pulse. If they want to start to come back, they cannot let these rotation kills go. Vezio King does go down as well. Zed's now here, and if Zed can get in there with a heatwave, he could easily pick up all of these.
Yeah, just kind of slide in and pop that heatwave. He's going to regen, and then wouldn't surprise me if he does. There we go. Kinetic armor should be taken away. Vezio King answers back, though, and that is ripped off Zed. And again, the 100 points is still there. The camo's being used by Nolson, 2-piece for him. And really, they can push it to the limits on this hard point. They can push it to, 230.
Yeah. They don't have to rotate early or anything. They can just go late. They'll be so close in lethal range. I mean, they'll be, what, 3-4 points off? Problem is, obviously, if you are the guys on Pulse, not only do you want that early rotation to make a comeback, but you can't afford to really give away these points. And Logan says no. Logan actually takes it away from them 15 seconds down. And it looks like Hyper Games this time will actually end up going for that early rotation. And they do have full Palace control with just 22 seconds to find.
Well, Vezo King has a big mountain to climb as he enters the Palace here. And he's going into one of the Call of Duty World League's finest teams at the moment. Oh my goodness, quicker. Nolson combining with those double VMPs. Scythe comes in but only picks up one. And Logan, actually with a nice 2-piece.
It certainly was. However, this is coming right down to it now. And I think 240 as it goes across. Range actually not even needs to be relevant there. Quicker picks up 2. They're on streaks pretty much, most of them. Quicker's now on his 4th. He's 31 and 21. Ends up cutting through his teammate as the team time ticks over 250 to 121. And it is going to be Hyper Games that take that one in dominating fashion. We said they were on form today, and it certainly looks like they are.
Okay, well, 250 to 121, as Bryce said there. Double the points and more. And all in all, it was Mr. Nolson who had nearly 3 minutes of hill time.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think that was quite one-sided. And we said Hyper Games definitely are kind of in a great position at the moment. They're playing very well. They're at the top of the league.
Yeah.
They're having, from what I understand, great form of day, apart from their, their timekeeping maybe. But no, I think realistically, Hyper Games are the favourites to come into this one. They're the favourites to win the cup, and Pulse just couldn't match their slaying at any point during that game.
Big underdog. Big underdog. They're the only non-CWL team currently still fighting here, and that is in the quarterfinals. S&D Redwood, though.
Okay, so this may actually favour the French a little bit more. S&D Redwood, I think realistically, Hyper Games are a very tight, very kind of slay-heavy team, and they rely on those individual close combat fights, just trying to lock it down here. Redwood, I don't think really goes down to them a lot of the time, because for me, I don't know, I just don't see this team performing really on Redwood as much as...
I don't remember the last time I don't remember seeing them play.
It's been a long while.
Redwood
it's been a long
S&D.
while since I've seen Redwood S&D from Hyper Games.
Now, Bryce, I am a bit of a Twitter addict, and I do want to get involved. However, you did ask a question, Bryce. I don't know if anyone's actually kindly got involved with that hashtag CWLPS4 at COD World League or /Call of Duty.
So are you ready?
I'm ready. Before we do, explain what you did ask.
So this is Would You Rather, and I'm gonna throw things at him.
Not physical, please.
We'll consider that part of it. I'm gonna throw things at him. He's gonna just answer very quickly.
Okay.
All right. So some of you guys are coming in here. Can't do all of these.
Some will be rude, so we're gonna have to skip those.
Yeah,
I'm gonna trust you on them.
Skip over. Okay. Black Ops 2 M8 or Black Ops 3 M8?
2.
Pizza or fries?
Pizza.
Bryce or Alex?
Both.
Okay. Optic or phase?
Optic.
Octane or formal?
Formal.
Scump or attach?
Scump. See a trend here.
SMG or AR?
SMG.
Ferrari or Lamborghini?
Lamborghini.
Okay. M8 or Man of War?
M8.
Objective or kills?
Objective.
Power or Jonas?
Power.
Okay. Hold on.
Oh, actually, no, that's so hard. Honus. Both of you. I would never choose a caster over each other.
Well, there are a few coming in. That's gone through a lot of the ones we actually had.
I just like trolling Jonas quite a lot, to be honest.
You like trolling Jonas? Yeah. I think everybody does.
Everyone does.
It's a lot of fun.
But he's he is such a nice guy, and I've known him for so long. Actually, he's an ex-teammate of mine, Jonas. We did go to a LAN together and play together.
How was he?
He was good at the time. He was named as Slayer 1. I was Momo, obviously. But we went to a Reflex, which was an event in Amsterdam. We had a very, very late pickup of Mohog. Now that's a bit of a throwback.
Oh, I love Mohog. He's a great player. I wish he stayed around.
Lowan, I think. So there's 2 French. There was
actually
me.
a pretty decent team.
At the time, it was a good team. I think we finished like 7th out of like 50, 60 teams, but we made it like 2 or 3 days beforehand. It was like a mixture of old teammates, random teammates, grab a French guy, chuck him in, and we did all right.
Yeah, that's fair enough. All right, well, I think we're done with that
I
now.
enjoyed that, though. Really enjoyed it.
That was quite good. I think it went fairly well.
How about we do another map and then I do it back to Brycey? What I want you to do, get on Twitter, #CWLPS4, @PhilWith7, @BryceTacular. I'm going to make him not look at Twitter so he doesn't see them. Just would you rathers. You can either just say 2 words like pizza and fries, or you can say, would you rather? You can do a full sentence. Do get involved, though. Make sure you just put my Twitter in there, Bryce's Twitter there. I'll have a look at notifications after there. There is the Twitters.
Oh, what I'm doing now with this?
No, it's very, very complicated doing all that. Everything's backwards. For you guys at home, it's not just as simple as, well, it is just
yeah,
putting it
everything
down.
is flipped because I'm on the left side of you.
Yeah, and I'm on the right.
Yeah.
I like being on the right side.
Yeah, it's not very rare, common actually.
Got ya.
Anyway, let's go into another kind of would you rather, and this one is who do you think is going to win the next map?
Phase up. Next map, I'm going with Hyper Games. I do think this should. I think it should be a 3-0.
Okay.
And it will be a 3-0. I'm going to
Okay.
stick with the Hyper Games purely because they have been phenomenal in the CWL. Their fantastic form recently is to be admired, actually.
If they lose the map, it's this one.
100%.
So let's find out. Is that what's going to happen?
Okay, well, Ban and Protect is underway. Nothing crazy has gone just yet. Overclock, Overkill, and Overdrive. Some
All
would
over.
say it's a bit...
It's game over, man. It's game over. That's a very famous film reference. You got that one, right?
No. It's game over, man.
Oh.
Give me a clue, because I feel I've heard it.
Alien.
Oh, no.
All right. Well, every time, you just... I wish Machine was here. I miss Machine.
Wow. I think we work well as a little trio. We swap in, we swap out. Everything goes smoothly.
All right, well, the draft is actually coming in. We've got Glitch both sides. Active Camo, Kinetic, Heat Wave have come in. It wouldn't surprise me to see Heat Wave coming in for Zed, which means we should be seeing Active Camo come in for Guitar.
Okay. So, nothing out of the ordinary, Bryce,
No mirror
really.
matchup. I mean, double tacticals is now so common. It's probably becoming as common as high caliber rapid fire. The HCXD, again, is being taken away. It doesn't always get taken away, though. Sometimes it's just not going to be taken away. Things like Uplink and S&D kind of expected to kind of stay in a little bit more often. Overclock is, again, one of those ones that's becoming super standard. And I don't think there is a game mode where that really slips past. Overkill on S&D is taken away every time now. Otherwise, we see what we did during the CWO last week, where everybody ends up running a sniper just because you can. And Overdrive is probably the only one there that's a little bit different, because on this, you don't really see it banned out that often.
Yeah, no, I get that. I do get that. I understand where you're coming from, but Overdrive on this, I think you definitely could. You definitely can use, and I like to use it on the defense. When I'm playing this map in my little tournaments that I try and compete in, I like to use it on the defense and rush out of B, and then go to that bridge and get there quicker than anyone. But if you guys are thinking, where a splice, Bryce, can you give me some info and some chicken and rice?
Where a splice? Splice?
Yeah.
Currently not in this tournament. They are, in fact, right now, about to take off. They are on a plane, and they are heading to Anaheim to boot camp.
I like it, but I wanted to address that to the Splice fans.
Wondering, yeah. That's why. I mean, if Splice were in this tournament, they would be the kind of the top-rated team in this tournament.
Yeah,
people would expect them to
rated.
take it.
Yeah,
yeah, it wasn't intentional.
Bit of an update. Epsilon 2-1 up. They're about to start the CTF.
Who is?
Epsilon are 2-1 up, and they're about to start the CTF. Yeah.
All right, well, we're about to start the Search and Destroy. Redwood is ready to go.
Okay, we've got tweets coming in. Don't look at Twitter, Brycey.
I'm trying not to.
And please, just get as many as you can in. Next 10 minutes, whilst you're watching the game, just this or that. I'm going to ask Brycey the question. It can be a team, a player, anything at all. Please get involved. Bit of an update, though. Bryce, Millennium gave Exertus the hot 3-0.
Oh, really?
Millennium fighting back. They've got a big week ahead of them, and that's a good
I think they
sign.
really wanted to go 3-0 this week as well, but just wasn't to be for them.
Okay. I'm ready. I can feel my my search and destroy senses.
ready?
Get some has not connected, and I'm not ready anymore.
Right, let's do this now.
We're gonna do this now.
Yeah. We
As
got
in the-
time. It needs to reset, so we're gonna do it now.
This or that?
Yeah.
Okay. I've got 11 new notifications.
You never stood a chance.
You need to go on hashtag CWLP4.
Yeah, but some people have. I'm gonna do both. You ready?
Okay.
Would you rather be poor and have lots of friends, or be rich and have no friends?
Rich.
Rich and no friends. KN44 or Bowie knife?
Bowie.
Why is my
Bowie.
Bowie? Yeah. Oh. Let me just go live. Sorry about this. It's not very quick. SVG or Locus?
SVG.
Would you rather team with Momo or Machine?
Momo.
Tennis or football?
Football. Tennis is awful.
Current form of Vitality or the new Pulse? That's a good one. Good one, Harry.
Vitality still.
Marky B or Swanee?
Oh, I'm gonna go with Swan. Swan's my food buddy.
Facebook or Twitter?
Twitter.
We've got another Momo Machine. Black Ops 3 Uplink or... Oh, I don't know that. That's fine. Would you rather live in the Optic House or the Phase House?
Optic House.
Colchester or Chelmsford?
Colchester. Chelmsford's, in fairness, Chelmsford's a great night out, but Colchester. I live in Colchester. And it has a lot of flaws, but still Colchester.
Shot in the toe or tasered in the nipple?
Nipple.
Optic or Rise?
Optic. I
VM
know them guys better.
Nature or Crim 6?
Crim.
We had that one Oh, it's the same person. Who's the best player that isn't playing in... That's not a Would You Rather.
That's not. That's Kivy.
And then coming on to even go back further, Power or Jonas, things that people got tweeted.
Power.
Objective or Kills?
Objective.
And these are the ones that you asked me, but I'll go through a few of them.
I swear I had loads more than this. There's loads here.
I went on to the... I just went on hashtag CWL
Yeah, there's some
PS4.
new ones. There's new ones coming in.
Oh, I think my PC might be a bit behind yours. Live refresh. Who would you rather have in your team, Nature or Crim6? That's the third time that Nexotic has asked that question.
It's
Nexotic.
Crim6.
Understand? Yeah, Crim6 potentially the best ever player on Call of Duty, or Nature, who is a great Call of Duty player, but...
I thought you were about to be really savage then, and
yeah.
I was sitting here ready for it, like, oh
I
my
mean,
goodness.
The thing is, what I don't like is when people rip Nature, because the guy's he's got like an X Games gold medalist. He's an MLG champion. Like his accolades speak for themselves. But
There's actually a great storyline. I always want to make a video on it, actually. There's a great storyline right back from Modern Warfare 3 with him.
Yeah.
And I think once you actually watch what he did and what actually happened with him, it's actually a much better story than just kind of highlighting some of his achievements. I think it's a fantastic curve with what happened and what led up to his eventual retirement.
Big role model for
yeah,
myself.
I think that's one of the things. Like, one of these days, I think I might put it into writing and just kind of go through at least my thoughts from the outside of what I thought happened, and you know, unbiased just from what we saw from the outside. Because it genuinely was a great story with him, and I think he might end up playing at a LAN at some point, just to have a little bit of a game. He's playing a lot of fun at the moment now, so.
He is indeed, and getting back into the swing of things, we are going to jump on board now. It's a 3v3, as 2 players have already fallen. Vezio King looks to be planting the bomb, and he is doing. Good start for Pulse.
The bomb has been planted.
It certainly is. However, 3 versus 3, here comes the break. Now, it's very difficult to challenge on this bomb. Best cover in the game. As we know, we have seen players do it, though. And Brain may get a timing kill here. No, Call of Duty timing's not going to see that player. He is now. Knows where Logan is. Picks that one up. Makes it a 2 versus 2. But time is now really going against them.
Yeah, Zed needs to wait for Brain. He's only got 20 seconds, but they need to pinch and go together. Brain is going to find one, and now this is the pinch. Here we go. Zed's going to challenge, and that gunfight alone could have just lost them the game, but the defuse is going to come in. I'm whispering because I don't know what's going to happen. 11 seconds.
He's
10.
not going to get it in time.
He's got it. I tell you what, Vezio King, that is a bit sloppy.
Yeah, that's the issue with the bomb where it was.
It was good Vezio King to make the kill onto Zed. That was really good, but you've got to check it. You have to check it. Whether he was to circle around up top and check and go water, but you can't just kind of leave it, because a player like Brain uses his brain and he gets straight on that defuse. A round which should have been Pulse's. Go. Bryce, KFC, or Nando's?
KFC. Oh, no, Nando's.
Oh, you like both though, right?
Yeah. I'll have chicken with my chicken.
I'll have both. Oh, I like this spot.
Nice, chicken bridge. Not seeing anybody, though. Oh, he is now. He's going to call that one out. He knows the player's coming. Misses that shot, though. That could prove costly. However, shots already going down. Logan's picked up one, but Nolson will kind of peek him off there as well. Oh, Nolson tries to get that second kill. Not quite able to. They've got to be careful here. They don't have as much control as you would actually like. Quicker tries to challenge. He's actually going to go for this as well. Sees that player. Might be a bait and switch. He thinks he's weak. He is not. And Quicker run out there with a bomb.
Well, Zed does pick one up, and Nolson's in a lovely position. That was brilliant. And actually, Nolson, not only in a lovely position, he's just baited this player out. And you know what?
Oh,
Zed, you picked up 2 kills, but Nolson, you actually played that beautifully there.
I just want to point out, they could have very easily lost this. Watch this again.
Watch that.
So Nolson could have died, and probably should have died. And then Zed could have very easily died as well, because he was in the middle of a reload. Both those players could have actually really easily died there.
Yeah. And Nolson actually didn't mean to do it. Nolson meant to go high and wall run over the window. He actually baited him out accidentally, but Zed kind of was a bit slow on that exchange. 2-0 to Hyper Games, though. Arguably, you could have said Pulse could have won both rounds, but...
Well, Veziok actually, this setup he's running now with a trophy and a nade, basically means he's going to try and push this. And as I said, that Quicker ends up getting him, but it has been traded away. Advantage now to Pulse.
And once again, he's been advantage for Pulse a few times, and now they should be able to clean this round out. Zed has got a big task on his hands here, but he's got a VMP. It's his favourite weapon, his weapon of choice.
Oh, he doesn't see anyone, unfortunately. Now he's going to see a player. Problem is that player's probably better equipped to deal with him, and Zed should die here to get some, and he is going to.
Get some there with his blinged out VMP. Does take down Zed and gets the first round on the board.
And this could have been such a big timing kill as well, but he must have known he was there and ends up picking him up.
Okay, the call out was made, and the first round on the board, very important for the boys. On Pulse, Hyper Games though still in the lead.
Well, we're going to go back onto the attack, and I think we need to watch Nolson.
With his Dark Matter, SVG, Thermal.
Because, yeah, this is obviously him just being very, very still. So we're going to jump on board with Zed. And it looks like, in fairness, with the way that delay came in, and as a player managed to get around the back of it, it's Getsum. Getsum picks up at least one. Only picks up one, though. And Tony JS may actually he should pick up another one here. No, he's going to get taken down. Advantage now to Hyper Games. Bomb will go down, and they're actually planning for open. So this is a little bit easier to get that plant down. And it also means they can't hide behind the bomb if they choose to push through. Which is exactly what they're doing.
Nice plays there from Quicker as he picks up a kill with the RK5 all up to Logan with a 1 versus 2. He doesn't even find the first as the RK5 goes in the back, and that's from Nolson. 3-1 to Hyper Games as we now go into round number 5, Bryce. Hyper Games looking strong though.
Well, yeah, I think Hyper Games are looking very powerful. I said they're having a really good day. I wanted to kind of see for myself what form there are. I got it down the grapevine. And for me, I think they could be the team to beat this weekend. Also got a little bit of an update for you. Epsilon have taken down, I believe that's Supremacy 3-1.
Okay, so, oh, that's the one we were talking about.
Yeah.
You're saying it could go either way. I said 3-2 though.
Oh, look at that. Nelson's gone super aggressive.
RK5 is so powerful up close, 3 versus 3, and now Tony has the...
Right, so Brain needs to get there quickly to make this a pinch. Because they've given away inside control, and they really didn't want to, but they have managed to get it, which actually gives them a little bit of advantage, but Quicker goes down. And unfortunately, Brain being so late to the party actually ends up costing them.
Okay, well, Brain being a bit late does cost them, but 5 rounds have passed. 3-2 is the scoreline. Great play from Getsum here. Yeah. Good awareness.
So basically what they wanted to do is they wanted to make that bomb untenable as cover. And if Brain had been there earlier, he could have at least shoulder peeked it, which means they would have had to sit that side of the bomb, would have been easy to kill for Quicker, and so on and so forth. It would have snowballed. But the problem was they didn't have any pressure on them from that side.
Yeah.
You even see one player kind of push inside. It allowed the players outside by bomb to actually concentrate on what was going on.
Well, Quicker is on the attack, and he will be pushing towards this B-bomb site along all of his teammates. Look how high there. Nolson getting, and Nolson actually pre-firing the wrong side.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird by Nolson, actually. I did see, you can't see that player just slowly walk out, but now they're at a disadvantage. And we could be seeing a tie here, 3-3, especially when you've got Getsum about to hit the flank. He picks up one picks up a second. And it's only going to be Zed left, and he goes down as well. 3-3 gets him.
That was
him
great.
with the hot and cheeky flank.
That was a really good flank, and really, I mean, it was good to get the first. It was accurate to get the second. He kind of readjusted his aim there, and then Logan just swooping in for the cleanup.
Yeah, that was way too easy for Getsum to do that. All three players looking the same way, which is a little bit confusing, to be honest with you. I can get trading and maybe having two that way, but to have all three and to not have anybody covering, that is a mistake.
Well, good start for Logan as he's got 8 kills already in 6 rounds. Hyper Games, though, what have they got? It looks like they're going for an aggressive defense on A.
Yeah, heavy flank coming in. Again, there's got to be... Oh, it's quicker with him, actually, this time. So they hit him with the movement, but quicker could be in trouble. I think he's floated over the top. So
what's Zed doing? I'm sure Zed's going for the tree shot.
He is, but he's going to die.
So is Nolson.
And this massive flank really hasn't paid out now because they have inside control. And Quick has lost that flight. So that entire flank did nothing.
You are our last combat asset. Complete the mission.
Brain picks up 1. Has glitch.
Is he?
No. 4-3 to Pulse. Good S&D so far for them. They've really got themselves back into it with 3 rounds back to back.
I think Hyper Games has just been playing it a little bit too reckless. They've been flanking. They've not had the teammates there. They're so disjointed on attack and defense. I mean, on the attack, you could tell that they were all aiming the same way. They've had these big flanks come in. They've done nothing. The teammates just aren't in position. And there are several times where I would have said they had the advantage, and then because their teammates aren't near enough to trade or to pinch, it just doesn't work out for them. It's like they're hoping to win all of this one by one.
Yeah, they're going back to traditional B pushes now, where all 4 just go B. They overpower them. They get the bomb down, and this is what they're gonna do. Zed in that corner. Oh wow, this is audacious.
They're going for inside control. But Vezio King could end up costing them here, and he actually gets one as well.
Oh, that grenade wouldn't have killed anyone, but it hit actually quicker in the groin, bouncing to Zed's face. Now 4 versus 2. 2 versus 3. 2 versus 2. As we now see Hyper Games make 2 crucial kills.
It's inside control, though. They only have to peek that bomb that's outside. Heatwave come in. Quicker now in a 1 versus 2. Sees one, picks it up. And Quicker has to try and stay alive now. It's Getsum. Getsum's going to challenge him as well. Oh, no, he's not. He's going straight for the bomb. Can't do anything there. It will be 4-4 for Hyper Games. And you were right when you said just kind of more standard. They went inside. They all pushed.
Oh, did he not see that?
I don't think he did.
I don't think either of them did. We did with a highlighted yellow.
It's all legs.
Yeah. Red. Yeah. To be fair, I probably wouldn't have seen them if it wasn't highlighted. This is a big pick from Quicker, because not only did they win the round, they took Heatwave out of the equation.
Yeah. Super close with those two.
4-4 in the round score now as we go into round number 9, and the French are back on the attack. See what Vezio King, Tony, Getsum and Logan have to offer.
Oh, just checking out all their classes, and running this many ARs for me screams A.
What is that on his gun?
Don't know.
Camo's been used on A.
Didn't see that player.
Glitch. Oh, Brain!
Oh, no.
Hits him with it.
Hasn't he done enough, though? Nolson. Oh, come on, pick up his first kill. Has active camo. Going to challenge the bomb. No, he goes down. There's 2 active camos that have done nothing. And Pulse in a great advantage now. Quicker coming around the side, and down he goes as well. Pulse 5-4.
Yeah, that was...
The only kill they made was Brain.
That was devastating, really. 5-4, though, for Pulse. We could be seeing a 1-1 tie if Pulse can push this back. And you know what? Pulse are looking good to do so. I think the specialists on the board, they've used their camo, they've used their heat wave, but what else have they got, Bryce?
Well, let's take a little look. Quicker has kinetic, so
does Logan.
So does Logan. Glitch for Vezio King. So, glitch isn't something you can really bank around on. Wouldn't surprise me to see maybe Quicker going with kinetic here.
Yeah, he could challenge this with his kinetic. Oh, he doesn't want to die. He's got flak jacket. However, there's 2 grenades. He's saying, I need to get out of it. I need to save my kinetic, boys.
Big challenge coming up as well, and Logan's already got one of those kills. Logan's got second. and it's just quicker and Brain now in a 2 versus 4. This could be all over. Pulse, it's now Brain in a 1 versus 4 and he goes down. Pulse are going to take the search and destroy. It is now 1-1. And a slip has occurred. Hyper Games looked so dominant early on in that search and destroy.
They did.
And then Pulse said, no, no, no. Not having any of that. And I think they were playing a little bit sloppy, to be perfectly honest with you. I think Hyper Games, realistically, were just running around and being a bit crazy.
14 kills for Logan. I mean, that says it all for me. 14 kills is just remarkable. But we do see it tied up in the series, and very much like the first game of the day, it is now 1-1. You guys have been getting involved with us on Twitter. Bryce, I want to go back to this CWL PS4. We can't, before we break that game down, we've got more.
Okay.
Messi or Ronaldo?
Ronaldo.
Yes, good choice. Heatwave or Camo?
Heatwave.
Optic Gaming on Advanced Warfare or Complexity on Black Ops 2?
Complexity.
Yeah. Then we've got Team with Crim or Karma?
Oh, I don't know. I know both of those quite well.
I'd have to go with Crim.
It depends. I think if you the teaming wise, they both got the skill, but realistically, Crim's a lot more intense. Karma's a lot more laid back. That's what I'm thinking.
You've not given me an answer.
I'm gonna go with Crim. I'm probably speaking of Crim more than I have Karma.
Clayster or Formal?
Formal on this game, yeah, definitely, definitely.
Home cooked or takeout?
Home cooked.
Splice or Hyper Games?
Splice.
Daredevil or Scumps? That's coming from a very old person. I remember Jeffers.
I've got to take Scump over Daredevil, but
Yeah.
Daredevil's a great guy.
Samsung or iPhone?
Samsung or iPhone?
Yeah.
I'll take Android over iPhone. I don't know about Samsung.
Okay, yeah, that's probably a better question. Bance or Jerd? Swanee or Marky B? You've already answered Swanee and Marky B. Bance or Jerd, though, I think.
I'm going to go with Jerd.
Yeah. I thought that may be the answers. Keep them coming in. Hashtag CWL PS4. Nature or Big Timer? I don't even know what that question is. Like, who would you rather team with? Who do you like? Who do you talk to more? Who do you watch whose video? Like,
they're both awesome people.
They are. I've not found someone as funny as Big Timer like watching his videos. I'm in hysterics. But Nature is a great role model. There's two sides to every story. However, Philip Homar, thank you very much for getting in contact with us, as well as all you guys at home on that hashtag CWL PS4. Keep them coming. We'll keep going. And it was a good question. I like that. How you got them. I still I was thinking last night I was just thinking, you know, that Hunger Games we talked about, and who would be the last one surviving? I picked Broken, and I was questioning. I was thinking, is there anyone that could take him on? I didn't find anyone. I stick with my word.
Josh.
B-Sport.
Sneaky.
Okay. But Twitch chat. Nice to see everyone is supporting. A lot of love for the boys here on Pulse. Actually, a lot of bit French people coming in. And rightly so. It's good to see not only a non-CWL team in the quarterfinals, but actually fighting for their spot in the semis. Epsilon are through. Millennium are through. We are waiting for the Giants and Infused game, and also this game which we're watching, which is Hyper Games and Pulse. However, we're going to get into the game. It's going to be Uplink. Let's kick things off, Bryce.
Well, let's find out how this one goes down. Active camo already been removed. The reason why it's so powerful in Uplink is almost guaranteed 2-point play. Should also see Overdrive go the same way as that. Flashbang's gone, which means we should see Concussion. Overclock's gone, of course. And it should be Overdrive, and I'm going to say maybe HXD, but I want to say Semtex. Don't know why. There's Overdrive.
So you got your high Callan Rapid Fire, and I'm going to go with... I have no idea. Kinetic I'm going to go with.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why. I'm just being...
HCXD?
Ah, yeah, I forgot about that one. Forgot about the old HCXD.
Good old HCXD. Don't know why we keep saying good old HCXD. It's like it's some sort of good old thing.
I mean, it's been around for a while now, the RC car and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. Well, Kinetic, Heatwave, Kinetic, Heatwave, Scythe, I'm thinking double lethal, Tempest Scythe.
Yeah, I think you might be right on that one.
Might be. Yeah, on this map, yeah, I can see double lethal really easily. Both taking Scythe, so Brain and Get Some should be taking Tempest. Tempest there for Brain. Get Some. Do the honors, please. Tempest.
Thank you very much, sir.
Easy. Sometimes it just goes easy.
Okay, well, 85 seconds on the clock for the boys to create their classes, change everything they need, and get ready for...
How do you think this one's going to go, Phil? Let's be perfectly honest.
Hyper Games, and I think 12 to 7.
Ooh. I think... Oh, I've got an update, actually, before we go into it.
Okay.
Infuse versus Giants is going last map.
Wowzers.
Yeah, 2-2 in that current game. It's going last map.
All the way down to the fringe S&D. Okay, well, we'll keep you updated through that one as well. By the end of this map, we should have an answer for Infuse. And actually, we're going to be the last quarterfinal to make it into the semi-final. So what it means for you at home is there shouldn't be too much of a break.
Yeah, 15 minutes max,
50, yeah.
And then we should just rattle on through. That's why we had the long delay earlier, so we could have a short delay now. Weird photo of Splice there you've got up on Twitter.
Yeah, they're off to MLG, and if you want to wish them luck from the European side of things, please do. Rated, Josh, Joe, and Bance. Bance with a very big smile on his face. Joe looks a bit confused where he is. Josh is giving us a good old phase up sign, and I will retweet the photo because why not?
Josh does it every time. Is he actually giving a phase up sign?
I don't know.
It looks like the one arder.
Oh yeah.
That's one arder.
Yeah, it is. I'm gonna class it as the phase up though.
You would. Anyway, getting back into this game. You think it's all going to be Hyper Games?
I don't think it's. I think they're gonna win 3-1, but I think there's gonna be a big competition in front of them, which is Pulse. I think they'll push them back a little bit and actually test them.
Okay. I think for me, this could be the very typical Hyper Games story, especially on this map. What we are likely to see is Hyper Games dominate the slaying and just get a lot more opportunities. However, if they don't dominate the slaying, I think it's going to be a very hard map for them.
I think they just need to go out and slay. Hyper Games just need to slay. But for Pulse, how they answer back is slaying themselves. They can't just get beat down by being outgunned. Both teams need to come out slaying and see who comes the better one. I would say Hyper Games are the better team, but let's not rate it. Let's not rate it too quickly.
Alright, well, this game is about to kick off, so let's jump into it. Hyper Games versus Pulse. It's Uplink, it's Infection, and it's all tied up so far. Who goes into the lead? We're currently on board with Brain. Brain looking for that first shot on tank. He's actually pre-firing it. Trying to find and see if we can get a kill early on, but going to be kind of curious to see whether or not they can continue to keep up this dominance that we've seen from Hyper Games so far. But no, right now it is going to be Pulse, and the only thing that's bothering me about Pulse here is that they got a few kills and they didn't try to play the drone.
That's the thing. I think they have gone out with a mindset of slaying, which is what I said they need to do, but they can't forget about the objective, Bryce. At the moment, Brain is going to be pushing forward with that drone. He's going to have his team to bait out, and this should be a one-point play. He did get the release, and he does get the first point on the board. 45 seconds in, Hyper Games take the lead.
They do, and that's the advantage of playing the drone early on. Now, Zed's actually made one kill in Church. Quicker's going to be covering him. Quicker gets one as well. Zed not going to win that second fight, though, but because Quicker's there, Nelson should be able to get this one away.
Well, there we go, another one-point play on the board, and that's going to come in from Hyper Games. A good start from them, and Quicker, he's 5-2. Make it 5-3 as he finally does fall.
Well, here they go again. They're just punching through over and over again. And it's almost like they're taking it turns. This is the third member of Hyper Games now to take this shot, and they should be 3 for 3 with that one, and they are.
Wow, this is a bit of a stomping.
Oh, no, sorry, Brain threw two. For some reason, I thought Nelson had thrown one. Oh, he had. Oh, it's Quicker, but it hasn't.
Well, it's all going one way. That's all you need to do. It's Hyper Games, and they should make it 4. And actually, That's a 1-point play which is intercepted, and I hate to jinx things. Hyper Games looking good at 1-pointers, Bryce.
Quicker missed. I don't think that intercept was fully in. I think
we're gonna have to say it was an interception.
I will say it for now, but I'm not fully gonna let him off the hook yet. I'm not sure it was great.
I'm letting him off.
No,
for now.
I'm counting it as a super miss.
Logan is waiting for that drone. He's going to go high, and it's going to go in. Pulse with the point, and they're actually going to fight back. I like this. They're not just giving up without a fight here. And that's what I expect from Pulse. Vezio King getting a kill. Nolson and Zed answering back, and now we're nearly a quarter way through the game, Bryce. Still 3-1.
There we go, Nolson. Good look at that first one. Does pick up one as well. Looking for that second, trying to hold it down. And if they can make this kill, they're going to push through again. And surely going to be able to do something good. No, Brain's actually chosen to go the other way. Now, once he passes tank, he can shoot from here. Gets it up, gets it good, and it's going to be in as well. He went so high with it, it goes in. Hyper Games like a brand new team.
Well, I think they've just banned Quicker from throwing the drone. And it's wise, because he knows he's not been the greatest. Zed can pop Heatwave if he wants to here, and he's just looking to avoid, and there we go. Heatwave, get the melee, and he should get the 1-point play.
Oh my
Zed doesn't miss them. Zed's just giving a lesson here in Uplink.
Hyper Games. They have improved quite a lot, but here goes Quicker. Brain's picked up 2 as well. Quicker might actually go for a 2 here. He's got enough bodies.
It's good. It's nice. It's 7-1, and I thought Pulse would put up a bit more of a fight. This drone can be picked up and actually manual pass, but there's one player, which is Vezio King, just trying to watch that. And he is going to get a first kill, but he should be traded.
His Quicker's still alive, by the way. He had Kinetic on, and he's done a lot of work there to kind of deny them any sort of control. Now, Zed does have somebody with him. It's going to be Nelson, but he's trying to get enough through, but it wasn't. They're all pre-aiming the door. And now, finally, Pulse will have control. Get some. Looking to move forward, goes into broken. Maybe a little bit too aggressive there, actually. Not letting anybody kind of come through, and you can see it's cost them. Hyper Games have picked up the kills, and here they come again.
Okay, well, 7-1 is the score with a minute left. Nolson's trying to extend on that, not going to be able to as Vezio King picks up a kill. And now Zed comes in for the sweep. He does get it. He gets the all-important point. And Brain here to just light up the stage with his Tempest. This is dangerous, Bryce.
They don't really want to challenge him. No, while that Tempest is up. Still got another one. Still alive. Trophy's coming out as well. Nelson's going to go for it. Goes up, goes over. First time actual miss here for Hyper Games, but 4 down. So if Brain makes this next kill, it could be a 2-point play.
Yeah, I think Brain's just holding off, and he's going to see that he's going to be reset, but he is on for streaks. Let's bear that in mind.
Oh, interesting thing actually here is I just want to see if Brain gets his streak while that wrap kind of slows down.
Yeah,
not quite.
Picked up 1 kill. He knows where that second is, and he's just trying to stay alive. It'd be wise for him to do so. That's exactly what he's doing right now. He's just staying back, playing the game, playing the waiting game as he finally picks up 1. Not going to get the Wraith, but he is going to get the Lightning and the Hellstorm. And you know what? Hyper Games, they're going to pick up their 9th. And I don't know if Quicker has actually thrown...
He's not thrown one that's gone in yet, no.
I think Zed's banned him from it.
Yeah, actually. I mean, they banned it. Well, they banned him from Heatwave, didn't they, this season?
They wouldn't allow him to use Heatwave.
Which I always find hilarious.
I find absolutely hilarious as well. Bryce, last map S&D between Infused. It is currently 2-1 to Infused. First round, though, Ninja Defuse came in for Infused.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, so it's going all the way, it looks like, on that one.
Quicker just slays, though. Look at him. He's 17-8 right now.
He's a beast.
He is a beast. However, let's jump on board with him as he goes off the rip. And I wonder if we're going to see the same dominance in the slaying department come out of Hyper Games here. This is pretty much their tactic. Slay, slay, and then slay some more. We're already hearing get some come out, but he's going to get out. Quicker just runs through people.
And now Brain has this. Where's he going with it, though?
Going for this one. Has he got it? Oh, no, it's off.
That's a tough one to make. I'm going to let him off with that one.
It's a very tough one to make. That's the kind of throw I don't actually expect players to hit with the regularity. What was it, 9 out of 10 I said you got to make?
Yeah.
And Nelson's actually chasing with the scythe here. Might be traded. Oh, no. Managed to get past the player, but he has been heat-waved. Oh, he's still alive.
How is he alive? They didn't even pick up their kill. Lightning strike coming in, and that's been manually passed.
My goodness.
He's not going to pick this up.
4 now for them. And right now, Quicker Than You is going to have the drone. And he goes for it, and he gets it.
It's a nice play. It's now 10-1 in the uplink, and kinetic armor has been unlocked for Quicker. Quicker looking phenomenal here, 21-9, 2-kill streak. Really putting his team in the lead here with his slaying.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, to be honest with you, when you're dropping double positive,
such intelligent play.
Yeah, just controlling it as well. And now the only one left is going to be Vezio, and Brain now has it. And this is the opportunity for them. A few more kills. Nelson's making them here, so he's going to go for the one here, Brain. Lines it up, and it looked a little bit right, but it should be good, and it is. And this is just a showing from Hyper Games.
Yeah, it's a bit of a whitewash.
I've actually noticed on the Reddit R competitive. If anybody needs to check that out, r/competitive, r/COD competitive. Sorry, I keep messing that up. There is a lot of Hyper Games flares at the moment. A lot of fans come out of the woodwork for this Hyper Games team.
Well, I always see people tweeting about, imagine if Hyper Games were playing, Optic and stuff like. They're genuinely feeling that Hyper Games, can do some damage. I mean, it's just their recent performance online, which hasn't been so good. I'd love nothing more for Hyper Games to go to an event and actually do really well.
Well, I think that's the final kind of key for them now. So when it comes to Season 2 finals, which they've actually already locked in, that's the time to shut everybody up. All their doubters, all their haters, everybody who doubts. I mean, us, I would love, although we criticize them a lot, I would love to see Hyper Games prove everybody wrong.
Yeah.
Then you can it's a lot easier to go, well, you know what? They're the real deal. They have actually started to perform. They've no longer got that thing where they do great in the league or do great online, and then all of a sudden come to a big event and just kind of be awful. Well, not be awful, but top 6 is basically where you put them.
Well, now we're going into the final quarter, and 11-1 is the scoreline. I don't see it really changing. Brain has picked this one up as Nolson picks up a nice double, and Quicker still on that mad tear. Is 27-12 at the moment.
Oh, he's going to push forward now. Next few kills could make this a 2-point play and potentially a relay. However, Brain is going to have to just put that one in, and he had a Tempest as well. If somehow they had stayed alive here, this would 100% have been a relay.
Well, you can't do everything, and Nolson is saying, I'll just watch this drone, guys. No problem at all. No one's getting away with it just yet.
Brain's actually broke out the Tempest.
So we should. Let's let it rip. Let's see what he can do.
Well, here they go. They're now going to push forward. They have a Tempest specialist already in a good position. Sees one, looks for the next one. Oh my goodness, quick snapshot there coming from Brain. And this is a bad position now for Pulse. Looking for the next one. Brain's going to have that Tempest out again. Gets the next kill. Ends up running out for them.
Oh, chain kill.
Oh, wow. And now they're in the perfect position. Watch the overextend. Manual pass down. They've already got it away. That should be another point. I'm trying to find a player nearby.
Yeah. So many nades just coming in here. That will be another point. It's got to be a 2 as well. This is a bit embarrassing almost from the Pulse side. And Tony, so embarrassed he's left the game.
Oh, it's just going
shameful,
further and further in their thing. They actually shut them down there.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's going to be another one. 17-1.
Remote satellite uplink achieved.
Yeah, this is Hyper Games all over. Look at the slaying. Quick is on 30-14.
Mission clock running down.
Lovely stuff from Quicker. 30 bomb, but also the double positive. Zed is going to put another 1-point play in. And it is game over. It's crazy to think that, the Hardpoint was so dominating. This has been so dominating, but that S&D was a slip map for them. Do you see, I mean, we've got to see this end on CTF for sure, right?
Yeah, I think Hyper Games are just our respawn specialists. They really are. They are so good at slaying. It doesn't matter how mechanically gifted they are. Even this is probably the best I've seen them play. They were nailing ones from all over the show, and that doesn't always happen. To be perfectly honest with you, it's for me. I think Hyper Games, they're improving. They knew what their weaknesses were. We've spoke to them off camera, and they've said, yeah, we've even practiced, our throws for like an hour before our games.
They watch the games back that they play in the CWL, and they always contact us saying, your reaction was hilarious when I missed this 1 point or that 1 pointer, and they say, well, look what we've done. We've just put an hour into just throwing 1 point plays, and it does pay off. Practice makes perfect, as they say. But we have still got one map more as a minimum. We could even see it go to a final map. That would be Fringe S&D if we went there. However, just a bit of an update through the Cup so far. Millennium take down Exertus 3-0. Okay. Epsilon take down Supremacy 3-1. And Giants Infused our last map. Currently, the score is 4-2 Infused, 3 to Giants on Search and Destroy. It's neck and neck. Infuse just
Very close.
edging it that little bit, and we'll keep you up to date with the score as soon as someone does win.
So it's looking like Hype against Millennium.
Yeah.
And could be Epsilon Giants or Epsilon Infused.
Well, yeah, I mean, the semi-final on the lower side of the bracket could be either or, but Infused are currently playing at the moment. 4-3 is the scoreline.
I'm now far too interested in this game.
We can cast. What we could do is we could cast this. In fact, wait there.
Can we do it?
I'm not sure whether it would be something they would want to do, or whether we can do.
I don't know. For me, I'm kind of watching this game go down as we're waiting for this next match to load. We can't tell you what's going on, though.
Yeah, we can.
It's a little bit like a radio cast, so we're actually watching Zero, who you should definitely keep an eye out. His Twitch, we'll give him a shout out on Twitch, is Trey, T-R-E-I-Z-E-R, 0, as in nil, as in...
Kind of like his game, his PSN.
Yeah.
But at the moment, it's 4v3. 0 is in a 1v2. And this could put them 5-3 in the lead, or it would tie things up. He's already made 1 kill this round, and 0 looking very concentrated, by the way. And in fact, that might be something we could do. In the meantime, obviously, whilst I got this up, maybe put a poll out for see which game they would rather see. Well, if they would want to be like Millennium Hyper Games, just get it ready, obviously, to see. Because these guys can vote either Hyper Games versus Millennium. If Hyper Games win, for example, Trey lost the 1v2. It's now 4-4 Wolverine.
You'd make a terrible Wolverine.
I'd be an awesome Ginger Wolverine.
That's why you'd be a terrible Wolverine.
I'd have spoons coming out my
spoons.
Yeah, and I'd go get some yogurt and go and eat all the yogurt. That's all I would use it for. Only good things.
Couldn't you just have a normal spoon?
I've got 4 though in each hand.
But I feel like that's just awkward because then you got
no,
like
3.
like this.
Sorry, 3.
It's just not really practical.
Well, what I'd do the flick method where I go and I'd flick it all in.
That seems like it'd be really messy.
If you're as accurate and pinpoint as me, then it wouldn't be. Believe me.
Oh, okay. I just feel like.
Or you could have an immense food fight where you get like 4 spoons and just like.
Is I'd just get a normal spoon and just eat my yogurt quite normally.
I know, but I'd have 6 spoons.
Great.
So I'd eat it 6 times as quick.
Not really, because you've got 6 spoons, and depending on the way they're orientated, it's just awkward.
I would have mastered it. You don't doubt me. Come on.
I am going to doubt you.
You always do.
Because it's stupid.
Well, it is 5-4 now to Infuse as they go potentially into the last round.
But Ban and Protect started, so we're going to go into our Ban and Protect. We'll keep you updated with that game as well.
Okay. Smoke, Concussion, Flashbang, all taken away. The tacticals have been hit hard as Overclock now falls. As now 4 bans remain. Overdrive is one of them. Active Camo is one of them.
Right, well.
High Caliber and Rapid Fire to finish things off.
Yeah. That smoke being taken away, that's pretty much because they use so kind of prevent, especially on this, especially on Stronghold capture the flag. Let's be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
It's a very slow map most of the time. And smokes, they usually help teams get in there and whip the flag away, but some teams don't like them because obviously you're kind of like, well, we're defensive and we've got great defense here, and now there's so much smoke that it's basically people just running blind through and spraying.
Okay, well, 20 seconds as the Specialist Draft comes in. You got Tempest Heatwave side. You got an Annihilator for Vezio King.
Vezio
King. Sorry. Just felt that was needed.
Annihilator would be interesting. I mean, it's more mobile. We've spoken about this before. It's more mobile than the Scythe.
It definitely is. 90 seconds. These guys will be creating their classes and
I'll just give them an update.
Yeah, it's 3 versus 2 for Infuse. It's last round potentially. 0 does have the Heat Wave. And they should be able to clean this round out.
Yeah, I think Infuse are about to win their game. They should realistically have this round. 0 with a Heat Wave. Should win his next gunfight. Unless he gets shot in the back. 30 seconds left on the bomb here. I know we're covering a different game, but I think it's really important that we kind of keep you guys updated as it does go down.
Well, here we go. It's now a 2 versus 1. 0 backing off nicely. Still has Heatwave. PT, I believe, is the last one alive. Could be Whalers. I'm not too sure. However, it does go down. Infused pick it up. PT with the final kill cam. Marky dropping 13 and 7. So, Infuse will go through now to the semi-final. And the last game of the quarters is on your screen. We'll come back to this one. as it is Hyper Games versus Pulse. So, my predictions is Hyper Games versus Millennium, Infused versus Epsilon. Tell us who you want to watch. Brycey will be releasing that tweet as soon as this game is over, because don't forget, Pulse can still make a comeback.
Yeah, that's true. Pulse can. I just think it's going to be difficult. For me, again, CTF, we've said it can be a 50-50, and the reason I believe that is, especially on Stronghold, right? Let me break this down for you. Stronghold, for me, is a very passive map because of the defensive capabilities of Orange Car, of Big Rock on both sides. The lanes can be quite diverse. I mean, Rocks and Bunker, and it's very hard to watch all of those lanes.
Yeah.
Because it kind of gives 3 ways into each flag. And then, basically what happens is a lot of time it comes down to these massive specialist plays. But what you can see a lot of the times here is one player sitting passive on both sides, 2 players screening mid-map, and 1 pushing, and then both teams try to coordinate pushes with those 2 kind of sitting mid-map.
Okay.
And maybe you have 2 being aggressive and 1 mid-map, but it kind of plays out that way. A lot of times you try to take pressure off your guy at the back and give him kind of, you want to cut off his lane so he only has to look one way, and then that passive player manages to make that kill. And that happens. You'll see it happen over and over and over again.
Okay, well, Capture the Flag Stronghold is the game mode and map that is coming up next. Let's see how this one breaks down. Do you have any particular people to watch?
I am going to watch Quicker.
Okay.
He's going to be aggressive. He's going to be crazy.
He gonna be crazy.
Gonna be crazy. You watch. He's gonna go 3-0 off the rip.
3-0?
Yep.
Wow, that is a bit of an audacious prediction. However, I'll roll with it. Quicker on the flank here, straight away going to Outskirts.
He's dead.
Will be on the rocks, and he's going to be taking down 3 kills back to back, and now all fate land is in good old Zed. And he does pick up 2. That's a big 2-piece, Bryce.
It has, and that spawn, if it had been pushed out towards Bunker, they might have a chance of actually pulling there. But now what they've actually got to do is make another wave of kills, Pulse, to do anything. And because that spawn came in Bunker, they're going to know where they're sitting in Mansion. However, gets them, is already up with them as well. Not going to make that kill. Logan, however, who has been a very important player so far for these, is now pretty much on the flag, but he's got so many members of Hyper Games to beat.
And Hyper Games are going to shut that one down. Nolson and Quicker yet to pick up a kill. Nolson ignores what I just said and picks up his first one onto Tony. And now they're on the attack. I don't like the defense from Pulse. Where are they? Are they just sat in here? What is this?
That's kind of weird.
That's wrong. They should be at the back rock with an assault rifle.
I mean, you don't want to get trapped in there because that happens.
That's, for me, very, very silly.
I'll tell you, that's a cap. That is a cap. And you're right with what you said. Holding there, it just gives you a massive advantage to the attacking team.
Yeah, they should be holding at the back, behind the back rock, very much like a Marky B or, you know, a Scraps or even, you know, just a little bit further, you know, in a not very close quarters. I think the problem is they actually had SMGs. They didn't have assault rifles. Where's Vezio King now? Vezio King's going to be caught off guard again with an SMG. And they don't have this defense. It's almost madness what I'm watching.
Their spawn's being pushed out, and now they're in serious trouble again. Nolson actually just missed a player who's behind him.
Nolson's 275 away, and he shouldn't find that as the drop shot comes in from Logan there. Nice RK5 kill from him.
However, I will give credit there. They do manage to hold it off from what was a really bad position.
Yeah, no, that's very true, Bryce. I'll also give credit for that. Okay, but let's go on board with Logan to see what he's up to.
Well, making a kill, looking for that second one. Desperately find him, goes up, goes over, and does go down. Not quite able to get anything out of there. We can see Nolson actually flying out. He's now a big rock.
Yeah, and with 2 minutes 20 left on the clock, this is the position where they should have been defending from, but it's not going to happen that way.
Nolson, he's not defending, he's attacking. He was actually holding their position. Trying desperately to keep on board with them, however. You can actually see another push coming in here for Pulse. Now, they've double-stacked top Mansion. And I don't think it's going to be Nolson to defend. So Nolson has an idea that that's where they could be. Pulse, though, are waiting. And Nolson's going to try and make this kill. No, he's made one. Look at that. Super patient. He knows now a player is an orange van and orange car. He's seen both of them. Picks up one, picks up the second.
Wow.
Nolson, so patient. Doesn't even care.
It's crazy how accurate that was. Brain can come in. If he trades this kill, it could be a pull, and it will be.
Oh, what?
Wow.
How did
that Hellstorm not make any kills? And Brain's going to be running right into them. That Hellstorm should have created a path, but it didn't.
And now he's stuck in no man's land.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if he can get out of this. But he's running through the middle. He can do this. How is Brain still alive?
I don't believe it. There's players all around him. What on earth is that?
Oh my goodness. He's made it out alive. Brain.
What?
That is madness.
All
Absolute
right.
madness.
That should not have happened. There were 4 players there, and somehow he just gets away. At one point, there was a player either side of him.
No one turned around to kill him. No one. Me and Brycey are mind-boggled by what we've just seen. However, Hyper Games, they'll be sitting pretty here at 2-0. They've got Specialists in the bank as well. 45 seconds before they switch sides. And Nolson's not done yet. He's ready to pull again.
Well, Nolson's sitting there going, where are they? Nolson's wondering where on earth Pulse are, because they're begging for another flag to be pulled. They've gone super aggressive. They are going hyper-aggressive. The problem being for me is that you really don't go 3-0 down. Don't get me wrong, you can get a flag out, but a lot of the time you've got to kind of grind it out and get the cuts. But they're actually... Nolson's going to pull this again.
Yeah, he is. He's waiting for the counter cap, and there you go. They're all in the aggressive position, and this is 3-0, sorry. I was going to say 4.
Hits the boost slide, and he's away. 3-0. I just said this. Don't go down 3-0 just because you're being aggressive.
I will say very well played from Nolson. He basically sat behind the enemy flag until he said to his teammates, sit in defense, make kills, and I'll pull this. Exactly what he did. Pulled it away 3-0. I actually think this game could be over before we even start the second half, and that's because Hyper Games are just dominating here, Bryce.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, the defensive coming out there from Pulse was non-existent. It's just not what we usually expect to see in a hold at all. That was kind of weird.
Okay, well, let's flip sides. Let's see if Pulse can fight back or do anything, in fact, against these. Because at the moment, it is very one-sided, and it's almost a bit of a walk in the park for Hyper Games.
If Hyper Games realise that this is what is happening, they may just continually pull. And that is actually what is about to happen. And look how slow they are. They've got 3 down. They know one's on their flag, and they're still not pulling it. I don't know if Pulse have played that much of this game or scrimmed this much of the game. It looks like a lack of practice, maybe.
Yeah, I think it might be a lack of practice, and definitely lack of practice at the top end. You know, Hyper Games play the best at CTF every single week.
Zed trying to stay alive. See, Logan's actually going to have that Tempest, but he's going to lose it just at the last second. And they're being hunted down, and they're actually in bunker. And it looks like are they going to go aggressive with it to get that flag back? Oh, Lightning Strike's coming down. Oh no, it's pinged.
It's been pinged and it's been told, but bit of a standoff here with the flags, and with the time ticking down, Bryce, it only favours one team, and that being Hyper Games, of course.
It does. They are hunting him down though. Look at the amount of bodies they're throwing into this.
Yeah.
And it's just Zed. Zed's just running. He's continuously running away. Oh my goodness, he's going to get that flag back as well.
And full streaks.
And take down the Annihilator.
Couldn't have gone better for him, and you know what? It is not looking good here. In fact, if we go on board with quicker, they're going to shut down them once again. And actually, they're pinned in. They're actually pinned in. They've trapped them.
Oh no! This is a relay, or it should be a relay. I don't know if we can get back into it.
Could this be like one of the first relays we've seen? Look at them! They're trapped. They can't do anything. Brain, give them a chance.
Yeah, come on, Brain.
This is like when, you know, the under-16s football team go up against, you know, the under-21s, and it's just like, this is unfair. This is not right.
Hey, it certainly isn't. Oh my goodness, Nelson, come on. Hyper Games are genuinely playing on a different level against these guys. Yeah, they're already quitting out. They know it's not going well for them.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing here. Pulse, actually. They've thrown in the white towel. They've waved the white flag.
I think Pulse have done fairly well this entire way through this game.
It's now 3v4 as one of them has retired, and Brain going for the hip fire. Nolson cleaning them up. And that is going to be GG.
Oh. Yeah, 100% GG. That was a little bit of a drubbing. And again, I think that's maybe just down to the fact Hyper Games have more experience in this game mode.
Okay, well, I think it's safe to say that you could tweet out that Hyper Games are going to take this one and give the people just a chance to vote.
Yeah. At Brycetacular, B-R-I-C-E-T-A-C-U-L-A-R.
It's kind of spectacular, but with a hint of Bryce.
Yeah.
Well, the tweet is out. The tweet is live. Go and cast your vote. Who do you want to see in the semi-finals? Do you want to see Hyper Games take on Millennium? Do you want to see Epsilon take on Infused? They are the teams that are coming up head-to-head into these semi-finals.
Well, there's actually a Wraith coming in now. So this is going to 6-0. And that Wraith is in as well. Have they got anything else to take it down?
I don't think it's needed. They've got an Argus. Argus could take it down, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Don't think that Wraith can see him though. No. Veziok does have a flag. They can get one, I believe. Oh, he's been heat waved. Never mind. 7-0.
It's dominated. It's almost embarrassing for the boys.
Again, I'm gonna put it down to lack of practice. I think that's the.
And yeah, remember who they're playing, I guess.
Yeah, lack of practice, and they're playing a very well-drilled Hyper Games team. And I said when they went full kind of extension, that if Hyper Games realise they're just gonna keep pulling it.
Well, Hyper Games looking on form. They will go and take on Millennium in the semi-final.
They certainly are. All right, well, that's about enough of that, I think. Oh, it looks like actually they may get a flag back here, unless Brain can do something. Never mind, that flag has been... Oh no, here we go. Very close.
It is done. It is done. It's over. It's 7-0 as Hyper Games take on the defeated Pulse. And Pulse, they did well. They did well to get to the semi-final. Sorry, to the quarter-final. Let's not give them something they haven't earned. But they were the only non-CWL team to make it. Vezio King hitting 5-17. But to be honest, it was 3-0 at the end of it, and pretty dominant.
Yeah, there's not an awful lot we can say about that.
Sorry, what I meant by that, capture the flag.
We can't. There's not an awful lot we can say about that. Hyper Games are a respawn team. Hardpoint was dominating. S&D went to Pulse, which is usually a slip map in those regards. And to be fair, I don't think Pulse played that Hyper Games played that very well.
Yeah.
Uplink, Hyper Games did what they always do on Infection Uplink, which is just batter the other team in submission. And then I don't believe that Pulse were really well drilled on that. I don't believe they played it right a lot of the time. We were sitting there going, that's wrong. You can't just allow them to consistently pull your flag.
Yeah.
Because then, was it Nolson who ran away mid-map, or was it Brain? Just go away with it. Yeah.
It was Nolson. All the time there, he was just doing crazy things. 2-piece M8s that was going down left, right, and center. And it ends only one way. However, let's bring the bracket up. Let's show you how it all pans down. And this is what we're dealing with at the moment. Hyper Games versus Millennium. Epsilon versus Infused. These are the semi-finals. Go to Bryce's Twitter. Cast your vote. Hyper Games versus Millennium. Infused versus Epsilon. Let us know what you want to watch. And we will reply accordingly. We're going to go for a small break.
We are.
And then once all the votes have been counted, verified, we will have a decision. Guys, we'll see you in 15.
We will.
Uplink is a favorite mode within the esports community because of its fast-paced, aggressive nature. This mode features two teams clashing in an attempt to score a satellite drone into an enemy's floating uplink station. The drone will be spawned in a neutral point between players' locations. Players must then get to the spawn location to fight over control of the drone. Every drone thrown through the uplink station scores 1 point. However, 2 points are awarded if the drone is carried through the goal. Uplink forces players to push into enemy territories and to hold their position. The player with the drone loses their equipped weapon, but gains an additional protective armor, assisting them while their guard is down. After 2 rounds, alternating between map sides, the team with the most points wins the match. Uplink brings on a whole new aggressive gameplay that requires players to solidify their teamwork and conquer map control.
Because I was a substitute for Infused, I was always just on the sideline, just waiting to play, and I was so close to playing on multiple times, and I was gutted every time I couldn't.
I knew that I'd have to form my own team after season 1 to get into season 2, then prove myself there.
I was a substitute for Excel Esports. Basically, the only 4 top players that weren't in the league was us 4, so we didn't really have a choice of many players, so we just got together. We've been playing together for probably around 2 months. I think if we sort out people's attitudes, we can easily be a long-term team.
I think our uplink game is on par with some of the top US teams because of how much dedication and time we put into it. CTF is kind of a strong point as well. We don't really lose that too much, but uplink is certainly there. I think the thing that's special about our team is that we have all such good individual talent that we could compete easily with the top teams.
We can easily get top 4 in the league. We've already beaten CWL teams at events, so we know how good we are.
I played Call of Duty XP. We finished 8th. We got a pretty good amount of money from that. When I came back from Call of Duty XP, I went on the main French television, so everyone didn't know I was going on there. They were just eating their thing with their family, and they said, "What is it Max? What is going on?" The day after that, at high school, everyone was like, "Yo, Max, you're really playing with video games? What was that?" But that feeling was really strange. I can't even describe it right now, because people were looking at me in a way they didn't look at me before. I had either the choice to quit and the choice to practice every single day harder and harder. It could be my last 1 or last 2 years in the game. When I came around in Supremacy, I wasn't the captain at all, but we don't like to say that either this guy or this guy is the captain. I mean, we were working as a unit, of course, but the ideas have to come from somewhere. I think I'm the most experienced player in my team. I played for 10 years. I went to a lot of international events, played for a lot of money as well, so I know what pressure means, and I'm really not afraid of it.
In one of the more fast-paced modes in multiplayer, Hardpoint sees 2 teams rushing to secure a specified territory on the map. Once a location has been locked down, the team holding the position has to fight to protect it. If players from both teams are within the hardpoint, the area is considered contested until only one team remains in its location. During gameplay, the hardpoint territory will respawn several times to a new location, forcing all players racing to lock down the new area every 60 seconds. The first team to a score of 250 points within the 5-minute time limit wins the game. Stand your ground in this take on King of the Hill, as every second counts.
I've been playing full-time for like over a year now. I quit college and I took last year off, spent the whole Advanced Warfare as a full-time job in Epsilon. I'd like to say it's paying off for me, yeah. I've travelled across the world, earned a fair bit of money, done things I'd never do if I wasn't playing Call of Duty and done it full-time. When I first started playing Call of Duty full-time, it wasn't the best idea in their minds, but I think as it developed and I started going to events, it's like it actually can do something. Then they started following me on social media, checking everything I was doing, watching all the live streams, and now it's at the point where it's literally watching all the time. My whole family's always watching me every time I go away. My leadership role is one of the main things like in that whole team. I've played for that long, I've been in every situation possible, like I just know what to do, like I don't get nervous at like last maps I've played so many of them. I just make sure to stay calm, like I'm the one who calls the strats, so if someone's not comfortable doing something, then I'll tell them, like just don't worry about it, like it is what it is. Like if we do it as a team, we win as a team, we lose as a team, so if something goes wrong, it is what it is. I'm very happy with stage one, especially with like teaming new players and people who what you can say haven't done much in their career. We've done really well. We was actually second for that most of the league. I didn't expect as much, but they surprised me, they surprised everyone. I always aim to win.
My whole family follow through any events I attend and online. I'll always get a message from my mum or one of my brothers saying, "Oh, how are you doing?" I'd like to say I could stick around for a couple more years. I feel like I've got the capability and skills to do so. The time I'd stop is when I feel like I'm not helping a team and I'm holding them back. So I wouldn't really want to go from competing at the top to then just dropping and competing for the lower places. So whenever I feel like that's happening, then I know that's it. It's kind of a weird one because you never really expect to be known from playing a game, and to be known to the extent where you've got 70,000 plus followers. It's just a weird feeling. My main following is from the French side of things because I've teamed with the likes of Gotarga, Carnage, Maxi, Riskin, and under the organisation Millennium, who are French too. So it sort of all blew up for myself when I did go on take on that challenge with teaming the French players and the French roster. I'd say in France I'd get recognised more than I would in the UK. I don't speak a lot of French, but if there was one thing I'd like to say to all of the French supporters is merci beaucoup.
Before last year, I don't think I went like on a plane for over like 10 years, and then in the last year I've been to 8 different countries, so it says a lot how much God can do for you. My mum wasn't really a fan before when I first started playing, but then when she started seeing I was making money from it and I was actually gaining like social media followers, she started to come along more, and now she watches my events all the time. It's important because she's the most important person to me and my family. She still roasts me. She roasts me for losing. I've been in the last 5 grand finals and I've only won 2 of them, so she always says, "Oh, you always say you're going to win the next ones." I think communication is probably the biggest key to any player. It's the most important thing. That's what I've been trying to work on personally this season. Like little situations where, like telling your teammates, "I've got this, you don't have to watch this," it's just really key, in especially high tempo games. I'm already thinking about champs because I don't think there's any way I'd fall out of the top 6. So champs is definitely the main priority. Like as long as whatever team I'm in, as long as we cash out at champs, then this year's been successful. Now all I care about is winning. I don't care if I drop 50 kills, I don't care if I drop 10, as long as I win, that's all I care about.
I'm Mark Bryceland, aka Marky B, and I play for Team Infused. I'm also the captain of the squad. My teammates are Zero, PT and Urban. When this team first came about, it was sort of random as such because there was a lot of different squads bouncing about, and I wouldn't really say we were the leftovers, but I think that it was just one of those teams that just got sort of flung together for an event, and it sort of worked out.
I'm the picky one, to be honest, in the team. If I see something wrong, I'm going to say what's wrong. The way we react to it is like a good environment, unlike any other team I've been in, where we actually try to get better as a team rather than just try and benefit ourselves.
I talk to these guys on a daily basis. They're some of my best friends, and I see them and talk to them more than some of my better friends that I know from real life as such.
We've got a lot of chemistry because we've teamed together for the longest in Europe, so it's just overall it's like good vibes within the team.
As a team, we're all great friends in game and out.
If I could pick an all-star team, I'd just pick these guys. think that there's a lot of people who just give up as the first sign of just sort of defeat. If things go wrong, they might get dropped from a team, they might just give up. But you just got to keep going, get back on it and just keep grinding, try and get better. Look to constantly improve not only yourself but your team. The results will come and you'll eventually get success. There's obviously a lot of pressure in terms of getting results, but I don't really feel it, to be honest. I think that I've been doing this for years and it just feels sort of natural. My friends and family are actually really supportive. My mum watches every single event I go to. My girlfriend's been to a couple of events with me, and my friends watch every event I go to as well, so they're all really supportive of it and they all really enjoy Call of Duty. When I first started playing Call of Duty, I didn't really expect to be a sort of like figurehead of the scene or whatever, but I suppose that's sort of the position I'm now in, and obviously I sort of embrace that, and main motivation is like just achieving success. But at the same time, when I'm playing Call of Duty, I've always been a guy that's really enjoyed the game. I've always enjoyed putting loads of time into it. Right now it just feels like it's our job just to succeed, and just that we're going to do that. There's no like things that are flinging me off my path. Potentially one day be a world champion. That's obviously what I want to do one day.
Competed in America for a prolonged period of time, one of the only European players to do that with reasonable success, I guess. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, I had to return home from America, but luckily I immediately landed within, in my opinion, the best European team alongside 3 of the best, if not the 3 best European players. The catalyst for my parents' support was Call of Duty XP. We ended up coming 4th, and that was the largest tournament so far. $1 million tournament. We took home 100,000 split between 4 of us, which is, at the age of 18, it's a substantial amount. And when that check comes through the door, that's the light bulb in your parents' brain, I guess, and that's when it makes them think, you know, this is legitimate. In the past, I have had sort of minuscule thoughts crop up every so often about retirement, and that's natural, especially when you have unfortunate results at a tournament. In a tournament like Call of Duty Championships, perhaps tournaments that fall significantly below your own expectations, it's natural to have thoughts about retirement, and especially given the fact that the age of retirement is so young in Call of Duty. You need to take things seriously, you need to do everything you can to improve as a player, and when the time comes, hopefully you have other avenues to pursue within gaming.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty World League here for Cup number 3 of the Challenge Division for the CWL. Now, we are going into our first semi-final. The other semi-final is going on, but before we get into the action, as always, Philip Momo Whitfield, joined by the wonderful Brycey.
Hi.
The power is with you. I felt like you were Iron Man then for a second. Big fan of Iron Man. However...
Cap all the way. I don't even mind that they've gone Hail Hydra with him.
I'm team
Have you seen that?
What? You know I don't know all that kind of... You know I watched the film and I'm like, that's
true.
That's
why do I even bother?
That's some cool action.
Why do I even bother?
I don't know. I think you're going to give up one of these days. I just like a bit of an action film. Not that into it like as much as you.
I'm not going to go into it. I'll explain it some other time. We're not going to just... Oh, we've only just done the intro. I can't divulge straight away into lore of what's going on with Cap right now.
Let's break it down. There's 2 games going on at the moment. We've got Epsilon Infused off stream, and about to be streamed is Millennium Hyper Games. Brycey put a tweet out, and it won by a significant margin. I think it was like 60-odd%. Oh, it got a lot closer.
Oh, no. Yeah, that one won. This is a different poll. I literally just dropped it.
Oh, well, Millennium Hyper Games won, and then you've added another poll. What was the poll? Who's going to win, I'm guessing?
Hyper Games.
My goodness. And at the moment, it is
51%.
51% to 49%. I'm not even going to tell you who. Go and vote. And, yeah, cast your vote, see who's going to win. At the moment, no Epsilon Infused are going on off stream. We're going to focus on Millennium Hyper Games. Winner of the both, head-to-head, grand final, $5,000 US, CWL points. This is the map pool, though. But we've got Hyper Games going head-to-head now. Millennium Fringe, Hardpoint, Hunted, S&D, Breach, Uplink, Evac, CTF, and if we need it, Stronghold, Search and Destroy. Bit of an update for you, though. Before I go into this Hardpoint, the same map has just gone down. Infused won 250 to 83.
Wow.
100-point club. They shut down Epsilon. That is with Whalers. Not even the full Infused roster.
In fairness, that regularly happens to Epsilon. And they'll probably win the S&D.
And yeah.
And they'll go to the last map.
Wow. Okay, well, let's focus on our game. Yes, it's 1-0 in that other game, but we've got a game on our hands. Overclock has gone. Concussion, Flashbang, High Cal, Rapfire, Semtex, HCXD, and the only one to mix things up, it's the Man of War. That is gone. And any particular reason why you think that is gone, Bryce? I can't see anything.
A lot of players, it is very powerful and it maybe runs a faster play game here. And I mean, we saw Swanee actually experiment with the Man of War and then he stopped using it. So I'm wondering, you know, maybe this team is sitting going, well, we need the Man of War more. So we need the M8 more, get rid of that Man of War, ignore those players, might actually end up going in favour of them. One thing I'm surprised they didn't do here, and they did it before, is take away Afterburner. Afterburners are usually kind of for those faster play teams, and we've seen it throw teams off if they don't have it. So Millennium could have done that. They haven't done it in this case. I mean, they did it against Infused.
Well, they did indeed. How do you find this one, Bryce? How do you feel it's going? Because at the moment, Twitter seems to be 50-50 on it. What are you feeling?
I think Hyper Games will win the Hardpoint. On this map especially.
Okay.
And then S&D. I think S&D is going to be the decider, right? Because I'm going to say Uplink and CTF should go to Millennium.
Yeah. So
if that S&D, you know, they don't grab it, Hyper Games will take that away, tuck it in, then it's going to be bad luck for them, I think. It probably might end up 3-1. However, if it goes to map 5 between these two, I want to say Millennium, but Hyper Games have been really good at clutching up map 5s recently.
Yeah, Hyper Games. I just don't
right?
see it being a clean sweep. That's
No,
the thing.
But
we saw Millennium beat Exertus at Hardpoint, and I think if they do that, and then they went on to 3-0 them, I'm going to make a bit of a bold claim.
Okay, you make that claim.
I think, and I've just kind of contradicted what I'm saying, but I'm going to stick with this. I think Millennium could 3-0 them.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think the Hardpoint is crucial to the victory.
Okay.
And then I just feel like Millennium, I don't know, I think they've got to have some hunger from somewhere. And I think this is the time where they're going to get practice. I think if they can come out like the champions of this CWL Cup, and then go into week 8 and 9, basically just like Super Saiyans, that's how they
world's
qualify.
Greatest. I said that. I put a little Gohan gif there from Dragon Ball Z. Or Z, Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, Z. Not Z. Obviously, he's on Hyper Games.
Of course.
Well, we're about to kick this one off. We do want to hear your opinion, though, so hashtag CWLPS4 at COD World League / Call of Duty if you love that Facebook thing. So tell us who you think's going to win. We are interested. We do want to know. But for me, this is Hyper Games, especially on this map. But Momo doesn't agree with me. He thinks it's going to be Millennium. Let's find out.
I think it's going to be close every time. I reckon we're going to see a 10-point game Hardpoint, a 1-round S&D, and a 1-point Uplink. But I'm going with Millennium. I've just got a feeling that something good is in the water. But let's kick it off. Let's go and see how this one pans out.
Well, right now, it is going to be Hyper Games who have the advantage. Looking at L Wall here with Zed, he takes that one as well. Looking at that second play, knows the player's going to be on that power position of White Truck. And he's just playing around it right now. Zed holding down L Wall as best he can. Has been taken away. Jerd picks up his first kill of the game. Tommy actually picks up a 2-piece to help clean this one out. And they are now actually holding them in. Hyper Games are a little bit pinned.
Yeah, one thing I'm really missing, like, I'm like a kid who hasn't had sugar, but I've not had my Jerd. I've not had my Jerd for a good 2-3 weeks now, where he just drops some crazy numbers. I know this is maybe a bit harsh to say because it is online, but he's really been slacking.
I think it is a bit harsh to say, if I'm being honest with you. I think they've just changed. They've now got Mad Cat doing a lot of heavy slaying. You see the rotation come in here. But I think, for me, Jerd doesn't seem to kind of typically shine as much in these kind of rosters. He does the dirty work. You've got to remember that he is their main objective player. And for me,
I get that.
A lot of it, I think it's just because we expect Jerd to be incredible that we don't recognise that maybe he is literally doing the hardest job on this game.
I just think, like, stage 1, he was electrifying. He was awesome for this roster, and he was dropping 40s constantly, just in Hardpoint. That's the only one I'm thinking of. But he just seems to have, you know, slipped just a little bit. And maybe it is a bit too harsh, but maybe he is just taking on a new role. Mad Cat switched it up to an SMG. Tommy's gone, you know, to an AR sometimes, and maybe he's kind of feeling the brunt of it. But let's stick with Jerd. 3 and 6. Because every time I watch him, his accuracy is just insane.
Oh, that movement, look at that. Catching a bit more air. Madcat's going to go down here. Tommy's trying to stay alive. He goes down as well. Swan's still on the rotation. However, Mad Cat, look where he is.
Mad Cat's doing some good objective work in getting the anchor, if that's an actual thing. Well, I think it is. Swanee's just come through tin as he picked off one, taken down by Brain, that assault rifle. And now Quicker cleaning up, and we'll make it all hyper games. Tommy, though, with the assault rifle, is going to be taken down by Zed.
Well, they're locked out now. I'm not sure they're going to be able to break this very, very easily. This is where hyper games really like to come to play, though. Mad Cat might actually slip through tin here. They don't know he's coming. He's got to be quick about it, though. Oh, he's in trouble. There's no way he's getting through here now.
Yeah.
And he knows it as well. Jerd, though, goes through the front door. Jerd's opening up for Mad Cat.
See, this is the Jerd that I've missed. 2 pieces. Quicker just melts him. Wow. That's ridiculous.
He's got a Cerberus and a 7 streak and an 8 streak. This is the difference.
Okay, well, it's going to be tougher to break down now, as Quicker does have this. I'm going to stick with Millennium. I do feel they did start off strong. Jerd picking up one, picking up the second. There we go. Here we go.
Oh, no.
Close, but no cigar for that kinetic armor. And the Cerberus could be dropped here. Maybe going to wait for the rotation again. Quicker, Mel in the air, shoot in the air. Finally taking down Swanee.
Quicker is absolutely on fire this game. Jed's actually on the 4 streak himself. They really kind of want to start thinking about getting these streaks here for Jerd. Bearing in mind that Quicker's got full streaks as well.
Bearing in mind he has a dart. I'm questioning the pick of the dart, but maybe he's seen something and I'm not. Nelson destroys Jerd there, literally in a quick 1-bomb.
Well, Millennium still actually leading this, even with Quicker going ballistic as he currently is. But you can hear that coming out. Swanee has got that 10-5, but Jerd's picking up kills as well. Swanee trying to get that one out, not quite able to, as it's flooded again there by Hyper Games.
Yeah, Jerd's starting to impress me. He actually is. Like, it feels like I've connected with him somehow. And Millennium, though, just slightly in the lead. A very, very close game, and this is nothing out of the ordinary between these two teams. This is what we expect. However, top fragging in the lobby is still Quicker, 19 and 11 here. As Jerd joins him on that 19 kills. He's going to be first to hit 20. EMPs are going to come out.
Yeah, they're going to try and kind of negate that Cerberus as much as possible. And you can see they're going to probably just call it out. I think Jerd's the only one with them on, though. He is. He's got 2 as well, so he's just going to try and find that Cerberus. I think he at least got it there. But coming through again, Jerd, just trying to get this slaying down. Both teams really slowing out, and a lot of the kills are actually away from the hill.
Yeah.
Look at Quicker go.
Quicker's awesome with the Kuda. He's really enjoying himself and destroying people so quickly.
He was on a 5 streak again there.
24 and 12.
Quicker just straight up joking people. Just making it look so simple for him to just take down Millennium.
Yeah, just having fun, isn't he?
It really is. And I actually think Millennium playing really well, but this has been kept so close. That Cerberus, that's finally going to go down there.
I'm not sure if it is, you know. I think it's just been stunned. I don't get
what?
Sometimes.
They should have had... I swear that was the 3rd.
I'm not too sure. I thought it was. It's still going, though. It's kicking. Mad Cat's going to put it now. It's gone. I like the turn from Mad Cat, though. Turns on it. Millennium, though, they're still winning. They say, I don't care about you, Cerberus. Jerd, 24 and 18.
Full Jerd.
I have connected with him.
It's full Jerd.
This is what I've missed.
You certainly
My
do well.
cravings have been given to me.
C1, trying to pick that up. Actually only going to get the lightning strike. Not able to get the Hellstorm. Going in both, but Brain comes in. Picks up a 2-piece. Now, he does have tempers. A lot of specialists are also in play here. I imagine they might not be used here, but some of them should be saved for that rotation on the grannies. But already we're seeing Zed. That's Mad Cat again. It's the second time he's popped that heat wave into P2 and got nothing from it.
Yeah, he's obviously changing the role, and he is now an SMG. But his heat wave work needs to be worked on itself. And look at Jerd. I'm loving this. He's destroying people. Maybe not that one.
Yeah.
A bit too far away.
He's alone now as well. There are 4 players coming for him from Hyper Games.
He looks so much more at home when he has stock on this SMG.
He does, and the thing is, he needs to stay alive here. The more he stays alive and plays his life, the better it gets for his teammates. As they kind of opens the front door for him. That's exactly what's happened. That's a massive play, Roger. Just staying alive, which I think is underestimated a lot in this game,
yeah,
has allowed his teammates to kind of come through the front because they're all hunting Jerd.
Well, that'd be a tough job for anyone to hunt down Jerd, but at the moment, Jerd is 31 and 21. He's now overtaken quicker. And interestingly enough, more kills, more deaths, more interactions, 52 interactions, and so long still left in the game.
Well, they're actually holding them off here. This is a great hold coming in from Millennium. Zed trying to make this work. Does finally pick up Jerd, going around the back, looking for that second kill. I don't think he's seen him, and it will be Swanee to pick him out of the sky.
Oh, Mad Cat. Bit shaky there as he headbutted one, and he was actually looking for the other player. Mad Cat now with the respawn. He should be able to find one. Picked up already by Jerd, and that long-range BMP is not going to help anyone.
It certainly is not, but that's a good hold for Train coming in.
It's a very good hold here.
Both sides. Yeah, locking it down. Swanee's picked up one. This is a difficult break, actually, for Millennium. If you look at the way this is set up on the map, they have to go into this blind. Oh, Jerd, though, actually bringing in the dart. Let's jump on board with him.
Oh, he's tagged another, and I think Swanee's just picked one up as well. Answered back, though, Jerd. Should find one in the back, and now should be able to contest. Not only contest, but actually take control.
Oh, quicker. Smacks him out of the sky. Who goes for melee like that? That's crazy.
Insane. Oh, I can hear a Tempest going off somewhere, and it's actually Swanee rocking this. It used to be Mad Cat who used to be all about the Tempest life.
Well, obviously, with the change in roles here, he's obviously kind of had to change the play style.
Yeah.
Mad Cat's now running the heat wave, and got to give the lethal to Swanee. Tommy's running an active camo.
Tommy's looking pretty good as well. 23 and 28, 57 seconds as well. Jerd definitely is kind of the man of the moment though, with 36 kills.
I'll tell you something. This change-up, you know, all the oh my goodness, the criticism we had of Millennium, of being too slow, having these issues with pressure, and the fact that Tommy maybe wasn't kind of syncing with Jerd properly. A lot of people said that was a bit of an issue, the pressure up front, and that led Mad Cat and Swanee to be too passive, kind of a disjointed team. This has seemed to have solved it a little bit. Mad Cat's very happy being aggressive. He's constantly going in. And I think realistically, this is a bit different. I mean, we've already had one major change from Millennium, and that was Swanee playing a lot more aggressive. And now they're still running 2 ARs. You know, not a lot of teams actually run 2 ARs as often as these do. A lot of you got these hybrid players, you got hybrid teams that switch it up pretty much every hard point. And Millennium are making this work. The old default 2 and 2 from Call of Duty Evolved, which you know sometimes looks really, really bad.
I'm wrecking them at the moment. Jerd just picks up his 41st kill of the game. It's now breaching 200. Millennium looking good on Fringe Hardpoint. Swanee's locking down this alley. Tommy's got the back. It feels like a well-oiled machine here. All the cogs are turning. Heatwave should come in. Wouldn't surprise me now. Boom.
Oh, he goes down. Mad Cat just cannot make a kill when he pops that heatwave, can he? It's every time, but his teammates will pick it up here. And right now, if you are the guys...
This is crazy.
It is.
This is a new Millennium, it feels like.
It doesn't. I said that change-up certainly seems to work wonders for them. Because Mad Cat's a straight slayer, and he always has been. We've always said Tommy's more of that kind of smart player. He's making the moves. He's concentrating on what his teammates are doing. And maybe that just wasn't quick enough for the way this game has gone. And I said very early on in the cycle of coming on to Black Ops 3 that I thought the game was getting faster and faster. And then we're going to see more hybrid and more HVKs and more SMG players come to the fore here. And, you know, Millennium looked too slow. And I think they got woken up at EGL way back. We've already seen the difference comes in. We already know they had a few issues, but Jerd just called in a 3-man strike. He's 46 and 32.
Well, I have no more cravings. They've been answered. I got what I want. I'm a happy child now.
That's a big old couple of scoops of Jerd, that is.
That is. Absolutely lovely.
Jerd up your life.
Well, he's playing phenomenal at the moment. And for me as well, it's the fact he's got as many deaths. 32 deaths. That's 78 interactions, more than anyone. Anyone in the lobby here.
That's just full Jerd. That's just enough Jerd to satisfy anybody.
For a lifetime. Madcat, though, 2 minutes and 22 on the hill. And actually, Swanee, Tommy, and Jerd all getting over a minute as well. Not too shabby, if you ask me, for Millennium. And Hyper Games, seed number 1, going up against Millennium. And it's going to be a tough game. I thought it would be close at that hard point. I really, really did.
I thought it should have been Hyper Games, but apparently not.
Millennium.
Is it what you're thinking?
3-0.
I don't know. I still can't call this one a 3-0. I really can't.
Jerd has gone into the Hyper Games camp and gone, I am fed up at you guys. I'm fed up at you guys running the CWL.
You ever seen that show, Pimp My Ride?
Yes.
Well, Jerd just took his router in.
Okay.
It's got Westwood.
It's got
Westwood.
No,
Exhibit from the American version.
He got Exhibit.
He got the full Exhibit, does he?
Westwood would have just replaced it with a broken one. Exhibit. He put some spoilers on it, some nice rims, some extra antennas.
Do you know that I know we're off topic. I don't care.
It's fine.
That UK Pimp the Ride is 10 minutes away from where I live.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you go around and you see some of the cars outside and stuff.
I thought it was one of the cringiest things ever. Like, I thought Exhibit really pulled it off, like he was cool, and then Westwood would come in and go, "It's Westwood," and I just think, no, stop it. It's like me trying to do it. It's awful.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with Westwood.
I just thought it didn't work. I thought it was a really bad version of Exhibit.
It's just, I don't know. For me, I thought it was okay. The issue I had with that program, as we continue on the off-topic,
I love the program, to be fair.
Was I'm just sitting there on occasion like, "Yo, man, I hear you like surfing. Here's 6 surfboard racks in your car, completely incapable of being a regular driver now."
Yeah.
And the guy's probably sitting there going, "It was beat up before, but it was really low maintenance. Now there's like leather and aluminium and plastic everything." I'm like, basically just asking for it to be stolen or set on fire.
One of them was a mechanic, and they put a TV under the car, and I'm like,
yes, things like that.
Not really practical when you're driving over maybe
I hear you like fish. Here's an aquarium in your car. Great. Great. I've got to look at that after that now. Fantastic. Casually go to the supermarket, you know, the water heats up and it just boils all the fish. Fantastic. Cheers for that, mate.
I'm quite into bowling. Fine. You've no boot anymore. We've replaced it with a bowling alley, basically, with just bowling balls everywhere.
You know, here are these very specific bowling ball holders, which will hold nothing else well. But just they will hold your bowling balls and are completely impractical for anything else you want to put in your trunk.
Yeah.
It's fine.
And it had a cool flame down the side as well. Yeah. Just added that one. Come to
hey, that's enough ranting. We need to get off Pimp My Ride.
Yeah. Anyway, back on topic. Hashtag CWLP4 at COD World League and /Call of Duty. Get involved on all of social media and do tell us, you know, are you enjoying the game? Who you think's going to win? Who's your player to watch? Who's going to win the tournament? I don't know. Just keep in contact. We like to go through them at Bryce-tacular, at Philwith7, and we'll keep you updated as well. We like to interact with you as much as possible. It actually makes it a little more lighthearted, bit fun, brings a bit of entertainment to my eyes anyway. Because when I'm watching you guys, it's marvelous.
It certainly is, and I think that's one thing I like most about these streams is that we do kind of get to interact with you a little bit. And we have talked a little bit about the game and how it's going down, the S&D. You know, we have seen both Hyper Games and Mill win their games, but I think for me this should be Mill's now. And
Epsilon just 6-0'd them on S&D.
I said that. I said it's Epsi S&D, isn't it?
Scraps went 10-2.
I think really just any team really's on that team, it instantly elevates its S&D, and Scraps clearly is just ruining people. So it's 1-1 currently in that game.
Yeah,
that's the Epsilon Infused game.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. But yeah, I think we do like to go off topic, but we like to bring it in and keep some something about. It's got to be something about COD, right? We talk 90% about other, 10% COD. Good ratio?
No, we should talk more about COD.
50-50.
Yeah. Someone's just tweeting me going, "Give me a hot steaming bowl of Jerd."
Do you know what? I wouldn't mind. What would Jerd? Oh no. Cutting myself off.
What?
Not gonna say.
What?
No.
Okay.
I was gonna say something like, I wonder what a hot bowl of soup tastes like, but replace it with I wonder what would taste. Then it just went wrong.
Oh right, yeah, that's bad.
Yeah.
I'm glad you kind of cut that one out.
Yeah. Okay. We've got more people coming in. Let me just go on the hashtag CWLPS4. You actually use TweetDeck. You're smart.
Yeah, because it's automatically already up.
I know, I'm not.
Yeah, we know
I'm
that.
a manual kind of guy. I just type and it comes up. Millennium to win 3-1, says VTL Clockwork. Hypergames will take the uplink. I like the tweet. It's precise. It tells us what they're going to win. Good stuff. Thanks for getting involved.
We've got a few kind of questions coming in as well. I like this one. There's a little picture coming in here. They gave me stock. I destroyed their lives. That's the wrong use of that meme.
I don't know what that meme is.
Well, Sebastian, it was a good attempt, but it's a little bit wrong.
57% currently of the 207 people that have voted did say Millennium would take the win. We've got Isaac once again getting in contact with us, saying Millennium will win 3-1. They will win the hardpoint. If they lose the hardpoint, they will lose 3-0. But they've won the hardpoint now.
They have.
So Isaac thinks 3-1.
I've got Ross 5299 coming in. He says, player to watch his brain. He's going to go off in the S&D and carry them to a 6-2 win. Do you think that's realistic?
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible. Anything is possible. I don't know why I'm being so aggressive for that. We've got Ara SDMN. He says, I think it will beat Epsilon and Millennium in the final. Millennium will win 3-1 in the finals as well. So someone's saying Millennium will take the entire thing. But we've got the Ban and Protect actually getting underway. So we can take a little look at that now as we go on to Hunted, Search and Destroy. And I think this actually favors the guys on Epsilon.
Okay, well, Epsilon have already won this game. Just to confirm. Did you mean Millennium or Hypergames?
That's what I meant.
Who do you think it does favour, Bryce?
Epsilon. Millennium.
It actually does, though. That's the funny thing. Epsilon. I can't believe they just 6-0'd them.
6-0 infused. Just
that was
easy like. But no, I think this favours Millennium, I should be saying.
Okay. My 3-0. My hot 3-0 is coming true. I can feel it.
I don't know. I've got this funny feeling about the uplink. Hypergames look very, very good today.
Okay.
It's a good Hypergames.
I think Hypergames, looking at it,
do you know what's funny?
Have had a pretty easy run to get to the semis.
Millennium taking down Hypergames on the hardpoint is not something we always expect, but then they're also looking great on the uplink. So it's like they've switched. They've changed one game mode for another.
I see where you're coming from with that.
Maybe some sort of satanic ritual.
Something crazy.
Yeah,
in
please
the
make
waters.
us. Yeah, they basically went for it. I said, please make us good at uplink, and then he went, okay, but you're now bad at hardpoint. What up? Because that's the way, you know, demons work.
Are you a demon?
Might be.
I think you are.
Anyway, as we get away from that and go into the draft, we can see Glitch taking for both teams, Active Camo taking for both teams, Kinetic taking for both teams, and Vision Pulse. Guess what?
Taking for both teams?
It is taking for both teams. Mirror matchup coming in here.
Woo.
Heatwave obviously being taken away. Other than that, pretty standard. Overclock taken away. That's standard in every mode now. Overkill, because if you don't ban it, then everybody runs a sniper anyway. And that can be a crazy game. We've seen that before. Then the double tactical, concussion, flashbang disappearing. Straight gunfights. Then we've got the HCXD. Now, we spoke a little bit earlier about Tommy and his sniping.
Okay.
And that he has watched it and he's not watched it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he'll be using it here?
No.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, it's not the greatest place for him to do it.
Yeah, I think this map in particular isn't particularly the best to use it on, but we'll see. We'll see whether he opts for it.
We certainly will. Kind of curious to see how this one will actually go. I am favouring Millennium though, which means they'll be 2-0 up, and then we've got the uplink next. Just can't see a 3-0. Although,
I can.
On a positive side, if it is a 3-0, that does bode very well for Millennium in the CWL. They've got to play hyper games as one of their important games to qualify.
Everything's up in the air, really.
It is.
It's like a waiter walking through a restaurant and someone going, right behind him and go, smashing every food everywhere. That happened once with me and Rel.
Oh, really?
But it wasn't in a wait. It was in a club abroad. Me and Rel were there. Rel was walking through, dancing along, having some good times. He just went, let's turn around and went, Whole tray shots went absolutely everywhere.
How upset was Rel?
The thing, Rel was trying to apologise and pick them up, and it was almost in like so busy he would have got trampled on. I literally had to drag him out. I said, leave it. No one cares. Just run. No one will find you. Go.
All right.
And we dipped.
And you dipped. All right. Well. Oh. That's No, he's gonna change back. He had a VMP out a minute ago.
Judd. Guess who's back? Back. Sorry, I'm getting excited. My daily dosage of Judd is back. Please.
Oh, he saw that one. There. Now he's taking a shot he can't switch out. But there is a cold-blooded going on.
I'm glad.
I'm guessing that's Nolson, and that means Nolson's running a sniper.
He's also...
Oh, and he almost lost that shot to Judd there.
Did he get tagged?
He did.
Was that a tag with the SVG?
Judd actually at a disadvantage here because of having no cold-blooded. Quick is going to pick up Judd as well. However, Tommy has hit a super massive flank. But it's up to Mad Cat and Swanee to lock this one down before.
I think Mad Cat and Swanee are listening to Tommy saying, Tommy's going, just give me a second. Give me a second.
Yeah, but Tommy needs to get there because they're already waiting for him now.
Yeah, they're pre-aiming it as well. It's like they know.
Mad Cat gets one. Tommy gets the second as well. Big pinch coming in.
2 versus 3 now. The number advantage in favour of Millennium. Mad Cat, a.k.a. Trap Cat, has got the bomb, and he's also got a kill to his name, and that player is going to catch him off guard. It's going to be Swanee. It's going to be 1-0. Millennium taking round number 1.
I mean, that flank by Tommy, sometimes it doesn't pay out, sometimes it pays out a lot. And they obviously, a bit interesting, kind of relying on Judd to make that first pick. Didn't go their way. I thought right then, I was like, well, Millennium actually kind of captured in here, but it ended up paying, you know, massively for them. They had to run against either Mad Cat or Swanee, 2 players you really do not want to have to run into a pre-aim against.
The biggest kill for me was Mad Cat's first, which we actually didn't see, and it wasn't a great kill, it was just the timing, because it basically gave Tommy like that extra bit of time to push around, and I think it was very influential. Mad Cat, though, on the defense, he's going to be caught off guard, but not before he actually picks up a kill. Nolson does fall. Now a 3v3. I guess who's chasing him down. Can he?
No.
Sorry.
Never mind.
Way too excited over Judd. I need to calm down over Judd.
It's like a fanboy moment right now.
I am. I'm his #1 fan. I am getting a tattoo.
I feel like
Took
when
boat
you were
58.
asked about Jared Bantz earlier, you picked Bantz.
No.
Just saying.
No. Ooh. Judd. Sorry, I feel like I've got a bit of Juddism right now.
You're being a bit weird.
I feel like it's necessary.
I don't feel like it is.
Spices up this relationship, you know.
Well, interesting. 2 Man of Wars coming out.
Yes.
And it looks like a little bit of a split as well.
So Judd not... Oh, Judd is still opting to snipe there. I thought he'd gone back to the VMP.
The only thing I don't like about this is they know Nolson's running cold-blooded. They've lost first blood again.
Yeah, Callum Swanee has fell. It's a 3v4.
That's the second time that's happened to Judd.
Yeah, same place as well. Different person. Last time it was quicker, but Zed is he's going to have his number this time. Tommy's going to answer back, and now a 2 versus 3. Tommy and Mad Cat here. Mad Cat evens the numbers.
What are Hyper Games doing? They keep getting like massive advantages, and then bringing it back. And Tommy's going to see another player there.
This is absurd.
Quick is now in a 1 versus 2. It was a 2 versus 4.
And it's all just been 1v1 gunfights, which have not really been challenged. Oh my goodness, surely not. Tommy does finally pick up quicker, and it's a 3-0 for Millennium in the S&D. This is looking pretty good for them. Bryce, you seem a bit confused after this. I want to know why.
Such an advantage there and gave it away. No wonder they're 3-0 down. It was a 2 versus 4. There was a 2 versus 4 clutch. They didn't even get one of them. Mad Cat and Tommy just took down 4 players without a single reply.
Okay, well, what's Nolson doing? Can I see? He's 0-3 at the moment. He's not sniping anymore. He's gone for the M8. He's gone more traditional. It looks like a very traditional push actually onto B.
Yeah, they're going to hit that wall run as well. But look at that. It's been counted again. Nolson's down to 1 versus 3. Millennium knew that wall run as well. You actually on the minimap, if you were watching, I was trying to desperately flick onto it. They were pre-aiming the wall run. I mean, to be fair, I knew they were going to wall run it, so Millennium should do.
Well, 1v3, the bomb is down. Nolson has no hope, no prayer with a minute left on the clock. It is like Mission Impossible. He isn't going to pick up the first as Swanee has that man of war. It's going to be 4-0 in S&D. Could we see another 6-0?
Possibly.
We saw it from Epsilon to Infused. Will we see?
I mean, this is the issue for me, is that Nolson obviously waited there, and I just don't think Mill were ever going to push. Mill was quite happy to sit there, and if there is one team you can say, they're not going to move. If they know where the bomb is, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
Never going to move.
They're smart.
Yeah. So, we can see now Tommy moving forward. They're actually going for a big A push here. They've already seen one player. They have been peaked. A lot of information come down. There's a stack against them here as well. This may actually go in favor of Hyper Games. Depending on these first few kills, they have the advantage. It looks like they may switch. I think they know they got kind of peaked and seen. Jed picks up that kill. Probably going to hit straight into the wall, and he does.
He should have been called out, but there's no one here to take him down. And Brain's going to take down Mad Cat. 2 versus 3 again. Numerical advantage for Hyper Games. Swanee and Jerd. Jerd looks so at home with his VMP stock. Oh, if he would have picked up one, it would have helped Swanee, but he didn't. And now Swanee left in a 1 versus 3. This should only end one way. Swanee, don't you dare. Both players there. The defuse isn't coming in just yet. He's got to find the first and not the second. Pinpoint accuracy from Swanee, but it was just the clock that was against him on that one.
There certainly is. He had to push forward and double check it wasn't being diffused. And just not quite able to get it, but he almost got the 1v3.
Yeah.
Good play, actually, from Hyper Games. One low, one high. Make sure you can't shoot through them.
I would have liked to have seen Swanee, you know where the bomb was planted there, Jerd knew, if he would have just kind of held off a little bit. Of course, it's easy, as I say, for me to say all the time, but no one could have gotten the defuse unless they, like, crawled round, and I don't think they would have done that. But he picked up 2, and that was more than probably...
I think you got to remember he was out. He was outside. He didn't see the bomb for a few seconds, so I think that's what he was worried about. He was like, I haven't actually checked the bomb. So just to kind of had to go forward. I think he was reasonably confident, but it's also the same thing. If you're looking one way, you kind of push that way as well, because otherwise you can actually be taken down. That kind of helps you stop being flanked here. But we are actually seeing a B stack coming in. Jerd is in the water, and right now that bomb site is undefended.
Yeah, they've kind of given it up. They dedicated themselves to A, and the B bomb will go down. But now they'll play for the retake. They're almost pinching them and pushing them back. They know where all 4 players are, or they should do. Because none have come out the exits. None will. Not with Tommy taking numbers like that.
Well, it looks like Jerd is going to be the player to engage here, and he's going to see one. They've brought it back to a 2 versus 4. Well, Jerd should see another one there. Quicker's got one. Can Quicker pick up the second? Jerd's in a little bit of trouble. Managed to get out of it.
16 seconds, though. The clock's against him, and only Quicker can stop it. And there you go, Millennium clutching up once again. And you know what? This does look like a new Millennium. They look...
They are absolutely giving them a slap, aren't they?
Yeah, and this is a team which has dominated the CWL for the past 7 weeks.
And, I mean, take that round, for instance, right? Hyper Games got in the bomb site, didn't lose a player, had the bomb down, and then Millennium, it wasn't even the fastest of pinches. It was a really slow retake, to the point where they got the bomb, what, 10 seconds left? It took them 35 seconds to even get those 4 kills down.
Yeah.
But they didn't rush it. It didn't look fast. I mean, Jerd staying alive was probably the biggest thing there. And Quicker must have just been so angry.
Yeah, Jerd's 9. Is it 9? No. Yeah.
5 and 4.
5 and 4. For some reason, I thought it was a 9. Put your glasses on, Phil.
They're letting Tommy do this time.
Tommy's saying, I've been hitting some sexy snipes. Let me have a go. Is he going to be taken down from the same spot? That's the question.
If it is, it'd just be really, really irritating for... Oh.
He is. Exactly the same thing. But traded. This time, Swanee says, okay, we'll do that. We'll make a trade. Jerd's picked up the sniper.
So, it looks like maybe a rotate here, and Tommy is probably going to now call for them on what he thinks they should do.
Yeah, those snipers being popped off. Nolson's got one.
Problem is, Nolson has the advantage.
Yeah, Nolson's just pre-aiming this, and he can wait all day. It'd be nice to see Millennium maybe go for a wall run. That could catch him off guard.
Where he's going. Joe gets one. Sees the second player there as well.
No.
The scope in. Oh, not able to get it.
How?
Oh, he needs to be covered here. Quicker's going to go in with Brain, and unfortunately that's no good, and this should be game over.
Yeah.
Unless Quicker can pull off a 1 versus 3 against Millennium.
It's not
No,
gonna
he
happen.
cannot. No,
Not gonna
he
happen.
cannot.
Well, Brycey, it was a bit of a showstopper there, as we saw 6-0.
Yeah, and I think, for me, Millennium just found a new bit of form. And that person who said Brain is going to go off, he went 4 and 6.
Yeah, so
6-1.
Unfortunately for Hyper Games, are they having a bit of a dip in form, or is it Millennium stepping up? Jerd definitely stepped up in the hardpoint, along with his teammates Swanee, Tommy, and Mad Cat. Now you can see a nice little celebration. But it's 2-0 Bryce.
Yeah.
Is it the 3-0? I think it is. I'm going to be right. It's the first time ever. I can feel it.
I'm starting to think you might be.
I love this feeling. But yeah, we're going into Uplink, and it's going to be on Breach. Now, bit of an update still going on for you. It's 1-1 Infused Epsilon. They're coming down to, I believe, the last kind of quarter of their game in the Uplink. We'll keep you up to date with who takes that one. It's actually currently 10-10, believe it or not.
It's going to overtime, surely.
Yeah, you'd think so, but anything can happen in Uplink. In fact, it's the last 20 seconds, so we may as well bring you the action live and tell you exactly how this pans out.
They're going for the 1.
Yeah, they are doing, and Zero's trying to stop it. Oh, and it's been made.
Oh my goodness, Epsilon have won that. Epsilon have just won the Uplink.
Within 7 seconds of it ending. However, oh no, it's over. So it's now going to go 2-1 in favor of Epsilon in the semi-final. Whalers dropping 27 and 18. Rest of Infused going negative. It really was just outslayed by Epsilon. But we're going to hop on board now to Uplink Fringe. And I feel a 3-0 coming on.
On this map?
I think Hyper Games may slip. May slip off the map a few times. May slip with their 1-point throws. And I'm not going to be watching Jerd this time.
Who are you going to watch?
Tommy.
Tommy
I want to see more from. But on the other side of things, I do want to see Brain. I want to see more from Brain. He was called out by one of the followers, one of the Twitch followers, and he was saying he thought he was going to go off and he didn't.
I don't know. I think this. I don't know. I can't see this being a 3-0. And as much as I want to favour Millennium in that uplink, I mean, it shouldn't be a 3-0. Everything that we've seen so far shouldn't be a 3-0. I mean, don't get me wrong. This is great for Millennium in terms of, you know, their upcoming game against Hyper Games in CWL is a must-win for them.
Yeah.
So they'll be sitting there taking this game right. Well, we know we can beat them.
Be a huge confidence boost because, again, week 8 and week 9 they face Hyper Games. One of the 4 teams. They face Infused, Splice, Hyper Games,
Epsilon,
and Epsilon. One of them is Hyper Games, probably their toughest opponent. In fact, no, Splice will be their toughest, then Hyper Games.
And again, I said it's ramifications for what's going on. Right now, I'm going to ask you this. Who do you think we're seeing in the final? We have a choice of Hyper Games and Millennium versus either Epsilon or Infused.
Millennium Epsilon.
Okay.
I don't see Epsilon losing an S&D against Infused, and they're currently 2-1 up. If they slip the CTF, it goes last map S&D, Epsilon take it. For me, Epsilon, I feel, are going to beat Infused. But I think Millennium will 3-0 these. I think we've got a game on our hands, but I think that final's going to be the real test. And I think it's going to be kind of that last hurdle for Millennium. If they get that far, of course. It's that last hurdle they just need to cross. And if they overcome it, they could get such a confidence boost. Obviously, the CWL points the $5,000, but they go into week 8 basically going, we can beat anyone.
Yeah. I think it's a big boost here. Now, I don't expect Millennium to beat Splice.
Yeah.
The Infused game, they've already lost that once. Epsilon and Hyper Games is where I'm calling it.
Okay.
I think that's where they go. I think that's how they manage to kind of swim up the river and into Season 2 finals.
I just had a thought, Bryce.
Okay.
Splice are away, aren't they?
They are.
When will they... Oh, sorry, we do have a break, of course. Silly me. I was thinking I'm casting again Tuesday, the CWL, but no, after today, we have a week break.
What if we saw the reverse sweep with Hyper Games? Tweet coming in from Andrew Carver.
Then I would actually see the opposite. You know, I was talking about Millennium being super hyped and going into week 8.
Yeah.
If the reverse sweep happened, it would. I honestly think it would just tilt them so much that they would maybe crumble. But I don't. I don't think that's going to happen. I think Millennium have got the experience, and I think they now can end it. I think their fate is in their own hands, as they say.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's about, you know, whether Supremacy win or Exertus win. I think it's all up to Millennium. If they want to win, if they have it in them to win, they will do.
Yeah, I think for these two teams, I mean, for Millennium, they've already put themselves in a bad position. And they know as well, you speak to them, they know exactly what's happened with them.
Yeah.
And they know that they shouldn't have put themselves in this position. They know that they should have done better early in the tournament, in the league, sorry. And I think right now they're regretting some of their players going away, which actually happened. So yeah, I think they know how difficult it is for them. I just want to quickly touch on the draft here because I saw something interesting. Double Lethal coming in from Millennium. Nelson's taken Psychosis. Brain has taken Glitch. I don't feel like that's right.
Glitch on Uplink is weird.
Yeah, I feel like that's wrong. I don't know if Nelson's actually pressed. He's ready, so I feel like that might. I think it's gonna be a restart. I think they've called it wrong. I think they've clicked wrong. So I think they're actually gonna have to restart it. Yeah, I've just got confirmation from production. That's too weird. That was a too weird pick.
Glitch. Maybe just a misclick.
Yeah. So I think that will actually be a restart. We'll stay with the same pick and bans, I imagine. But
yeah.
I imagine they're going to quickly have to kind of come out once they've done the classes and then just restart the entire thing again. So it shouldn't take that long. Fingers crossed.
I'd like to think if it is, well, it is a mistake. We know it is. Why don't they just all create their classes very quickly and have done with it? That's what I say, Bryce. Well, what do you think he should have picked? Kinetic, Heatwave,
I think
Siphon,
you just go,
Tempest.
yeah, I think you go with the same thing. You go double lethal. Because both Siphon and Tempest, well, I mean, this is the map where we saw Infuse go crazy, right? And obviously Mill, that's probably feeling bad in the map. But they did really well here, Mill, last time we saw them play it. It's just that last 2 minutes.
Well, we'll see how it comes back. Come back to us, though. Let me try it. I'm going to try it. I'm ready. And go. Ugh.
Wrong way.
Is it wrong way?
Yep.
What do I need to do? Pull it?
Yeah.
Pull it and throw it. Okay. I'll get it next time. I've got plenty of time to practice that one. But yeah, we're going to have a restart. It's 2-0 to Millennium currently. If you're just joining us on the other side of things, Infused, they're going into the CTF. Infused 1, Epsilon 2, head-to-head. And it could end a 3-1 there.
Infused 1, Epsilon 2. Couldn't you have just done that?
I was going, it's just a team and a team. We don't want to complicate things, Bryce.
Oh, because 2 and 1 is really complicated.
Well, I just said Infused 1, Epsilon 2. It would just name your teams.
I'm just saying. I'm just trying to improve you as a person.
Okay. I'm willing to take any criticism. Tell me one thing that I could improve on. Colour of the shirt?
No, I like your shirts. Your shirts are good.
Colour of the hair?
No, I think ginger suits you. I couldn't imagine you non-ginger now.
Yeah, it'd be weird. It would be weird. What else? What else could I change?
Yeah, family.
You don't. You love Rel.
I do love Rel. I feel like he doesn't like me very much.
I think what we should do is, you know how he's not basically giving us the address, like even his own brother, he's not giving us the address.
We should tell him this story.
Okay.
While we're waiting for this reset to come in, tell him what is happening.
He's had a house. He's moved house.
This is his brother, by the way, who's also a caster. If you follow any European Call of Duty, his brother Rel is a caster.
Yeah. How I got into casting, actually, he's kind of part of it. But he's moved house while he's been in Germany, and he's having a housewarming. And he privately messaged me, and he said, you know, we'd like you to come. And I'm like, okay, no problem. I'll come, but can I have a +1? Not giving him the full details. He said, yeah, but who are you going to bring? Because I don't, you know, I'm single. All you lovely ladies out there. No. But
As
he goes,
if you've just done that on here. Yeah, date him. Whatever, go for it.
no, you don't want him. Trust me.
Welcome to the
But anyway,
Mobile
the
Love Hour.
story,
Okay,
the story was a +1. I tried to trick him because I said I want a +1. He went, yeah, okay, but who are you going to bring? I went, Bricey. And he went, oh, no, like, he fell for it. So then I tell Bryce, and Bryce, we have like a cast chat, a lot of people in there, and we basically invited everyone. And Rel's like, I don't know if it's big enough, he's panicking, if something. So when we find the address, I say we announce it on stream, and everyone can come. Everyone.
Even I wouldn't be that cruel. But no, let's do it.
Everyone.
We're going to announce Rel's address on stream when we find it. But he genuinely, this is the issue. He genuinely is not okay with all of us coming, and it's not. So the casting he's talking about is the UK podcasting. So it's like a group of us.
Yes.
Oh, is it like? I mean, it's even got Gucci in it.
It's
like old school.
Tun, Trout,
Gooch, Rel, you, me. Yeah.
Everyone.
Anyway, so that he doesn't really want the rest of us to come. He's kind of scared of it for some reason.
And now he's saying you can come, but it's just so far. And because
he thinks we won't go.
Yeah, no, he genuinely thinks you won't go.
I already looked up hotels. I'm going to Rel's housewarming. He's terrified though. He thinks we're going to say things to his girlfriend and all this sort of stuff. Right. Well, this game is, I've been told, ready to go now and all better. So we're keeping the same bands. The only things that has changed is the draft, because I don't think they meant to choose what they did choose.
Yeah. So we're into the game.
Yeah, the glitch I think has been taken away and changed. I'll just have a quick check as we kind of flick through. Yeah, it is. If they've changed that, no glitch.
Right. So 2-0 for Millennium currently as we go into game number 3. 2-0 down is Hyper Games. Millennium looking to end it right here, put the nail in the coffin. But it won't be that easy. Quicker does have this drone. He's 2-0 at the moment. He's going high and mighty. He's actually going very wide as well. Waiting for his teammates to back him up. Brain's made a big kill.
Here they go, looking for it. And they're actually going to go 1-0 up here as well. Hyper Games managing to get that first one down. And now here's Tommy.
Tommy's in a good position.
He is.
Just needs to play his life.
But the only thing I don't like about this is there's no one to trade with Tommy. Even if didn't even make the kill, so it's actually worse.
Zed's going to pick this one up, and where is he off to now? He's waiting for his team to make kills. 1 minute has passed, and Jerd is already on the board here as he picks up another.
Well, right now they're actually stalling at mid-map, waiting for those kills to come down. Zed will actually now look to move forward. However, they're just not able to get a lot of ground down, but Zed's going to pull it. Oh no, is he wall hanging to juke them?
I think he's just biding his time. He doesn't know which way to go. He doesn't feel comfortable with making a push here.
He certainly does not. And this actually really has stalled. It's pretty. I never usually see it stall like this. Tommy, though, doing a lot of work, but it's just trading going on. Joe will finally get hold of this drone for Millennium. They haven't had control of it for a while.
He's trying to slide and he can't. Armor will be reset as now Swanee takes his position.
However, that's not enough kills for Jerd. So he's going to have to go right round the back.
But also, look at the setup. Mad Cat's here, so is Tommy. Tommy does fall, but without a trade.
Jerd's going to go for a 1. And it goes, and it is good. That's the kind of quick one that Jerd's infamous for.
It's a nice 1-point play there. A slipper slide and a throw there as he puts his team at level with Hyper Games. I think this is going to be a really close game, Bryce.
I think it is as well, but Zed's going to grab control of it right now, slaying. A little bit in favour, I think, of the guys on Hyper Games, but Jerd has ripped that one away again here. And the thing with Jerd is he is probably quite well known for being very consistent in his one-pointers.
Yeah, he's an accurate player, and he's nailed it once again. That's 2 out of 2 for Jerd. 2-1 now is the scoreline here. With 2 minutes 33, we've already seen a quarter of the game go. Mad Cat just holding tight here on this position, and Quicker's going to rip him. But Swanee answers back again, trade after trade. You see this constantly still going as Nolson picks up a double. He's on a 4-kill streak. They should be able to push forward now, and they're going to do so. And they go in flowers.
Big kill for Mad Cat if he can make it. Mad Cat makes 1. Play down below, and he's managed to slip through just a little bit. There should be a melee. No, he's... Oh, okay. That went off the edge. They actually stopped their own push.
Not the best of slides. He was under pressure. I will give him that. It's not an easy one to make, but I think he should have slowed it down. I think he should have gone top flowers with his team and really gone for those kills.
I kind of agree with you here. I mean, Swan needs to stay alive, actually, in this position. A lot of pressure going to be coming in from the guys on Hyper Games. They seem to have a lot of mid-control, more mid-control realistically than the guys on Millennium do. However, back to mid they go with it. Zed running around. Funny enough, this is the same tactic Infused did against Millennium. And we actually know.
Someone's coming behind. It's going to be Jerd, I believe. Jerd picks a 1. He should pick up the 2nd. He does, but that's actually gone for a reset. I believe that drone is not able to be picked up. Tommy trying to get in a good position, and that he does, as he is now 2-1 in the lead, and also in a nice position to extend this if they can do. The drone will be reset now.
Tommy Sim 1, he's called that out. Called out the wall run. He's actually going to take him on himself. But he's going to go down as well, though. Jer will have that. And he's going to throw it away. Has kinetic armor. Surely not going to be able to make most of those kills. He's not going to. And Mad Cat tries to hold mid. That's not going to happen either. And Brain will take this drone away now. They're going to be looking for this really good position. 4 players up. They have the drone. Psychosis has done nothing.
Why do you look into a wall and use Psychosis? I will never know.
Just don't use Psychosis. I don't know how many times I have to tell people this. The inconsistencies in it that I've seen is just too much. Don't get me wrong. It's like it's good like 1 out of 20 times. Don't get me wrong. You get it like I think maybe a lot quicker than most of the other ones.
Yes, you do.
But
this could
still
be big. This could be very big here for the boys of Hyper Games. Maybe a 1 or a 2-point play. Quicker doesn't know which way to go, and he's opting to go Flowers, which is always the safe route. He's going high. He's got Nolson. Nolson's picked up 2 big plays, and a kinetic armor sees him get a nice 1-point play. Tommy shutting him down.
They are, and it looks like this is going to end 2-2 going into the second half. And
Where's Brain going? Where's Brain? He's going to go for a release.
Can he get the buzzer beat off? It's up. It's not good. I think that needed the bounce.
Yeah.
And obviously, as soon as it hits the ground, the game ended.
Yep. It's like a soccer ball or a football
Don't
in the
ever
mud.
call it a soccer ball ever again.
It was a soccer ball.
We are not American. We will be civilized and call it what it is. It's a football.
It's a handball. You hit it with your hand. It's an elbow ball.
Anyway, ignoring your gross misconduct there, that you can actually be fined for that in Britain. But fortunately, you're lucky we're in Germany right now. And now we're jumping on board with Tommy. And again, very low scoring in my opinion this so far. Here we go, double stack. Oh, they actually almost trip over each other. A little bit of miscommunication actually coming in there, but Tommy's still alive. Drone has been pushed forward. Tommy picks up that kill as well. Good position now for the guys on Millennium, looking to capitalize on this. It's actually been put out as well as up top. I thought it had been thrown down, but it hasn't. This one, just watching top AC, watching Palace. Ready for these players to come in. So many come through. He does see the second one as well, but he's now in a lot of trouble. Does go down. Good position now. Easy to get ones this side, actually. There's a few kind of viable positions. It's going to be Brain. And he's kind of trying to figure out exactly where he goes. He's got so many teammates with him. It goes right over the top, and it misses.
Yeah, I've not seen that hit many times, to be fair.
I think the angle's too kind of acute.
Maybe.
However, they got this again. Now, this you can hit unless it gets automatically reset. Big kill coming in there from Mad Cat.
Well, Millennium, they are being outslayed here. That's the problem, is they're just constantly being pushed back.
But you know what? Even with that, they are actually holding it 2-2. But it is a very low-scoring game, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they're both cancelling each other out at the moment. Jerd's going to come from behind. And actually, that should be taken down, and it will be reset. Tommy picks up 2. Jerd does fall.
They tried a manual pass to quicker then and missed.
Classic Hyper Games.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, now we've got Tommy. Tommy's actually going to throw that down, and he's going to go forward. He's got Heatwave as well here, so he might be able to do something. He gets one, but Jerd actually has to back off. He's got a wall hang on the outside, so it doesn't really matter. Goes down.
Go down.
Zed's now going to provide the cover.
Big gunfight going on in the middle, and it's going to go in the favour of Zed as Mad Cat does fall.
Well, here we go. Nolson will have control here, and it has pretty much been Hyper Games with the control this entire time. Psychosis now goes out. They're trying to find it desperately, and this time it actually almost works out for them. However, it's only going to be Tommy left alive, and Tommy is not going to be able to do enough. And that will be a 2-point play for Hyper Games. They finally take the lead. They've had control so much so, and oh my goodness. Brain managed to get that with a Tempest. He's still got the Tempest as well, but it's now Nolson left alive. It's 4 down.
Jerd will be pushing forward. I'd like to see Tommy and the boys go over to Flowers and really try and convert this one. Jerd actually could set up for a relay if he pushes it, but he's only got an SMG.
Yeah, if he had something else, he probably would have tried a little bit better. But picks off one and stays alive. Not going to be able to do it.
Nelson's
Tommy, though,
taken down Zed.
he's going to look for it. He goes over the top of it, knowing it will fall in as well. If they hadn't killed him, he would have got a 2. If they do kill him, it guarantees the 1 anyway. Still a 1-point game. However, that was a big push from Millennium.
Yeah, Jared's on the wall run. And he's going to be caught off guard by Braden and that L car. And now, where do they push Tommy? It's just made a big push through the middle, and this is so close here. 2 minutes left to go. Can Hyper Games push it to a CTF? Will Millennium clutch up? Millennium, 2 kills back-to-back. He's been pinched in. Third time lucky there.
Jed's got it.
Yeah,
throw it away.
This should be a play.
Well, Madcat did have a Tempest ready, but he's not going to use it. Jerd is desperately trying to use the movement to get away there. Not quite able to. And if they want to, I'm not saying they're going to, but they can start playing this a little bit tricky here, Hyper Games. It's probably not the smartest play to make, actually, in this scenario. Oh, my goodness, Madcat comes in with 3. Madcat just opened them up, and he might be able to at least make a 1 in this position. He's going to see a player there, so he will go for the 1. Gets it and takes it away. Madcat just 3-pieced Hyper Game in the middle of the map to make that viable. It is now tied up 4-4 with 1:10 left to go, but Hyper Games are starting to stack specialists.
And that's what Madcat does to the lads. Hyper Games has gone for a nice 1-point play to make it 5-4. Doesn't happen, gets stuck on the roof. Will go for a reset here. And now, I just feel Millennium are on the back foot, but who is that in the middle? It's Jerd. I want to see what Jerd does off the reset here. He's seen 1. He has been tagged. He's seen another.
He's in a lot of trouble. That's what he is.
Yeah.
So when he makes a very important kill, it will be control going in favor of Hyper Games, though. They just have to make the 1.
Kinetic.
And here they go. The push is coming in. He has Kinetic as well. This should be a guaranteed shot. But no. Madcat intercepts and he goes. And here they go. Millennium are going to run this now. They're going to try and make this all of the way. They only have to do it. Zed falls off the map.
Team kill came in as well. And
Tommy goes low. He's going for the 1. He knows he can get this win. This is all the practice. He's going to go. No, it gets taken down. Jerd's mid-map, though. Jerd's now going to grab it. He may even go for the broken shot. No, he goes through middle. They're looking for him.
All alone.
Goes
He's gone for my play.
It goes
He's
up.
He's gone for it. He's done it. What is that? He went through the roof, and my goodness, Jerd.
We were saying only last week that we don't see that shot very often. Jerd just goes, hey, guys. What's this?
That was absolutely insane. You guys at home, I asked you last week to send in those clips. Is it possible? And Jerd just did the impossible. That is absolutely incredible. We're going to see a 3-0 sweep for Millennium, and that went down to the wire. I said we were going to see a close game, and that was so low scoring, Bryce.
It really was. To have it come down to that low score, and like I said, I mean, for me, you still got to give a lot of credit to the Madcat. You know, that 3-piece just to rip it away. You got the 1-point play, and you see Hyper Games were a little bit shaken at that point. Like, oh, wait a second.
I think Hyper Games almost choked that a bit. They had that 1-point play. They had kinetic armor.
He also intercepted that last shot, Madcat.
He did.
And it's ridiculous. I'm actually watching it again. I'm watching it again here because I thought they were in a little bit of trouble when Tommy went down because he went for it. He didn't wait for his teammates. He went down. I'm watching it again as it comes through the stream. So everyone watching now is watching it with me. And then Jerd grabs it, and I was like, where is he going for? Is he going to go up top broken? No, there's somebody up there. Is he going to slide throw it? No, he sees somebody, and he goes for this. And he manages to hit it as well. That's why we say Jerd is just so good.
His movement is incredible, and there you go. The Twitch chat is blowing up with the GGs and the OMGs and all kind of things going down. But my goodness, Madcat, he had a phenomenal series. And news just in. Infused do fall. Epsilon will progress into the grand final. It was 3-1. In fact, they took the CTF 2-1. And yeah, Infused are going to bow out of that one in 3rd, 4th position.
It's amazing. The teams we thought might end up in the final. Hyper Games Infused. Turns out it's Mil Epsilon.
1st and 2nd seed. Gone now. Millennium versus Epsilon in the grand final. So far, so good. But let's put up the bracket. Let's show you exactly how it has panned out, and this is how we're going to see our grand final. Millennium Epsilon. My goodness.
Well, you got it right. You went 3-0. All logic said that wasn't going to happen, but you know what? Momo come through.
Madcat came through.
Madcat did come
First
through.
game, Jerd impressed me.
Yeah.
S&D.
It's just Millennium, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a real team effort. Swanee and Tommy were doing some very crucial things. Swanee with a Man of War actually impressed me a lot on S&D. Then it came into Uplink, and actually I know Jerd made that last shot, but I do think that was mainly Madcat. And you know, with the interceptions, the three-piece. It was awesome. Awesome to see.
Certainly was.
Millennium, could they be still in with a fighting chance of qualifying for Season 2 finals?
Well, we get to kind of see where they benchmark against an Epsilon team that's playing very well right now. But the grand finals are going to be coming up right after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Uplink is a favorite mode within the esports community because of its fast-paced, aggressive nature. This mode features two teams clashing in an attempt to score a satellite drone into an enemy's floating uplink station. The drone will be spawned in a neutral point between players' locations. Players must then get to the spawn location to fight over control of the drone. Every drone thrown through the uplink station scores 1 point. However, 2 points are awarded if the drone is carried through the goal. Uplink forces players to push into enemy territories and to hold their position. The player with the drone loses their equipped weapon, but gains an additional protective armor, assisting them while their guard is down. After 2 rounds, alternating between map sides, the team with the most points wins the match. Uplink brings on a whole new aggressive gameplay that requires players to solidify their teamwork and conquer map control.
Because I was a substitute for Infused, I was always just on the sideline, just waiting to play, and I was so close to playing them multiple times, and I was gutted every time I couldn't.
I knew that I'd have to form my own team after Season 1 to get into Season 2, then prove myself there.
I was a substitute for Exa Esports. Basically, the only 4 top players that weren't in the league was us 4, so we didn't really have a choice of many players, so we just got together. We've been playing together for probably around 2 months. I think if we sort out people's attitudes, we can easily be a long-term team.
I think our Uplink game is on par with some of the top US teams because of how much dedication and time we put into it. CTF is kind of a strong point as well. We don't really lose that too much, but Uplink is certainly there. I think the thing that's special about our team is that we have all such good individual talent that we could compete easily with the top teams.
We can easily get top 4 in the league. We've already beaten CWL teams at events, so we know how good we are.
I played Call of Duty XP. We finished 8th. We got a pretty good amount of money from that. When I came back from Call of Duty XP, I went on like the main French television, so everyone like didn't know I was going on there. They were just eating their thing with their family. They said, "What is it, Max? Like, what is going on?" The day after that, at high school, everyone was like, "Yo, Max, you're really playing with video games? What was that?" But that feeling was really strange. I can't even describe it right now because people were looking at me like in a way they didn't look at me before. I had either like the choice to quit and the choice to practice every single day harder and harder. It could be my last 1 or last 2 years in the game. When I came around in Supremacy, I wasn't the captain at all, but we don't like to say that either this guy or this guy is the captain. I mean, we were working as a unit, of course, but the ideas have to come from somewhere. I think I'm the most experienced player in my team. I played for 10 years. I went to a lot of international events, played for a lot of money as well, so I know what pressure means, and I'm really not afraid of it.
In one of the more fast-paced modes in multiplayer, Hardpoint sees 2 teams rushing to secure a specified territory on the map. Once a location has been locked down, the team holding the position has to fight to protect it. If players from both teams are within the hardpoint, the area is considered contested until only one team remains in its location. During gameplay, the hardpoint territory will respawn several times to a new location, forcing all players racing to lock down the new area every 60 seconds. The first team to a score of 250 points within the 5-minute time limit wins the game. Stand your ground in this take on King of the Hill, as every second counts.
I've been playing full-time for like over a year now. I quit college and I took last year off, spent the whole Advanced Warfare as a full-time job in Epsilon. I'd like to say it's paying off for me, yeah. I've travelled across the world, earned a fair bit of money, done things I'd never do if I wasn't playing Call of Duty and done it full-time. When I first started playing Call of Duty full-time, it wasn't the best idea in their minds, but I think as it developed and I started going to events, it's like it actually can do something. Then she started following me on social media, checking everything I was doing, watching all the live streams, and now it's at the point where it's literally watching all the time. My whole family's always watching me every time I go away. My leadership role is one of the main things like in our whole team. I've played for that long, I've been in every situation possible. Like I just know what to do, like I don't get nervous at like last maps I've played so many of them. I just make sure to stay calm, like I'm the one who calls the strats, so if someone's not comfortable with doing something, then I'll tell them like just don't worry about it, like it is what it is. Like if we do it as a team, we win as a team, we lose as a team, so if something goes wrong, it is what it is. I'm very happy with stage one, especially with like teaming new players and people who what you can say haven't done much in their career. We've done really well. We was actually second throughout most of the league. I didn't expect as much, but they surprised me, they surprised everyone. I always aim to win.
My whole family follow through any events I attend and online. I'll always get a message from my mum or one of my brothers saying, "Oh, how are you doing?" I'd like to say I could stick around for a couple more years. I feel like I've got the capability and skills to do so. The time I'd stop is when I feel like I'm not helping a team and I'm holding them back. So I wouldn't really want to go from competing at the top to then just dropping and competing for the lower places. So whenever I feel like that's happening, then I know that's it. It's kind of a weird one because you never really expect to be known from playing a game, and to be known to the extent where you've got 70,000 plus followers. It's just a weird feeling. My main following is from the French side of things because I've teamed with the likes of Gotarga, Carnage, Maxi, Riskin, and under the organisation Millennium, who are French too. So it sort of all blew up for myself when I did go on to take on that challenge with teaming the French players and the French roster. I'd say in France I'd get recognised more than I would in the UK. I don't speak a lot of French, but if there was one thing I'd like to say to all of the French supporters is merci beaucoup.
Before last year, I don't think I went like on a plane for over like 10 years, and then in the last year I've been to 8 different countries, so it says a lot how much God can do for you. My mum wasn't really a fan before when I first started playing, but then when she started seeing I was making money from it and I was actually gaining like social media followers, she started to come along more, and now she watches my events all the time. It's important because she's the most important person to me and my family. She still roasts me. She roasts me for losing. I've been in the last 5 grand finals and I've only won 2 of them, so she always says, "Oh, you always say you're going to win the next ones." I think communication is probably the biggest key to any player. It's the most important thing. That's what I've been trying to work on personally this season. Like little situations where, like telling your teammates, "I've got this, you don't have to watch this," is just really key, especially high tempo games. I'm already thinking about champs because I don't think there's any way I'd fall out of the top 6. So champs is definitely the main priority. Like as long as we, whatever team I'm in, as long as we cash out at champs, then this year's been successful. Now all I care about is winning. I don't care if I drop 50 kills, I don't care if I drop 10, as long as I win, that's all I care about.
I'm Mark Bryceland, aka Marky B, and I play for Team Infused. I'm also the captain of the squad. My teammates are Zero, PT and Urban. When this team first came about, it was sort of random as such because there was a lot of different squads bouncing about, and I wouldn't really say we were the leftovers, but I think that it was just one of those teams that just got sort of flung together for an event, and it sort of worked out.
I'm the picky one, to be honest, in the team. If I see something wrong, I'm going to say what's wrong. The way we react to it is like a good environment, unlike any other team I've been in, where we actually try to get better as a team rather than just try and benefit ourselves.
I talk to these guys on a daily basis. They're some of my best friends, and I see them and talk to them more than some of my better friends that I know from real life as such.
We've got a lot of chemistry because we've teamed together for the longest in Europe, so it's just overall it's like good vibes within the team.
As a team, we're all great friends in game and out.
If I could pick an all-star team, I'd just pick these guys. think that there's a lot of people who just give up as the first sign of just sort of defeat. If things go wrong, they might get dropped from a team, might just give up. But you just got to keep going, get back on it and just keep grinding, try and get better. Look to constantly improve not only yourself but your team. The results will come and you'll eventually get success. There's obviously a lot of pressure in terms of getting results, but I don't really feel it, to be honest. I think that I've been doing this for years and it just feels sort of natural. My friends and family are actually really supportive. My mum watches every single event I go to. My girlfriend's been to a couple of events with me, and my friends watch every event I go to as well, so they're all really supportive of it and they all really enjoy Call of Duty. When I first started playing Call of Duty, I didn't really expect to be a sort of like figurehead of the scene or whatever, but I suppose that's sort of the position I'm now in, and obviously I sort of embraced that, and main motivation is like just achieving success. But at the same time, when I'm playing Call of Duty, I've always been a guy that's really enjoyed the game. I've always enjoyed putting loads of time into it. Right now it just feels like it's our job just to succeed, and just that we're going to do that. There's no like things that are flinging me off my path. Potentially one day be a world champion. That's obviously what I want to do one day.
Competed in America for a prolonged period of time, one of the only European players to do that with reasonable success, I guess. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, I had to return home from America, but luckily I immediately landed within, in my opinion, the best European team alongside three of the best, if not the three best European players. The catalyst for my parents' support was Call of Duty XP. We ended up coming fourth, and that was the largest tournament so far. $1 million tournament. We took home 100,000 split between four of us, which is, at the age of 18, it's a substantial amount. And when that check comes through the door, that's the light bulb in your parents' brain, I guess, and that's when it makes them think, you know, this is legitimate. In the past, I have had sort of minuscule thoughts crop up every so often about retirement, and that's natural, especially when you have unfortunate results at a tournament. In a tournament like Call of Duty Championships, perhaps tournaments that fall significantly below your own expectations. It's natural to have thoughts about retirement, and especially given the fact that the age of retirement is so young in Call of Duty. You need to take things seriously, you need to do everything you can to improve as a player, and when the time comes, hopefully you have other avenues to pursue within gaming.
Yeah, I think that we've got a team with the four most popular Spanish players in Spain, so we've got a really huge fan base.
I love my fans because if we don't have fans in the COD, maybe we are not here in the COD World League. They are basically the most important for us, for the motivation when we play.
I think that we are not representing only Giants Gaming. We are representing Spain, and that's really a good chance for all of us. I think Spanish people were really happy when we qualified because they really didn't know that a Spanish team can make it into the league, and they were really happy. But we are feeling, I think, a little bit under pressure because they are looking constantly to us. We need to practice with better people to improve our skills, our rotations, and that stuff in the game that we couldn't get better in Spain.
To be honest, that league is very, very, very hard. You got such amazing teams like Millennium, Infused, Vitality, a lot. But saying that we have no chance would be a mistake.
Uplink is a favorite mode within the esports community because of its fast-paced, aggressive nature. This mode features two teams clashing in an attempt to score a satellite drone into an enemy's floating uplink station. The drone will be spawned in a neutral point between players' locations. Players must then get to the spawn location to fight over control of the drone. Every drone thrown through the uplink station scores 1 point. However, 2 points are awarded if the drone is carried through the goal. Uplink forces players to push into enemy territories and to hold their position. The player with the drone loses their equipped weapon, but gains an additional protective armor, assisting them while their guard is down. After 2 rounds, alternating between map sides, the team with the most points wins the match. Uplink brings on a whole new aggressive gameplay that requires players to solidify their teamwork and conquer map control.
Because I was a substitute for Infused, I was always just on the sideline, just waiting to play, and I was so close to playing on multiple times, and I was gutted every time I couldn't.
I knew that I'd have to form my own team after Season 1 to get into Season 2, then prove myself there.
I was a substitute for Exa Esports. Basically, the only 4 top players that weren't in the league was us 4, so we didn't really have a choice of many players, so we just got together. We've been playing together for probably around 2 months. I think if we sort out people's attitudes, we can easily be a long-term team.
I think our Uplink game is on par with some of the top US teams because of how much dedication and time we put into it. CTF is kind of a strong point as well. We don't really lose that too much, but Uplink is certainly there. I think the thing that's special about our team is that we have all such good individual talent that we could compete easily with the top teams.
We can easily get top 4 in the league. We've already beaten CWL teams at events, so we know how good we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's time for the grand final here in the EU CWL 5K. We've been all the way through. Over 200 teams entered this tournament. We are now left with just 2. And it is not the 2 that we thought it was going to be. It is going to be Millennium versus Epsilon. I am Brycey, and the guy miming my speech as I did that entire intro is my good ginger friend, Mama.
I wasn't miming, I was just adding a bit in. You know when, like,
Hype man.
Yeah, it's like, you know, someone's shouting a skirt.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it,
Get
Bryce. Tell them more. Yeah. That was me. And you were just going, Millennium.
It was throwing me off.
Was it?
Yeah. Because I wanted to laugh because I thought you were going to keep doing it.
I'll stop, I'm sorry.
That's right.
It was a very good introduction, and it was elegantly said as...
Elegantly?
Millennium. Just 3-0'd Hyper Games. Shock. Hyper Games will fall out in the 3rd, 4th position alongside Infused, as Infused actually lost 3-1 to Epsilon. This is how it's panned out, you can see across the board. And I tell you what...
Neither of those last 2 results I was expecting.
No. What I would love to know, though, is if Splice was in the tournament, what would have happened differently? Who would have fell first? How would the bracket have gone down?
Well, that's the interesting thing. We're seeing such a difference in the way this is finished because of who the teams have got to play. You know, that small shift in bracket at the top has ever so slightly just put everything out of kind of focus and reshifted. So teams are playing different teams, you know, and now we're seeing a little bit of a change here. Epsilon, who, last week went out really quite early.
Yeah, very, very early. But now they're in the grand final. 2 teams, like Bryce said, we didn't expect to be here. For me, I thought, you know, Seed 1 and Seed 2, I thought Infuse would play up against the likes of Hyper Games, and Millennium, they've come to play today.
They certainly have. And I think, again, this is very important for the CWL, actually. You can take from this, put it into the actual league. Because Mill have got to play Hyper Games, just beat Hyper Games.
Yeah.
They've also got to play Epsilon the upcoming week, and they've got Epsilon to play now. If they can beat both these teams, they'll be sitting there going, we can do this, we can qualify.
Yeah, I mean, Millennium, they win this today, like, even if it's 3-2 last map, it's so much confidence. not only going into Week 8 and Week 9, but potentially going into Stage 2 finals. Because without kind of going into it too much, Millennium, Giants probably not so much. Millennium, Exertus, Supremacy are 3 teams fighting for 2 spots. And someone's not going to make it. It has to happen. And at the moment, Millennium are probably looking the likely one to not make it. But after today's performance, they have to go in Week 8 and Week 9 against Infused, Epsilon, Splice, and Hyper Games. They need to win a couple of those minimum.
So the interesting thing about that is and I know it was a joke tweet from Shane, but he's went again, LDLC are about to make all Millennium dreams come true, because they're playing Supremacy and Exertus in the upcoming weeks. And LDLC actually recently have looked very, very good.
Very true.
They 3-0'd Splice. So Exertus and Supremacy are no longer can bank on those games as much as they were. They're sitting there going, well, we thought that was in the bag, right? LDLC looked terrible.
Yeah.
They've only beaten Mod Vitality before then, but now, you know, they've come alive. They have looked better.
They have indeed.
3-0 in Splice. You're kind of sitting there and going, well, if that's a better run of form for them, Supremacy and Exertus have no longer got that game on lock. That actually makes it a little bit easier for Millennium, especially if they could beat, if LDLC beat both of them, then you really got to favour Millennium in that case.
You do. I think it's going down to the wire. You know, all these teams facing off against each other. What me and Bryce are really trying to say is it is so close for qualification for Stage 2 finals. But of course, this tournament that's going on right now is the third of 3 CWL Challenge Division Cups. And what basically happens is you have all your Challenge World League, COD World League points, the add up, and at the end of it, you could be going off to Call of Duty World Championships at the end of the year, which is obviously millions of pounds.
Just a lot of money.
A lot of quid.
Lot of quid.
A lot of quid, as we say in England.
Nobody says a lot of quid.
I do. What do you get for your birthday? A lot of quid.
No, no one says that. I don't think any...
Well, you just said no one when I do. Incorrect.
You are no one. Anyway, as we jump on board, we can see the Man of War, and that's come straight out and be banned away from Jerd. And we see the Flashbang, the Simtex, and the Concussion all dipping out as well. Overclock HCXD, which already means the last 2 are rapid fire, high caliber.
Okay, well, pretty standard so far, and Man of War getting taken away. That happened in the last Millennium game, in fact.
It certainly did. Well, I'm wondering who's going to win this one. We didn't really talk about who we thought was going to win it.
I've got to stick with Millennium. I went with a 3-0 in the semi-final, and it came true. I'm going to hit him with another 3-0.
Oh, really?
Oh, actually, no.
That's a tempting fate there. This Epsilon team just beat Infused 3-1. I'm going to go Mill Hardpoint.
I agree.
Epsi S&D.
Yeah, it should be.
Mill Uplink. Mill CTF. It's a 3-1 and Millennium.
I've said 3-0. I'm on the Millennium hype train.
Okay. Well, let's find out whether this Mill hype train is real.
Jerd, Tommy, Madcat, and Swanee up against Scraps, Reedy, Sunny B, and Moose. We've not actually seen any of Epsilon this tournament, so maybe they just wanted to be on air. Maybe this is all they've wanted. I know they're a big fan of being casted over. Reedy does like to go back and watch them and analyse the game, so...
He's also being a massive troll on Twitter right now.
Yeah, I was being a troll to Reedy there. If you're watching Reedy, hello. How are you doing? I love you.
But, I mean, the players are also streaming as well. I mean, you got Tommy and you got Scrapsy streaming. If you want to check those guys out, we'll just throw a little love their way. Or what you could have is all of us on and us commentating at the same time.
Multi-Twitch, that is the beauty of it.
It is the beauty of it. And it looks like Tommy's thinking CUDA.
Yeah, we can get the inside information.
We can. You're actually watching his stream at the same time.
How fast do these players actually change class? It's a joke.
Well, think about it. If it's your job, you should be fast at it.
Yeah, that's very true.
And bearing in mind, they get, what, a minute and a half to kind of do all their classes?
Yes.
Players have just got really, really quick with it. And basically said, you know what, they can do it. Like, Tommy's ready. Tommy was ready in 30 seconds.
He's good to go.
He certainly is good to go.
Hot on the sticks. He's our Tommy.
Well, we go down to this one. Remember, hashtag CWLPS4 at COD World League / Call of Duty. Let us know how you think this one is going to go down. We do appreciate your opinions. I know a lot of you have been sending them in, and I love each and every single one of you.
Everyone?
Everyone.
Do you love everyone?
Yeah, I am a cuddly person.
Oh, you like cuddles? I didn't know that.
I'll give you a hug after the game, man.
Please don't. Last time you gave me a hug, I think 3 of my ribs were broken.
That's just how much love is in those hugs.
I think it turned very quickly from love to aggression.
No, that's not true. I just have so much love to give, and obviously your frail body just couldn't take the love.
Can I take just a little bit of it? Not all of it?
No.
So I'm forced to
I'm
take...
full throttle, full time, baby. I don't go 50%. I go 600%. That's right, mathematically impossible.
Well, evac Hardpoint is the first map. Do you think this favours any team in particular?
Not in particular, no. I mean, to be fair, this first hill, I imagine we're going to see a pretty good start from Epsilon. However, I think when it comes down to it, it should realistically be Millenniums.
Okay, well. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand final here of the CWL $5,000 tournament, and all those CWL points as well. We're going to kick it off with Jerd with a Vesper, the laser sight. He's going high, he's going mighty, he's picked up one, doesn't find the second. Reedy, Scrapsy, and actually Reedy again, both finding doubles.
I did say I thought it would be a good start here actually for Epsilon off the rip, and it has been. Scrapsy 2-0. Could be holding it down, waiting for those pitches to come in. He goes down as well, though. Trade's coming in, really using that HVK at the moment. A lot of bullets going down. Not quite able to make anything of it, though. Sunny B trying to get something. He gets nothing either. Jerd currently 4-1 on a 3 streak as well. And he's running that Vesper, but will go down. He gets seen there by Scraps.
Will he swap that Vesper out, though? That's the question.
Yeah, 100% is getting swapped out.
Well, rotation's going to come in, but not just yet. 20 seconds left on the clock, and Jerd is still rocking that Vesper. He's already rotated into the kitchen. And here he is, man of the moment. Oh, he's going wall run. He's going to find someone. Oh, now no, surely not. Didn't think so. He's got to take him down. But he's going to take Moose with him. Sunny B taking Swanee down as well. And these, oh my goodness, Sunny B's just turned on Madcat.
That's actually disgusting. However, Madcat was hip firing. Jerd's just fallen off the map again. Come on, Jerd.
You're better than that.
Really picking up 2, though. 6 and 5. He's going to go down. Moose managed to pick up 1. And now they have control. Big spawn out coming from Millennium.
Yes.
Hard break from them now. As you can see, Epsilon push the lanes out a little bit. Next wave of kills, especially. However, already they're getting it. Scrap's now going to be in that hill. A little bit nervous. Picks off 1. Looks for the second. Not quite able to get it. Sunny B comes in, but he goes down as well. Millennium managed to make the kills and rip this one away. And it's now Epsilon with a break having to come in.
Yeah, and after that gunfight, I'd be very surprised if Jerd doesn't swap out that Vesper. Tommy, though, picks up nice 3 pieces. Sunny, Moose, Scraps, and Reedy fall down. Jerd obviously picking up that 4th, but Tommy, 5-kill streak for Tommy. Is it all right we just stay on board with Tommy? I think he's just pulled out the dart.
He's dead.
Oh. His dart didn't pick anyone up either.
And then I thought this was more important. Swanee has just picked up 3 kills and taken the spawn away. Very important move there by Swanee. His teammates come through the front, he come around the side, and he made it work. They have the spawn. Tommy's now trying to hold the spawn as well. Tommy's actually running a VMP at the moment. Oh my goodness.
Tommy is a versatile magician when it comes to Call of Duty. One of the players which I never ever beat at LAN was Tommy.
In fairness, not a lot of people did, mate. Very, very few people. He's just been a mainstay, and certainly well, I would say a Hall of Famer for the European section of Call of Duty.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. So close to a rate there with Swanee. Not going to get it. We're going to see Jerd pop into the hill, and he has swapped away from that Vesper, only trading it out with Sunny B and Reedy, though. And the rotation will come in for a final time.
Millennium team looks so good. They're running 3 SMGs at the moment, Momo.
Yeah, it's looking quite nice. And, you know, that's what happens when you've got someone like Tommy on your team. Because... oh my goodness. I feel just like my draw's dropping. I can't speak anymore. Tommy JT is on a tear. 14 and 7. He's not stopping anytime soon. 3-kill streak for him. And is he getting close to that dart again?
He certainly is now. Here comes the push from Epsilon. It will be a flood. Tommy sees one, looks for that kill, not able to pick it up. Goes for the second, does pick that one up. Putting bullets into everybody. Eventually, he is going to go down. Scraps picks up that kill, picked up 2. Looking for the third with the wall bang. Has Heatwave as well. But he's got to be careful here because his teammate are in the hill as Moose picks up 3. You've got to remember, he was actually 4 and 14 until he picked up those 3 kills just then. So Moose actually being a little bit slow in this position. Not quite able to do an awful lot, but really has now bust out the Tempest, trying to hold off Millennium, but no! Misses that Tempest shot, and it is going to go down as Jerd floods in, and he's gone back to the Vespa. It looks like he's only using that VMP for open hill P3.
Yeah, that kinetic armor he used to break that as well. Swanee's got near on full streaks, bar the Wraith, of course. He's 14 and 9. And Sonny B's just popped his kinetic. Is he going to make use of it, though? He's going to pick up 1. Not the second, though, as Tommy does close down on Sonny. The lightning strike of Swanee does shut out Epsilon just for a brief second.
Does, but here come Epsilon again, but it is Swanee doing a lot of damage.
Oh,
Scraps picks up 2, though. Both these teams really just locking horns with each other and slugging it out. And you can see now, both teams now flooding back in. Tommy's going to be in there. He's going to go down. Mad Cat trying to get 1 as well. He picks up 2. And he's trying to back up. Can he get a 3rd? Surely not. No. Moose comes in and gets his 2nd kill of that hill. And they are both just really fighting this one down. It's heavy contest coming in from both squads here. Small advantage actually to Epsilon as they will have this rotation. But here comes the flood through the front. It's going to be Jerd. Jerd coming in with the Vespa. He picks off Reedy. Oh, sorry, that's Moose he took down. But they don't have the spawn here, Momo. And that could prove crucial. But Jerd goes for it anyway. Oh, you can't do that.
He dips his toe in the water of the sharks there and just dips it out straight after getting a kill. And honestly, this is like 2 heavyweight boxers going head-to-head, just like you said, Bryce, slugging out big hits from either side, but no one is falling down there, giving it their all. Scraps is just coming with a Hellstorm. He's 22 and 12, for goodness sake. He's keeping them in this game.
He certainly is now. We can see Scraps just checking. You certainly see he's checking fast, but big coming in from Millennium. They've ripped that one away. However, this is the thing. It's going to be at least 1 or 2 more pushes coming in for both teams, depending on who gets this one away. The kill's already going in favor of Millennium, so there should actually be a push out for them. They should be able to hold this one with relative ease now.
Tommy's just watching the flank, but there's 20 seconds still left on this, Bryce. They don't want to give that up. Sonny B's trying to answer back, but no, traded out. Scraps comes in. Mad Cat with a double. Mad Cat stepped it up. He was double negative before. Now he's starting to even things out a little bit. He's got his camo and ready to breach into this next hardpoint. And there you go, Jerd, too clever as he spots Reedy's gun poking out the side. And a low wall run is going to follow.
Well, they get away with it as well, but that will be pinged and they will know. But Jerd's managed to get around the back. This is massive from Jerd. If he can start making a few kills here, he will start falling the spawn out. And I think that's actually what has happened. He's just made 2 massive kills for them as well. Millennium are going to have this hardpoint, and they are spawning them out, but it's a pinch spawn.
Look where Jerd spawned, though, right with his team. That's where he wants to be. Swanee's backing off, getting that distance between him and the enemy, exactly where he likes to be. But Sonny getting in the face of Swanee and saying, no, you're not getting away with it that easy. Epsilon regained 30 seconds left on this hardpoint. And a Hellstorm's coming in.
And they're going to move them out as well. Tommy waiting for that clinical with that pinch. Comes in, and it will be Millennium to take it back here again here. And I was about to say, I think Swan, you know, I don't usually see him miss that many shots earlier on.
No, well, Jerd has just picked up another as Tommy falls to Sonny B. Kinetic armor is ready for Jerd as well. Millennium actually starting to bridge a bit of a gap here. And actually making a gap, should I say, as it's around about 50 points for Millennium now. And they're really running away with this at the moment, Bryce.
They are. I mean, it's full Jerd again. Look at that. 31 and 22 for Jerd. Pops his kinetic, looking for more kills. Does get his second well, and he shut down the Tempest. That's actually a great use of kinetic to get that one down here. Pretty much a specialist for a specialist.
Yeah.
However, kill still going down. Tommy does have Heatwave, so small advantage to him, and he is going to pop it there, allowing his teammates to come in on the back of it. Jerd picks up 2, looking for the 3rd, but not quite able to either. Both teams really just upping the tempo of this game, trying to make it pretty much as fast as possible. And I usually would say that Millennium don't favor this faster play style, but Jerd does.
Jerd is loving this stock VMP right now. That's the one thing for me. If I'm playing against Jerd, I'm banning this stock straight away against him. And look at his movement. He's incredible right now. He's literally tearing through this team.
You see, Mad Cat's want to actually make 2 kills. They might even take this scrap time away, and they do. And you know, Epsilon can't even rest. They probably thought they had the scrap time then. There's only like 10 seconds left, and you know what, Millennium? No, you're not having that. We're going to take mid-control as well, and they have done as they go for this one. 205 to 148. But both teams really have been just going ballistic against each other. Mooseman picks up 2. are trying to just slug this one out. Both these both players on both teams have played with each other quite regularly, apart from maybe Scraps, who is a relative newcomer.
Oh, yeah. 100%. 40 points is going to be the gap here as Reedy's just going to get taken down by Tommy. Such a wise play there by Tommy. Heatwave available for Scraps, and he's not going to need it just yet, but he may pop it now. Oh, it's still. Jerd says no. Oh, he's still alive? My goodness. 40 kills for Jerd.
Well,
Take a bow.
I just want to give credit to Scraps, actually. He's 35 and 25, 1 minute 44 of hill time. And I think if it wasn't for someone like Jerd going, you know, as crazy as Jerd is going, then this probably would have been a lot closer game, and it could have even been Epsilon's.
Yeah, no, very much so. I completely agree with that. I think Moose has had a bit of a struggled game. He was sat on, you know, like the teens of kills, if you like, for quite a while. He's just broke 20 now. But
it's not over.
Realistically, you know, Journey's evidently kind of 2 Mooses right now.
Well, I like the way you put that. However, you can see this goes down like this as well. You got to remember, Millennium, not going to be over quite yet. There is still a few points to get here. I don't want to kind of say it's a shutout. Depends very much on the break coming in from Epsilon here. They can't really afford to give this one away. And unfortunately, Mill just clean out so many. Even Moose goes around the outside and he can't get in.
Yeah.
And now it's becoming in with just such a dangerous range here. Full streaks for Tommy. Picks off a second kill as well. Picks off the third. Surely he does. Tommy, the game changer, brings it home. And now he's going to drop the hammer. Incoming lightning strike. See that player coming through the ping. He's going to go down as well. And now Sonny B gets 2. He tries to come in as well. Jerd picks up Sonny B. Jerd picks up a second player. Scraps, trades. And it's all over. It's all done. 250 to 182. What a game we just witnessed. Those two just really exploded onto this hard point. And from the very get-go, the tempo never ceased.
Well, Jerd and Tommy, both positive 13 there. I want to say Jerd again has 77 interactions, for goodness sake. Tommy, 2 minutes on the hill pretty much. However, you're right, Scrapsy, he went positive 6. He had 1 minute and 40 on the hill. 100 of those points came from him. And, you know, he's breaching 5,000 points, where his team aren't breaching 4,000. And that's not criticizing the other 3. That's just saying well done to Scraps to keep up that momentum against such a prolific team as what is the current Millennium right now. And honestly, where has this come from? Where has this Millennium been for the past 6 weeks?
Speed Millennium. I like it. I'll be honest with you. I think this is the time to dig in. You got to remember, these are champions. This is not a team of just a random guys. This is a team of champions. Every single one of these players has a pedigree that no other team in Europe can even pretend to claim.
Okay.
Not even close. Not even a little bit. I mean, there may be players here and there. Josh might be able to come close on Splice, but the rest of Splice? Not really.
No, not at all.
Infused? Marky B, maybe?
I wouldn't
the rest
even say,
of it
I wouldn't say Mark.
Yeah, you're right. Even Marky.
Tommy and Swanee. No.
The entire team of Millennium.
Yeah.
Are champions through and through. So this is not just one of the ones going, oh, where have they come from? This is more for me like, oh, they've woken up. It's like a sleeping dragon that's finally been poked enough until they've gone, well, it's enough of that.
Millennium, though, have come to play today. And they are taking teams out left, right, and centre. Not just any old teams. They're taking Hyper Games, who's dominated the CWO for the last 8 weeks, and have 3-0'd them, pushed them to the side. Now, Epsilon have stepped into the ring. 1-0. Round 1 goes to Millennium. Round 2, though, this may be a bit tougher. Epsilon S&D.
I think realistically, this is what we said, right? We said Mill take the hard point. Epsi should come back and do some serious damage.
They should do. They really should. I've gone with Millennium 3-0. I'm going to stick with that. But I think this is going to be huge for Millennium to overcome. I think it's going to be very, very tough to beat Epsilon at S&D.
I agree. I think the issue being is that if you're going to pick a team that could do it, it could genuinely be Millennium. They do have the pedigree. They are very good at S&D as well. For me, I actually think Scraps has been performing very, very well recently. So I think he might actually have a good opportunity to kind of shut them down a little bit. Reedy's doing, of course, Reedy's Reedy. Although they already, you can see, I mean, that kill by Jerd that made on Reedy, he kind of knew where Reedy was going to be. So a little bit of counterplay coming in here. It's going to be interesting to see how these two teams actually face off when they know each other that well.
Jokes aside,
okay.
I know.
I never agreed to that.
I know Moosey's, granddad, and people say like that, and it's a bit of a joke and stuff, but he couldn't handle that pace. I don't think.
No, I think you're right there. Now,
he's not used to that pace from Millennium.
I think Moose plays quick well, but I don't think he plays quick if everybody's playing quick well. If that makes sense, you know.
Honestly, that made no sense to me.
So I've seen Moose be very quick and very fast and be great and lightning around the map. The problem being is I think that he needs to be the guy that sets the pace.
Right, I get you.
Rather than everybody else, and he's just trying to catch up. I think that's the issue.
If
that makes more sense.
Yeah, I want to go back to stage 1 because yes, Zero picked up the MVP.
Yeah.
But Moose was a very, very high contender to do so as well, and it's because of his dominance with that submachine gun. He was just in the face of the enemy constantly.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Ban and Protect is underway and Overkill Thermal has been taken out. But still can be used. SPG is not going to be taken out as Moose should pick Rapid Fire as the last one. Concussion, Flashbang, taken out. All standard stuff here.
Well, that Thermal being taken away means a little bit less sniping. So if we do see Reedy snipe, it won't be with it. And I think even with how good he's been doing recently, Tommy, I don't think he would want to go against Reedy in this scenario. What do you think?
I think Reedy will snipe with a PO6, but I don't think anyone from Millennium will.
Oh, I think Reedy will give it a go. I just think that Thermal can really throw players off their game. And we said it before, you know, Reedy, he might be a little bit inconsistent with our Thermal. I must say it.
Okay. Yeah, no Thermal for Reedy. I could see maybe snipers being put to one side here.
No, I don't agree, unfortunately. I think we are going to see them. I definitely think there's no way Reedy's not taking it at some point.
Yeah, maybe. But, okay, what does he use? What's his sniper loadout? SVG?
I want to say PO6. I think he might try and wallbang.
PO6 with FMJ or...
Well, yeah, if he's going to wallbang, maybe FMJ. Yeah, I think it's going to be used. Now, I'm not saying he's going to use it the entire way through. It pretty much depends on how he plays off the rip. But Mill will be playing around that sniper, so we got to be careful. I think it may be more a defensive thing than an attacking thing if he can't get those first kills. I think he'll take it first round.
Okay. We'll jump on board with him first of all and see how it does go down. Okay. Jerd, fast SMG again. Tommy maybe joining him. Madcat, I think, might go back to an AR for the S&D.
Yeah, I think that's pretty certain. Jerd won't. Jerd just needs a... Yeah. Jerd needs to run that VMP. Other than that, I don't think there's an awful lot else you can say about him. It's just going to be amazing.
Well, 20 seconds left on the clock as the players do get ready. They all create their classes, and it looks like Tommy is creating a sniper class. I'll tell you that for nothing.
Well, I did say we're probably going to see snipers.
Yeah.
I think Tommy's becoming... I think his recent performance has said, Tommy, you know, I'm good. I'm gonna keep trying to use this now. I mean, because let's talk about the snipers in S&D, and it's not just about those first picks. It's a little bit for me to do with the players kind of using it to map control. We've said this before. You know, if that pick comes out, then these players can pretty much never shoulder peek it again. They struggle to peek. And that means they lose information. And then snipers become kind of a force multiplier. It's not just about the picks. It's not just about the kills. It actually shuts down areas of the map and gives the enemy team, in the end, less info because they can't peek. Like I said, for me, snipers are too valuable to just completely take them out of the game. If you've got a good sniper, you use him. Now, don't get me wrong, it does come at a disadvantage when maybe you've got to push with an LCAR.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's a difference. It's also the same reason, by the way, that we see overkill banned so often. Because you don't have snipers everywhere, and then that sniper not have a disadvantage because he can run a VMP or whatever he fancies running.
Okay. I mean, overkill as well, I agree with. You know, if overkill is in, you see like 3 snipers on each team, it just gets a little bit out of hand sometimes.
Well, we are about to find out how this is going to go down.
Clear the objectives.
For all the posturing, and there is that PO6.
Okay, here he goes.
I said it was going to come out to begin with. I actually want to quickly... Oh, the interesting.
FMJ.
Ballistic CPU.
Just making it sway less.
So, we'll quickly have a look on Tommy, who's not going to be running it here, so it will just be Reedy. But they are playing around it.
Waiting for that first pick, I think. Can Reedy do the business?
Well, he's looking for it, desperately.
I think he's just looking for someone.
Scraps actually made a first pick there. Sunny B's going around the flank. I imagine that's Swanee right at the back. No, it's Madcat. Scraps made a second kill here.
Big start for Scraps with his M8. He could make a third. Here we go. Oh, there we go. It is going to be tagged up, and Scrapsy potential ace here. Madcat has everything to do, and he isn't going to do that. He's going to be tagged from behind an Epsilon S&D once again. Very hard to go up against.
Well, it allowed Scraps to kind of make those plays, and Scraps did make the plays. Ended up picking up 3 that round. And allows Moose just to finish it off against Madcat. And there we go. Epsilon lead 1-0 on the S&D. And I feel like we're going to be saying Epsilon are leading a lot during this game. We are favouring them here.
S&D, I do favour them. I'm sticking with a 3-0 purely because I think Millennium, I don't know, I have a feeling that they will, but Epsilon's S&D is so, so good.
It really is already here, really. And I think Swan just went, well, not having any of that. Even Swan, as good as he is with his M8, probably doesn't want to go against Reedy at range with that PO6.
No, not at all. Nobody does.
Double push here, maybe? Oh, it gets away.
Tacked up. Scrapsy's going to put a nade as well. And Scrapsy's going to pick up his 4th kill of the day. And it's actually his HCXD. He's doing some good work. Just want to remind you as well, Scraps actually went 10-1 in his last S&D.
Well, they have the advantage right now in terms of Millennium holding this off. But Jerd needs to stay alive in this position to prevent his teammates getting squeezed. Unfortunately, he does not. Madcat and Swanee, though, are now in a 2 versus 4. Okay, wants to push. He's in 1. He knows he's going to tell Swan, hold up, I'll grab 1. So he has. Checking the bomb. Not going to be able to get it. Now Swanee has to peek and make these kills. Swanee's made 1. He's probably going to be picked at the back. He's going for the bomb diffuser. He needs to stay alive. He's not going to be able to. Scraps gets back on it. Plenty of time for him. Epsilon shut him down.
If he just stayed alive even just for a little bit there, he would have picked up that round. It's very unfortunate.
If Swanee had made that kill, they would have won the round.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Very tough for him to do so.
But Swan saw the player come off the bomb, so he tried to get out of there.
Yeah, no, and wisely so, because he could have been challenged. Luckily, though, Reedy was in the right time at the right place.
Yeah. I think, realistically, even I knew that Swan was going to be in that area and that you had to push him. So I think Epsilon knew that, of course. That's what Reedy was going for. He's like, I've got to take him down. I know where he's going to be sitting. They've got bomb down here. It's not going to be the easiest win to win that gunfight, especially against Swanee. And again, same thing. Oh, actually, wait a minute, not same thing. Sunny B on the flank. Sunny B sees 1. And I think he saw that second player. He did. He's not even going to challenge. Reedy actually comes over to back him up.
Epsilon saying, do you think you're pushing out a bunker without getting punished? Think again.
He's not having a lot of luck with these today. Said that thermal may just be enough to kind of throw him off his game. Oh, look at that angle. No, you shouldn't make that, Sunny.
Shouldn't have made the kill, and Sunny somehow does. And this again is looking just Epsilon.
It is. Madcat is in a 1 versus 2. He's going to go down. Swanee should bring this back to a 1 versus 2. He has done. He's going to go down well. 3-0 now to Epsilon.
Yeah, very good from Epsilon. Clinical stuff on S&D, as always. And how do you answer this? How do you answer their S&D?
You don't. They've got Scraps, you know, Sunny B, Moose, Reedy, all very good S&D players. It's the strength of this team. For me, if they want to win against Millennium now, just take a respawn. Take a respawn and you'd pretty much give them the advantage. Maybe 60-40 in that last S&D. But, I mean, Miller are a good team here, but you've got Jerd and Tommy going 0-3.
Yeah, not good at all. Did we see a sniper there? Yes. Tommy has basically said, I'll take down Reedy.
That's what he's waiting for. He's going to try and take on Reedy, who's actually switched to an SVG. Oh, he's waiting.
And Reedy's backed off completely. No one will be challenging that from Tommy.
Well, Right now, it's all quiet. Nothing is really happening on this map right now.
No.
Jerd eventually now moving into top management for top management control. HCXD coming in, and he's got flak jacket anyway, so he's actually pre-aiming now that HCXD. He's prepared for it. Just waiting.
Moose takes down Tommy.
Let me see Sunny B.
Epsilon's going to get another kill here on the flank. It's Reedy.
S&D. It's just they're just too good at it. Now, Jerd looking for this. He's going to pick that one up as well. It's now Jerd in a 1 versus 3. Never mind. 4-0 Epsilon.
He took down their last opponent 6-0, and that was infused on Hunted. Can they do the same?
By the looks of it, yes. The only caveat is that specialists are now starting to come into play.
Okay, round number 5. Millennium. Need to get something going here.
And that's the other issue, actually. Specialists are coming into play, but all for Epsilon.
Yeah, as they will when Tommy's on 0, Jerd's on 1.
And now, again, they're waiting for this pick here. Pretty common tactic. Wait for your sniper to give you the information or the pick. Rest of the team gone pretty passive. Sonny B, just going to watch that flank again. But nothing happening so far. So this tactic can go wrong, and the way it will go wrong if it does is that you end up burning too much time, leaving yourself very few options when it comes to making that push.
Okay, Reedy's got the HCXD out. Well, this is going to be aggressive. Here we go. Not going to pick up the kill, though. Potential trade, maybe.
Not quite, but they are gaining control, and here he goes. He's going to try and peek this. Not quite able to make that shot either, but both teams still have 4 up. And this is the problem with burning this much time. Epsilon really can't afford to wait anymore. However, get that kill. And that kill's very important because Tommy now is a little bit panicky with who's covering his back. Just a little bit worried. Gonna go for it. Oh, Tommy, no, it's been glitched away and he is gonna lose that fight.
But he's not gonna get the bomb down, only 8 seconds. Wow. Epsilon, my goodness, this is just ridiculous.
That's crazy. Look at that. The reflexes, though, to glitch away while planning. And then Sunny B comes in, cleans it up.
Yeah.
This is looking like a 6-0.
It is, and it should be with a specialist on board.
That genuinely is very, very crazy. I mean, Magcat's what, the closest? Active camo definitely is at least a kill, I think maybe 2 if he makes this, unless he makes it late round. But now we might not even see a single specialist come out for Millennium because of how this game has gone. Jerd stacking close. He's only got 1 kill so far, but they've managed to get scraps down. But that has been traded away. This one ends up dying. Moose takes down Jerd. This is looking like a 6-0 here, Moose. Oh no, 2 versus 2. Moose is almost on active camo, but not quite. Macket's almost on his active camo, but not quite. Here goes Tommy. This is a big gunfight for Tommy. 1v2. Whoever wins.
Oh. Reedy's come in to lend a hand, and now Madcat has to do a 1v2 to stay in the game.
Reedy's going to challenge this. Watch.
He's been spotted, and Reedy, my goodness. That's just disgusting. Epsilon back-to-back 6-0 victories.
Yep.
What did Scraps go on this one?
8-2.
We went 10-1 last time.
Reedy went 5-1. Moose went 5-1. Sonny went 6-5.
Tommy's joined the agency.
He has joined the agency.
I think he left the game as well.
Jerd 1-6. That's actually insane from Epsilon. Just really, really insane. They just 6-0'd Infused. They come on. They've played Millennium. Just 6-0'd Millennium. That's insane. That's 12-0.
Absolutely.
Against
that is crazy.
2 top teams on 2 different maps.
Yeah, it's different maps, it's different teams. It's like showing their consistency at Search and Destroy. Epsilon, I admire your S&D. Phenomenal stuff. Your Hardpoint, it's usually quite good, but Millennium did shut it down today. We're going to go into Uplink, though, where I don't think particularly a team has an advantage here.
I'm going to say Millennium do.
Okay.
I think Millennium have an advantage. They're a very good uplink team. but I do agree it's quite close.
I think after that, it's hard. But yeah, I believe it is Infection Uplink is what we're going into for the final map. And we'll jump on board with it as soon as possible. But we're 1-1 in the series. It's the grand final of the CWL Challenge Division Cup here, $5,000 US. Brought to you as always by Philmemo Whitfield and Brycey, and presented by PS4. Keep those hashtags coming in. Hashtag CWL PS4. Tell us anything about the game if you're watching one player in prediction or your predictions.
Yeah, also, if you dislike Courage, as the rest of us do, please let us know.
Dislike Courage?
Yeah, he's in the chat. I just thought that would make him a bit upset.
Oh, hi, Courage. I don't dislike you.
Always with the sucking up to the Americans.
No, I'm just friends with Courage. It doesn't matter where he's from. I have a friend.
It's all right, mate. I don't judge you.
I mean, you just dislike everyone.
No, I don't dislike everyone. I like a lot of people.
Courage, don't listen to him.
Oh, me and Courage are roomies. He actually asked to room with me last event. We're okay with each other.
Not surprised. Who is his other options?
Well, what do you mean? Any of the American casters?
Nope.
But he said he wanted to room with me.
No, he got forced.
No, he didn't. He said he wanted to. Courage, will you tell this fool?
DM'd me and said I don't want to tell him this, but I actually don't want to room with him. But I was forced to go with him because he was the only option.
Me? When was this?
He told me. He DM'd me.
No,
and
he didn't. No, he didn't.
He DM'd me and said that what shall I do? And I told him to tell you that you asked to be roomed with him because then you'd take it a little bit better.
No, that's not what happened. He messaged me way in advance of the event. So, dude, I'm rooming you. I'm a great roommate at events.
I have only one history of sharing a room with you, Bryce.
That was a weird one.
Beaten with a shoehorn comes to mind.
That's not what happened. It just isn't what happened.
6-0 to Epsilon, 250 to 182. My goodness. It's kind of like polar opposites, like Millennium trashed them at that uplink. Epsilon trashed them even more at S&D.
They really did. I mean, that S&D is so powerful. And you got to wonder what happens if we go to map 5. We get there. If we get to map 5.
Potential. I think the CTF and uplink could be split 50-50 very easily. We could see a map 5. Overdrive and active camo are taking away mana war and concussion as well. Shortly follows flashbang as well.
I don't think we can see anything too special here. The only thing I'm really interested in on this map is that Epsilon have a few set pieces, especially off the rip. So if they do it, they're going to throw a smoke mid. It should be Sunny who grabs the drone and whips it out mid-cut to open side.
Yeah, Epsilon always have these strategies, don't they?
Yeah.
Millennium, they're kind of just brute force. I think especially on this map in particular, I don't think they have any particular strategies, but Jerd may pull off some nice plays.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, for me, both these two teams are very good. I'm genuinely a little bit confused about who's going to win this one. I'm bearing in mind the Epsilon team right now, I've said, in great form. They have been looking very nice. Just took down Infused, and that included losing the Hardpoint, winning the S&D, the Uplink, and the CTF.
Yeah.
Is this going to be the same story? I just genuinely don't know. For me, I wish I'd seen more of that Infused Epsilon game to kind of see why Infused lost the Uplink.
I actually have no idea, because I was also here with you, Bryce. I'd love to help, but I have no idea. I believe it was quite close, though. I think it was like 2-3 point game. Kinetic Armor, Tempest, Scythe, Heatwave as well.
Yeah, and I think... Oh, Annihilator actually coming in from Reedy. Did you not use the Scythe? And, I don't know. For me, quite like the Scythe, but Swan is using it.
Oh, Courage, I love you.
I love Courage as well.
I think, in all honesty, I think he did ask to room
He
with
did.
you.
He actually put it in the early.
Oh, did he? Okay, I was lying about that. But yeah.
But he just said.
Do you know what it reminds me of when he said that about a song for 3 hours? It's when as well we really wanted to go to sleep, and then 2 minutes later we hear the theme tune of Lord of the Rings extended version come on, and he's like, "I'm just watching a film and it's like 4 hours long."
I am a great roommate. I just can't help trolling a little bit whoever I'm in a room with.
Can I ask you what you did to my... I mean, Rel, if you don't know, recently went to Paris for SWC and actually got mugged.
He did.
When he got back to his room, Bryce, he found that all of his clothes weren't there. Can you explain that?
Yeah, well, basically, Rel's a really kind of clumsy guy, and he just misplaces things all the time. And somehow, his stuff ended up in my room.
Oh, so it definitely wasn't you who went in, removed all of his clothes, and took them away.
I can't recollect right now, but all I know is that his clothes were somehow in my room.
It's funny. I remember receiving a WhatsApp from Rel saying, I think Bryce is taking all my clothes. It's understandable, though, because I know you love for Rel. And maybe you just wanted to bring him to your room. It was just a law.
Okay, being perfectly honest, the reason that happened is he was in Paris, and I was in Paris, and I couldn't get hold of him for 2 hours. So I was like, well, he needs to be punished.
Okay.
Not knowing, by the way, that I point out that I didn't know he was mugged.
Yeah, that was obviously a bit of a bad timing,
yeah.
I would say. It probably would have been funny.
It makes me seem like the worst person in the world going, so, Bryce, he was mugged, yeah? And you took all his clothes? Yeah.
It is just
But
one
it
of
was
those
the other
things
way
where
around. I took all his clothes, then he got mugged.
It would have been funny. I would have enjoyed it.
It would.
But it was the fact he came back, it's like, Bryce, I've been mugged, I've lost money, someone's stole, and you're thinking, I've robbed all his clothes, this is not going to go down well.
That's what I was thinking in the lobby at the event. And as I heard, I went, no, you got to be joking me. And I went, where is he? He went, he's up at his room. I went, great. So
too late.
And I said to people at the thing, I went, so he's just been mugged. And now he's going up to his room and he's going to realise that his clothes gone missing. And he's only going to blame me because it was me.
Here we go. Smoke comes out. Jerd knows it too well.
Go for the fight, but it looks like that is not going to work out this time around.
Yeah, a bit of a 2-2 split here as Moose does find a way through, actually.
He's gonna try. Is he going to try for the one?
I don't think he knows what he's doing.
Not going to be able to do it, though. Swan, a little bit quicker on the sticks. Managed to pick it up. Swan's 3-0 right now.
Double headshot there for Swanee. And now he's got the drone. I love it. I actually love it when Swanee picks up the drone. I think only good things can happen.
Well, let's see whether or not Swanee practices his ones. I think we're about to find out. He's got players with him, enough to at least move this through. Here we go, Swan with the one. And he gets it in. He has been practicing.
Swanee, he knows Call of Duty. He knows how to do this.
Oh, it does eventually go down there. And Madcat, who's 0-2, takes it back again, keeping that drone away from the Epsilon team.
It's quite interesting, the strategy that they're opting for here.
Going for it again. They've just gone all the way around. Super wrap. Oh, Swan.
Swanee seems to check things that normal people wouldn't. Sometimes pays off for him.
I think Swanee, when he writes his autobiography, I've got a title for him.
Okay.
Life Through the Red Dot.
Of an M8.
Just Life Through the Red Dot. I think that's a great title for him.
Brilliant. I like it.
Pre-aiming on life.
Well, a one-pointer comes in from Reedy, and a nice setup there as they do get 2 kills back-to-back. And actually, they could take control of the spawn. Tommy says no, though, with the headshot onto Reedy. But the full map control goes in favor of Epsilon here. No one picking that drone up just yet, though.
Now, because Epsilon were a little bit slow in going for that, because they waited for Scraps to come back up and they were holding Church, this is actually now a fight for mid-control. And it does look like Millennium currently are winning it, because they actually have the more open areas. You only see these guys from Epsilon sitting in Broken. And now they're going to push through. Sonny may actually push through here and try and make a kill, because if he does, it's a great opportunity for Epsilon as they've wrest control away here. He picks up 1 kill. Can he pick up the second? Shouldn't pick up that second. Madcat eventually shuts him down. A little bit scary there for the guys on Millennium. But now, Reedy's going for it. But Jerd's ripped that one away. And it looks like he might be able to get the one in here. Up, and it's good.
Yeah, it was very nice there from Jerd. 4-7 at the moment, but he has made one of the 2 plays, of course, the other coming from teammate Swanee. But 2 minutes left on the clock again. Quarter the way through this game. Millennium taking a very, very slight lead here.
They are. This is actually quite a slow uplink in terms of drone control. Both teams really waiting to slug this one out, knowing that, oh my goodness, Scrapsy called Tommy there very, very easily. Now, Sunny's in a great position because it means that this should be at least a 1-point attempt. Scraps goes up and it goes in. Not able to get that away. Swan, I think, tried to actually catch it.
So Sunny's actually just picked up 2, and Epsilon, what they can do now is they can really push them back. You've got a Hasty XD. Jerd has picked up 1 and answered it. It's what they need. A kinetic armor used for Sunny, which inevitably will win in the gunfight and the second, of course. And now a third, maybe?
No, and Tommy has done so much work there. He cleaned it out. He stopped Sunny B, but Sunny B's now on full streaks. I don't think he realized Sunny was standing behind him. He's got a kind of a wave full of heat spit into his eyes. But here we go again, Epsilon. This is going to be a 2-point play.
Yep, and he's going to put that one in. There is a wild Jerd looking for a relay. A relay is probably not the best choice of words, but he's looking for that respawn off the drone and to pick it up very quickly. Sunny, though, will be using that Hellstorm. And Jerd going for a 1-point play. Oh, did it hit the tree?
It did hit the tree.
Bounced awkwardly there.
Yeah, he usually would have adjusted, but I don't think he had the time. So he went, no, I can't do this. I'm just going to have to release it. And he tried, but he even when he released it, he knew that wasn't good.
Hit a twig on the way.
Ooh. I don't know whether he meant to do that or not.
I don't think he did, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. And Epsilon now 6-2 in the lead here in Uplink.
And I said we might be seeing Millennium here. I thought they were a more consistent Uplink team, but Epsilon seem to be on fine form, and they will be leading 6-2 at least going into the second half. And looks like Reedy's going to grab drone again, but not quite get there to get that kind of saving armor. Moose is here as well. Look at that double peek coming in. Picks off one, gets full streaks because of it. And who's that? Jerd. Can Jerd make the buzzer beater? No, he cannot.
Nope, he cannot indeed. 6-2 is the score going into the second half. And Epsilon have the chance to take one over now on Millennium. They can really push them back. If they're to take this third map and go 2-1 up in the series and have an S&D to fall back on, they've just won the last 2 S&Ds 6-0. One against Infused, one against Millennium. Surely they would take this.
You'd think. I mean, yeah, I agree with you. If they take this, being 2-1 up, you can see them taking the entire series, regardless of how it ends up going down. They've also got streaks. Look at the amount of streaks they're stacking. I wonder how this is playing down. Now, it really kind of depends on that slaying for me by Bar. There we go. There it is. There it is. That's a set piece.
It's very hard to counter. It's the that smoke play, and now look, Sunny B pushing forward with scraps.
How did he not get anything there?
I don't know. Oh my goodness, Sunny B's turning up here. 19 and 8 for Sunny B, by the way.
Well, you can see right now Moose is looking for that one. The problem being is he's heavily taken up. Shouldn't even survive that long, to be honest with you. But now it will be Millennium on the attack. They have got drone, they have got mid-map, but can they find a way through? Epsilon will stand against them. And incoming lightning strike as well. Mad Cat's going to stay alive, looking for that one. Picks off one as well. Making sure his teammate can actually get that one in. And it is going to go in as well. Jerd sinks that one home, bringing it back to a 4-point game. And there we go. Oh, Mad Cat's going in. Oh, no, he misses that kill. That's big kill if he can make it. He's not going to, and he does go down. And all their opportunity to try and make another run at this has evaporated.
Yeah, it was a nice trade coming in from Epsilon. And actually, Tommy's going to trade as well. Really looking for that extra person. He knows one's gone into logs, and he should pick up the kill. He doesn't know it's Jerd. Just turns, puts a few bullets down, and goes straight into the chest of Reedy. HCXD being used now. Two HCXDs.
Yeah. Double HCXD, and the scythe coming in, it does take him down. Swanee loses that scythe. But now Moose picks up a 2-piece because of it. And here they go again. Sunny B will have drone control. He has a few players around with him, but Tommy's already taken down Reedy, and he throws that one away. And I think once he threw it, he went, well, if I die and they manage to come through here, we could be in a lot of trouble. But Scraps picks up 2 to make sure that possibility does not happen. And Moose picks up 2 of himself. This should be at least a 1-point play. Depend on the next kills for it. And he's been heat waved, but he goes for the one anyway. Does it while he can't even see.
8-3 is the scoreline. We're coming into the last quarter of the game here. And Epsilon looking very, very strong to finish this one off. Again, big double kill.
This looks all Epsilon.
Look at Moose and Sunny. Both 20 and 10 pretty much.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Who would have thought you could outslay Millennium like this?
Oh, manual pass coming in. Reedy's going to grab that one. It should be a 1-point play. And it is. 9-3 is the scoreline.
Just seems very, very tricky. I mean, not only is the slaying going in Epsilon's favour, but they're just being very clever with the way they play the drone. We've already seen the set pieces come in from them. We've already seen it just doing crazy things. But look at that! Scraps just ticked up too, like it's not even a problem.
Well, Mancat does answer back with 2 of his own,
come
and
on.
Scraps puts out number 3, 21 and 14 for him. And my goodness, it is a one-way street here.
Super long shot. That's a good connection with that first one as well. That player really shouldn't be able to challenge him. But it's Swanee, so of course he does. And he wins it because it's Swanee.
Reedy with the drone again, and he should, and he can
No,
make
it's too low.
number 10, but he doesn't. He does go too low and too far. But again, 90 seconds left on the clock. Can you really see Millennium doing anything that crazy?
No, I mean, the issue for me is comebacks really only happen when the slaying is close and one team goes off. But this slaying isn't close, not even a little bit.
No.
So you just cannot, you can't sit there and say, oh yeah, Millennium are just going to start out-slaying them and hold them back and get the spawn and get the relay on. Because there's no basis for that. There's no way for them to do it. They just haven't been able to kind of keep up. I mean, Sunny's 28 and 12. Moose is 22 and 13. Like, it's genuinely insane.
It is pretty ridiculous. Scraps is 22 and 17 as well. Make it 23 now. He's got the Tempest out. And Jerd trying to level things up or trying to do some work here. 40 seconds left on the clock.
Jerd might be able to make something of this. Doesn't have the support he would really want, but this is an interesting throw. I've never seen that one before, but Jerd nails it.
He's practiced that one a few times.
Yeah. And I like that from CWL teams, though, because that's the first time I've seen someone make that shot.
Yeah.
In all the casting I've done in the European CWL. And yet, he made that look so easy. Like he's just a regular thing. Do this all the time. What are you worried about? Ooh, Millennium. They start to come back a little bit towards the end, but unfortunately, that's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, his time's gone against them. 9-6 is the scoreline, and Epsilon will take map number 3 here. And you know what? We're going into CTF next, and it's potentially the last map of the grand final. Here, Epsilon versus Millennium in the CWL Challenge Division 5K. The third of 3, the last one. Bryce, I'm going to miss these.
No, you're not. I will be gone, and then you won't even care.
That is not true. I cared before you were here. I will care after you were here. I will miss you dearly.
No, you won't.
I'll come and visit you.
Did you know, and people out there watching, that before I even come over to Cologne, I hadn't spoke to Momo this year?
Before you came over? That's not true.
That is true. Didn't even bother speaking to the entire of Season 1.
It's not true.
He's sitting there now because he's feeling guilty.
I'm not, because EGL and we were there together. You know, I took my time.
That was after I come over to Germany.
Oh, was it?
Yes.
When did you come over to Germany?
About late Season 1, because I come over to do these.
I was busy.
See?
Look, you came over to see me, I came to see you. You know,
whoa,
we came to
when
see
did
each
you
other.
come to see me?
Well, you left me. You went to EGL, and I was like, Bryce, don't leave me for a whole weekend. I was like, I'm coming with you.
Actually, if I remember correctly, what happened is I convinced you to come over to London.
That is kind of true. But I did come. I did.
You did.
Yeah, more than my brother has done in the past 6 months. He's not actually seen me. Anyway,
I still can't believe that.
He's only seen me because I went home once. Now we'll be going home at the end of stage 2. But we're not there just yet. We've got week 8 and week 9. After this cup, though, this being Sunday, and this physically here being today in my hands, that's not today. This is today. I've got today. You've got tomorrow.
Well, they say seize the day, so.
Okay, we've got it. Okay, so after this, we have a week break.
We do. Anaheim is going to be rocking onto your screens.
MLG. I wish I was there.
Yeah, me too. But there are going to be some European teams over there and an incredible casting lineup.
Bet it's nicer
also
weather
gonna be in
there.
attendance. I don't know. It's 28 here tomorrow.
I know, but it was a lightning thunderstorm.
Yeah, it was kind of a death storm last night.
I wanted my Thunder Buddy.
Thunder Buddy. I get that reference. Just so you're aware. If I made that
film
reference,
reference.
yeah. If I made that reference, you'd never seen the film.
Well, I would have. I've seen it, but I understand 95% I don't get. And it's my fault. I'm just not a film buff like you. You know,
it's not really a film buff. You just.
You know what you're talking
it's a
about.
very weird thing that you haven't seen a lot of films.
The worst thing is, even if I've seen the film, I probably won't get the reference.
Well, you did fall asleep when we went to see.
I was tired.
What did we go see?
We went to see as it was Iron Man versus Cap.
So Captain America Civil War, yeah.
I called it Iron Man versus Cap. That's the real title.
Yeah. And he fell asleep during it, ladies and gentlemen.
Woke up and was like, whoa, who's that guy? He's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That being Black Panther, I believe? Was that the right one?
Which one? So what are you going on about?
That's the person who I didn't understand what he was.
Yeah, because you fell asleep and you woke up and went, who's that guy? I went, oh, he's only been involved in the film for, 40 minutes. Anyway, it's enough about me and Phil's trips around the world. Let's get into this next one. It's Capture the Flag, and it is going to be on Breach. Now, this map actually lives a little bit in infamy here because for Millennium, this is a map they beat Optic on to some controversy at ESWC about 5 weeks ago.
Yeah, and I remember good old Callum Swanning basically set up as part of the wall at the back of the map. And Optic couldn't handle it for the first part. Vision Pulse has been chose either side. Scythe is being picked up by Reedy. Mad Cat opting for the Tempest, and do you know what? I can see Swanee with the Scythe, Moose with the Kinetic. Oh no, Kinetic's banned. Heatwave.
Yep, there it is.
Jerd will choose Heatwave and Scraps with a Tempest. Double, 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 double. Two aside. Lethal and...
So here's the interesting things for me, is Epsilon are going to be very careful about their pushes on this map because Swanee is just an absolute diamond at keeping people out. So a mix of EMPs and smokes are going to be the best way to counter him. The issue being is that to get the smokes out, you have to have EMPs. Why do you have to have EMPs? Because they will have trophies down. Or they should have trophies down. It wouldn't surprise me to see Swanee running trophies. For that reason. There's already 2 tacticals out, still probably should run it.
Okay. Who are you favouring? Who are you thinking on this? Scoreline, Bryce.
I want to say Millennium. But now feeling like Epsilon might have something. They've been playing so well.
However, you've not given me a team score, or what are you thinking? Give me a scoreline prediction. I know it's going to be close. I know it's a tough question. Millennium Epsilon. Who's taking it? What score?
3-1. And I'm going to say Epsilon.
Epsilon? 3-1?
I said
You said 3-1 to Epsilon.
I don't know. The problem with that is, right, that prediction is that can you really see them beating Swan out that much?
Yeah. I think Swanee's going to...
Don't say Swanee's going to crumble, because that doesn't happen.
I think Swanee's going to find it difficult to handle the pressure. Because what he did against Optic was... Optic didn't know that was how he played.
You're right, and we actually saw in that entire tournament, we saw Vitality do, on the same map, perform better than Optic did. Because they triple stacked it ready for that Swan push.
Yeah.
Whereas Optic kept going 1v1 trying to beat it.
Whereas what's Moose, Scraps, Reedy thinking now? They're going to be like, right, we know Swanee's going to be here. Let's double team him. Let's put 2 on him. Let's push him back. Let's not feed him streaks. But then again, I always said this in Black Ops 1 when I kind of first started competing, and it was the most frustrating thing. I said, I actually know what Swanee will do on every... When it was CTF, Black Ops 1, I knew exactly where he was going every single time. But that didn't change the outcome of the one-on-one that I had.
No, that's true, and Americans say the same thing. Americans have said about Swanee for a long time ago. So we know where he is. We're throwing stuns at him, flashes at him. The kitchen sink is going at him. Can't dislodge him. We just can't kill him as often as we should be able to. And a lot of people think that's down to Swanee's shot. I disagree. It's down to his positioning. His shot is natural. He sits there and practices before games for like 3 hours of just shooting bots just to get his shot in. So it's as natural as breathing to him when he's under pressure. But his positioning, it's his positioning that makes the difference. It gives him the advantage more often than it should do.
Okay, well, here we go. First 15 seconds gone. Sunny B has picked up a nice cheeky kill there in the corner. And let's see how the start of this one pans out. He's going to start with Jerd being super aggressive. Let's put that one to bed, he says, but no. Who's that running away? It's actually Mad Cat. Mad Cat's come in and said, do you know what?
That's gone.
Jerd might have gone down, but I certainly won't.
That's home. Moose shouldn't be able to catch him here.
I can't believe it's that quick. Millennium.
Oh, look at that. Mad Cat actually slows down, waits for that to come in, ends up getting that flag in.
And you know what? That came from Swanee with a nice 2 at the start. All started from there. Judge pre-firing this door. He knows one person's there. He's only got 10 bullets in the chamber. He might want to reload. No, doesn't want to reload. He wants to challenge.
Stirred.
Silly of me to really quit. Oh my goodness, Reedy.
Oh, that was that. I felt that all the way here.
I know. Give me a bit of a headache, actually.
Oh, there they go high, trying to make that kill. Big kill if he can make it, not quite able to. It's only B, though, coming in for the pinch, and this could be so deadly. He catches 3 of them. It's not going to make a single kill, though. And now Reedy's just waiting.
1-on-1 at the opposing flag. It's going to be Scrapsy up against... Who is that? Oh, Mad Cat. He's no chance. Not when Scrapsy's sitting strong here at the back. Millennium, though. They take flag number 1.
Oh, maybe I should change my mind here. Maybe I should be saying Millennium.
No, you said 3-1 Epsilon.
Well, actually, what I did was mumble. And you picked Epsilon from that.
Okay. Sure.
For men. Well, what we can see here now on the map developing is a push coming in for Millennium. Unfortunately, they lost 1. Swanee being very aggressive here as well, and I think they're just relying on Tommy to be a little bit more passive. So Swanee's going to try and open up a gap here for his teammates. Not quite able to do it, though. And Mad Cat's now the furthest forward. Sonny B, big kill, but he keeps losing that gunfight to Tommy, to be fair.
Yeah, Tommy is getting one over him on him. But Moose does tag him up. He doesn't make the kill, though, and he's tagged him again. Surely with the L car, that'll be him going down. A trade should come in, and it will not. Oh, my goodness. Mad Cat getting shut down by Moose here. Finally, Tommy decides to trade that one.
And now what we can see, really pushing forward again here, but they're really struggling. The slaying of Millennium is really preventing the guys on Epsilon from doing anything. Look at this, Sonny B gets 1, instantly traded. All that map progress lost. Oh, I thought Tommy was going to win that then.
Scrapsy's taking that Swanee roll, you can see.
Right now it's a little bit stalled, and the reason for that is, like I said, Millennium, they'll just bide their time. They'll go for the push when they're ready for it and when they've got the advantage. Epsilon have to be a little bit more reckless. They have to be a little bit more aggressive because they are losing. And the issue with that is they're not winning any gunfights.
And they're playing 3v4 when Scraps is sat at the back here. But Scraps looks like he's playing for streaks, and he's close to that lightning strike, of course. Oh, he's going to tag every man in the dog up. He's Mad Cat. He picks up 2 out of the 3. That's not bad, and he actually manages to tag Moose up once again, but still not picking up the kill as Jerd swoops in from above. Scraps, he's just been such a nuisance here for Millennium.
Massive
he's doing
pain.
exactly what Swanee did to Opti.
He is. It's just being a massive pain for Millennium. However, as we watch in awe as this game unfolds, we can see both these teams pretty much ready to go to war. However, Scrap's actually sitting there with the HGXD. The only issue with this for me is that this at some point is going to go down and Scraps is going to have to react very, very quickly. But no, it takes down Jerd. Nobody ends up pushing, so he's quite happy. Vision Pulsar's coming in, so they're going to know where he is. They're going to know where everybody is.
Yeah.
And I think that's actually stopped their push. They're not even going to try and challenge this, really.
Ooh.
Who is that?
Mad Cat with a Tempest.
Is he going to try it again? Yes,
he might go on the outside, you know.
Problem is that they've got a triple stack now. Here they come. This is going to be the push. Mad Cat's called it. He's going to try and hit it, and he misses it as well. And now Tommy and Jerd are like, I don't want to go out there.
The funny thing about this is Millennium are winning.
Yeah. But neither of them want to go out here. They're sitting there going, well, I don't want to push him. Do you want to push him?
They're saying we don't want to feed Scrapsy's streaks. They're saying let's just play for Scrapsy's streaks. 20 seconds left. It's actually a bit of a strange one, this.
It is. Trying to make some kills. Kills are now being exchanged. Mad Cat's back with them. This... Can they make something miraculous here? I mean, to be fair, it's the end of the game. Oh, Joe went out.
What they've just avoided for the last, like, minute, Joe just walks out and gives him...
Leroy!
Jenkins!
Leroy Jerd.
Leroy Jerd. Classic.
Scraps is 9-1. That's full streaks for him.
But he's still losing 0-1. That's what I look at it as.
But they're not losing 7-0.
No, they're not. Correct.
Which, you know, there might have been if he hadn't made those kills.
assist picked up by Sonny. Maybe find another, but no, he's going to take some damage and actually lucky to be alive, should I say there.
Do you know what I'd like to see?
What's that?
Figure out a way to rotate and let Scraps push, or at least go for mid-map. Don't get me wrong, I get why they've got a passive player, but I'd like to see him slay. Scraps is a great slayer, and that's what they need now against Millennium.
That's true. I think, who's that one player in the... Who is that? One in the...
I think he's been seen.
Scrapsy, is it? No, it's
What is
not.
that? Scrapsy's here.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong...
Look at him all the way back there. Just chilling.
So defensive, so passive from both teams. But Millennium, they're 1-0 up. It's the grand final. I understand it from their point of view.
It is very, very quiet right now. This, if you're
moving.
watching, it's not actually usual. This is one of the most static capture the flags I have ever seen. Millennium, though, deflect the pressure. And here they come. Millennium will now make a push. It's finally been broken. It's finally rejected the pressure. Jerd's now going to go up and challenge Scraps. Sees him, takes him down as well. Jerd now going to be pushing forward. Health regenerating just a little bit, so he's going to go and dip the other way. But the pinch is coming in. He's probably going to be waiting for Madcat to help him out.
If Madcat pushes forward, they can do some damage here. Jerd has Heat Wave, but he's going to be caught off guard. How did he even know?
He's smart.
Madcat finds
That's
one. He
massive
finds
from
the
Madcat.
second. That's really big from Madcat. Just stops any type of push that they thought they were having. He picks up the third, and you know what? That fourth might even be on the cards as Moose goes back to defend his flag.
This is about to heat wave some fools. But Madcat's still alive. That's the fourth kill for Madcat. He goes down though. Managed to deflect it. Heat wave well used there from Moose. They were in a lot of trouble. However, look at this. Reedy's managed to break through. He's got the side out as well. Reedy is trying to make a hero play to bring them back into this. Not able to. That spin up of that side, that small amount of wind-up time lets him down.
It's unfortunate for him, and Moose is now going to give it his best shot. Last quarter of the game, 2 minutes 20 on the clock. Evs need to do something. I think they might have left it too late.
Possibly. It's all about the specialist for me.
Because Scraps will still have streaks.
He only has one.
What is that going to get him?
Sonny has Vision Pulse. Smokes are going out. Here comes the push. Vision Pulse goes in. This is everything for them now. He's going to see one. He's desperately trying to make it, not quite able to. You can already see that side coming in from Swanee, but no. They've dropped the hammer. Tommy is going to be overextending to get this one now, and they've got to get the cuts. Reedy will be the man to try and slow Millennium down. In comes Tommy. Tommy manages to take it away, though. Tommy Vision Pulses as well. He needs to make this kill. No, he goes down.
Three though for Millennium. Sonny Beach has made a huge clutch and both flags returned. Minute and 30.
And Epsilon blew everything to try to make that happen. Who got that flag kill in the end? For Millennium.
I'm not too sure. I was too busy watching Tommy up front here. Oh, cheeky.
Oh my goodness, Madcat. And you have to give him a lot of credit here. He has been a superb player for Millennium.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Now, 1 minute left. Epsilon need to come up with something magical.
I don't think they've got it in them. I think there's too many specialists on the board. Madcat's got a Tempest left still.
Reedy is alone in a sea of yellow. Moose is sitting here going, I don't really want to push. I know where they're going to be. It's too much cover, and I think Epsilon will throw everything to the wind here. They will make one last attempt at this.
Yeah.
And that will be it. Moose has already made one kill. They're now coming in. However, Jerd takes down Scraps. Reedy gets onto that flag, and Reedy makes a kill on the Swanee, but he's going to go down. Moose is now going to come in as well. Moose is left alone, and there are 3 members of Millennium here. And he only picks up one. That, I think, is good night.
I don't get why Moose took so long to push them when he had his
It's
team
over.
with him.
It is over.
We're going to game 5, and only the way the grand final should finish, really. However, the worrying thing is Epsilon, in the last 2 S&Ds, they haven't dropped a round, Bryce. It's in 6-0, 6-0.
Yeah.
Will it be the same here on map 5?
I'm going to say no.
I don't think it's going to be the same as in 6-0, but is it going to be the same result? Are Epsilon going to take the S&D? What are you saying to that? Are you still saying no? Are you saying yes?
I'm saying let's wait and find out.
Okay.
I think this game is way too close between these two. That, by the way, may have set the record for the slowest CTF. I've seen slow CTFs before, That
Oh,
may
yeah.
be even slower than those. There were genuinely points where all 8 players weren't moving for about 30 seconds.
Yeah, that the end for the first half was definitely a slow finish. But Millennium do take the capture, the flag, and now we go into search and destroy, and 6-0, 6-0. It does say a lot about the boys from Epsilon, and you know what? I'm going into Game 5 and I'm thinking Epsilon should take this. They should. They are the better S&D team. But Millennium, they don't just roll over and give it to them. You know, we're going into this one now. Redwood it is, in fact.
That's actually pretty good for both teams. This is not, by the way, this won't be, because it's Redwood, won't be a 6-0.
I think 6 is the first time I've seen 6-0 in
However,
so long.
Yeah, this is also not a great map for Millennium, for what I remember. I mean,
think
they lost
this
the
will be
vitality. Last time I saw them, they lost the vitality on this.
Yeah. I still think it'd be close. I think we'll see 9 rounds minimum. I think we very well could go all the way to round 11. I think grand final map 5, it kind
Hey,
of...
on, we do the standard caster thing. Round 11, map 5. It's the only way it can be.
No. Round 11. No. Map 5, round 10. I'm going with 6-4
Round
to
10, a little bit of a 6-4.
And I'm watching Reedy with a sniped. That is who I am thinking to take this.
Do you think they banned them out again, Thermal again?
I think so. I think they will target, especially Redwood. You know, with the amount of trees and shrubbery going on.
Yeah. Talking about that CTF, I mean, for me, the problem being is once that first flag goes away, you've got to change things up a little bit. And Millennium obviously were just winning the slaying. And I said this before, if you can't win those massive gunfights and can't kind of push Millennium off, you've got, you know, Swanee and everything ready for it. Losing that first flag that quickly, just Epsilon were constantly playing catch up. They never really went for a massive push until the last few, to the end. And obviously Tommy came in clutch as well.
Yeah, I think all in all that CTF, it all just started from that first flag, and it was Swanee who picked up 2. Jordan initially pulled it, Madcap followed it up, and Tommy was I think Tommy just picked up 1 kill in the middle, but that's all he needed to do at the start of the game. And from there it just kind of went at about 3 miles an hour, very very slow. Millennium held out. They clutched up when the streaks were used because Scraps did get those streaks. And
that's another really good point. Yeah. Scraps had a great KD ratio, and that's the reason that KD ratio could mean absolutely nothing for some of these games.
Yeah.
Because the 1 kill he didn't make was the first flag they pulled. So it's great you got the 12 kills after that, but you lost because of that 1 kill you didn't make.
Yeah.
And again, that also comes down to things like map pressure. We talk about it so often. It's not just about, you know, if you sit defensive, you sit passive. As soon as you lose that kill, that could be a flag pull, and then you're scrambling, trying to figure it out. And the other team just locks in and goes, cuts. Now you've got to come through us.
Indeed.
Right, which is why it's obviously better to be further up, so you can actually kind of punch through before those cuts are locked in. So, for me, you know, that was, first of all, incredibly slow. And 2, I think very frustrating for Epsilon. Millennium were quite happy with it by the look of it. You could see how kind of slow it all went.
Okay. Well, Ban and Protect is underway, and the snipers have been targeted once again.
Yeah, they're going to take that away. There's no way they're leaving that in there with Reedy. He's got a name for himself, and that name is taking away his tools.
Poor Reedy. All he wants to use is the PO6.
Well, let's have a little look at how this comes down now. Kinetic armor has been banned out. Heatwave can still be in. That takes away Scraps. Tommy takes active camo. Sunny B and Swanee up next. And Swanee takes Vision Pulse. Good pick for him. Some people have said before, why didn't he take Glitch? And I've explained, Swanee doesn't believe he's going to lose the gunfight, so he's not going to glitch out of them. Unless he gets shot in the back, and even then it's kind of a, is he going to be okay?
Okay, well, we'll have to wait and see for this one. Overdrive has been picked from Madcat and Sunny B. I think Overdrive is a good pick. I think on this map it can work. Especially, I like to use on defense. I have said that a couple of times, but...
Well, Overdrive for both teams. Madcat's going to be hitting the Overdrive. Active camo. Glitch for Reedy over Vision Pulse. I like Vision Pulse. I think Glitch is it's the second one. We did see great flashy plays. You never really see a great flashy play with Vision Pulse, to be honest with you, because it just shows you where they are.
Yeah. I think Vision Pulse as well, when it's combined with Smoke, is really, really good on the respawns. But sometimes an S&D is kind of the one that can change the game.
Yeah.
It pushes them so far back because you've only got one life. But Vision Pulse not opted to be picked up here. Glitch will be interesting. It's funny how Tommy's not actually picked that one, because usually he's your Glitch player.
Wow, this one's going to come down. But apparently Mad Cat wants to run. He wants to go with the overdrive. Curious to see how that actually ends up playing out for him, to be honest. I mean, Sunny taking overdrive is no shock at all. Takes it all the time.
Yeah. Sunny B's fast and furious, no matter what game mode he's playing.
Yeah. I also think he's really made a name for himself this year.
Sunny B's the one which has kind of climbed the ranks very quickly, but...
I disagree. I think he's been stupidly slow.
This year, I disagree.
This year?
Yeah, this year he's...
But
I mean, over
he's been
time,
underachieving for about 3 years.
I don't think he's taken it as serious as he has in these past... When these opportunities have come up, I think he's definitely, like...
But he's been playing with Mad Cat for about 4 years. He's been playing scrims, 8s with Mad Cat, all this sort of stuff.
But I think
and there's a lot of people out there who never have heard of him. Don't get me wrong, we've heard of him.
Yeah,
You've got to remember
true.
that. We will have heard of him. But before this year, very few people out there would have any idea who Sunny B is.
Okay.
He's turned up a few times. ESWC last year, he turned up, played with Reedy.
Went COD champs under, what was it? United Arab Emirates or something? I mean...
He's been a bit there or thereabouts, but he's never really kind of actually made an impact for the public. Like I said, we've known about it. I've known he's been playing Mad Cat for years.
And
that's why I said he's a great underachiever.
He was playing when I was playing, and he never did anything. He never was in a top team. In fact, he wasn't even in relatively like a good team. But he's really knuckled down, and I think this year he has kind of been the one to kind of rise up quite quickly. This year in particular, obviously for you guys, you know, joining LDLC, he was basically not in orbit, not qualified. In LDLC, or TCM, sorry, after qualifying, outshining everyone, now joins Epsilon. And actually, he's probably one of the star players in Epsilon.
Well, I agree with that, and it'd be kind of curious to see how he progresses on from here. Already made one leap. Can he make another one to one of the elite squads? Or will Epsilon actually end up becoming an elite squad? My money's on not quite yet. This team's still got a little way to go, in my opinion. But let's find out if they can take down one of the supposed elites in Millennium and are ready with that spot. He's now seen 2. He's going to call that out to his teammates, but Mad Cat makes it regardless. Sunny's actually had to kind of furiously get out of there.
He almost backtrack a little bit there. 3v3.
Reedy's now covering, and Reedy's saying, we've got to get this bomb back. They do have it, and now they're getting out of there. I wonder if they say to the Moose, Moose, extend. See what you can see at A site. We're coming.
What's Swanee watching, though? Swanee's going to be prepared. He's going to tag him up, and Moose has just kind of baited him out almost. No bomb site's going to be easy here for both of them. Swanee's happy.
Oh, is that
it's like a kid in a candy store when he's sat behind that bomb.
Reedy is trying to make a pick, but hasn't been able to now. And Epsilon, the issue they're now going to have is time is ticking away. Under 30 seconds. Also got to remember that 5-second plant. So they have to be very, very aggressive now. They have to commit. They basically have to go in, and Reedy is going to. And he may end up going down here. He sees the player, has advantage of the bomb cover, trying to get it. He's not going to be able to. Jer goes down. Sunny B comes in. Sunny has to plant straight away, so Mad Cat may actually get a free kill here. And he does, and now Moose is left in a 1 versus 2. That is the prime example of what we talk about when we say they are burning time, and that may go against them.
I know he made the kill, but I really didn't like Jared's positioning. You know where he was laying?
Yeah.
I just think if that was any other weapon than an L-car for Reedy, he was dead. And then the bomb would have gone down, it would have gone their favor. Yes, he made the kill, and you know that's awesome for Millennium. But I don't know, it was just a bit weird.
Oh yeah, when I saw him, I was like, I thought he was going to be inside or something.
Yeah, I thought he was inside, but tell you what, Reedy didn't expect it. I'll give him that one. First round, though, to Millennium. The first round in 13 that Epsilon have lost.
This is true. Millennium determined not to be 6-0'd again.
This is very quick from Tommy. Tommy going through the middle and actually picked off by Sunny B and that SMG. Jared answers back and takes down Scrap. Sunny is still on the loose, though, and you know he's dangerous, so now he's been taken down finally. Swanee and Madcat up against Moose and Reedy. Who are you thinking is going to take this round? Swanee and Madcat don't have the bomb. It has been dropped around that bridge area.
Honestly, I'm now going to go with Millennium. What I was about to say Millennium anyway, but I just thought they were in a little bit better of a position. The problem is they didn't have bomb, but now they've made that first kill. It's kind of all just academic.
Way.
Oh, he's just checking, I think, in case that rotation comes in. As soon as he sees nothing's here, he'll rotate back. Or he should rotate back. He's just double checking.
We're in the last seconds.
And I was like, great, they're actually not here.
Bomb active.
That's a bit of a unlucky situation for Reedy, as now he's in a 1v2. He does have an SMG, which he's picked up, so at least he has that going for him. Oh, he thought that. I thought he was a player, but the Shadow comes in and he does take down Swanee. 30 seconds left on the clock.
Just want to point out here, Reedy at Season 1 Finals 1v4 Millennium on this very map.
Yes. Where's Madcat? Is he inside? Below? Yeah. There's a bit of a sneaky position, actually, and he's actually going to catch him off guard. Madcat puts number 2 on the board for Millennium. Could they 6-0 them back? Can he give them a taste of their own medicine?
Maybe. I think it's not going to happen. Epsilon aren't too good at S&D to be 6-0'd.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Not to say that obviously Millennium and Infused aren't too good at S&D to be 6-0'd, but sometimes that's life. That's what all the people say. Anyway, we're going to jump on to this next one, and it is going to be on the attack, and it is going to be Epsilon. Sunny B's almost got that overdrive up, because it does come through very, very quickly. Scraps, obviously, nowhere near ready on that yet, but Jed's already making a kill. It's a super aggressive play coming in from Millennium. Jed just completely carved them open. It's now a 1 versus 4. Sunny B, all alone, at the back of a map. Someone ring up the old TV station, because I think we've got another episode of Naked and Afraid. Season 1, though.
Not seen that one either.
It's actually a genuine TV show as well.
1 versus 4. Picks up Jerd. He has overdrive, not really going to help him.
So, Sunny now. For the 1 versus 4, he's got to get past Swanee in mid. Tommy by bomb. Got to go get the bomb. And then hope Matt gets concentrated. Sees Tommy. Wins that first gunfight. 27 seconds left. Doesn't have anything though. He's going to see... So close to making that mid-map. But now he doesn't really have a lot of choices. He might be able to get this down. Madcat should realistically now boost out. He's going to. Sunny gets one down, and he's going to see him. Surely not. Sunny B's won that.
Goodness.
Surely he can't make this. No. Swan, the dream breaker, ends up taking him down. Sunny B was left in an incredible position. And he just couldn't make it. Sunny's now 7-3, but it's 3-0 Millennium.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I'm just thinking the possibility, like, that would have sent Millennium until Sunny B would have picked up that round, but 3-0 to Millennium, such a good start.
Oh, Sunny hit overdrive as well.
Yeah, he was trying to just get out of there.
Wasn't expecting mid-map. He was maybe expecting him to be on that bomb site, which, if he did expect him to be inside, I'm surprised he didn't try to use the bomb as advantage. He must have been super weak to kind of commit that way.
Okay, well, the dream was over. An overdrive has been used actually by Madcat. Tommy's just been pre-naded by Moose, and the HCXD is on the cards. Not for much longer, though, as Jerd gets the bomb down. Madcat and Swanee combining to take down Reedy in the middle map, and EMP's coming out. Looks like a frag grenade as well.
Oh, so he knows he's here. Does he challenge? The problem is you really, really don't want to go against that bomb cover.
No, I thought he should have challenged, though, after he got the frag tag, though.
He's waiting for his teammates to try to make this position a little bit better. Sunny, he wants to take this gunfight on, but he knows the improbability of doing it. And Moose managed to pick up one. Sunny is going to go down as well. Jerd actually pushes straight through him. And now Scraps is left in a 1 versus 2.
He can't do this. Time's against him. 1v2 and the defuse. Not going to happen for Scraps, and it is going to be 4-0.
4-0 Millennium.
How'd you like the taste of them apples, Epsilon?
Just kind of curious. I mean, Sunny B clearly challenged Jerd at that time, and Jerd just went, thank you. Now got an escape route.
Yeah.
Now, 4-0 to Millennium. Get him back on that one.
Switching sides.
Trying to figure out who wins.
Millennium should be able to close this one out.
Eliminate the objective.
That wouldn't surprise me. Scrap 0 and 4, that's something that may actually be the difference. Now, Tommy, ready at the tree. Swanee watching him as well. Swanee sees one go across. Tommy and Swanee may make an incredible crossfire here. And they've already brought it down to a 1 versus 3. But that one is Moose, and Moose picks off one, bringing it back to a 1 versus 2. There's that player's on bomb. He's actually trying to make the gunfight. And Swanee will say thank you so much.
I can't believe one. I can't believe I'm going from 6-0 to potentially another 6-0. But for either team, Millennium will be so happy with their performance in this final map.
Better ARs. Better ARs on Millennium. That crossfire, though, Tommy and Swanee. That's something I don't think any player would want to run into. You ever run into that crossfire?
Yes.
Did you enjoy it?
Nope.
Swanee's 8 and 2, full streaks, vision pulse. This bomb goes down, it's good night, it's game over. And it looks like Epsilon have committed to the A site, and unfortunately that's not gone right for them. Sunny B gets one back, makes it 3 versus 3. Tommy's here, but he floats over the top of the doorway. Jared's going to get that one down. Now, Swanee, as long as he stays alive...
Oh, Jared's got a heat wave now.
Yeah. And Swanee has enough ordnance to pretty much rival the United States in a war.
Tommy's going to go down. Now, Swanee and Jared, they're against 3. If Swanee gets in a good position, here he goes, doesn't need his lightning strike or anything, but...
Oh, it's
and
now
now
1 versus 2.
My goodness, Reedy. Good luck, my friend.
Oh, goodness, been pinged at the very least, and he's been seen. Goes for the long-range L car, gets heat waved in the face. Jared takes him down.
Reedy tried to leave before he got killed there, but it didn't work. Bless him.
There's
he tried.
So little he could do. There was a vision pulse, there was a heat wave, lightning strike. Unbelievable there.
Wow. That is that's crazy for him to be 6-0'd and then 6-0 the other team. That is crazy. And you know what? That's going to give all the confidence in the world back to Millennium going into week 8 and week 9.
It is. It certainly is. I think that this team is... They've had their rough start, and now they've ended up winning the 5K. The only team that wasn't here was Splice, but they got a lot further than they have done before.
Yeah. I think first things first, congratulations to Millennium. We know it's been a bit of a tough road with Mad Cat dipping out and back in the team, and then it's just been a bit of a mess. They seem to play better today. I want to say to Epsilon, congratulations for getting to the grand final. I didn't personally think you would have been there. I actually thought Infuse was going to take it over them. And they swept them aside, 6-0 them on S&D. And for me, Hypergame slipped up today.
Yeah, it's kind of curious to see them go down when they did. Usually they were the favourites coming into this one. Splice wasn't here. Didn't make it. Got taken out a little bit before. It's funny how that bracket shifts.
Yeah, it did change the bracket.
Them,
It did change the bracket. And Millennium, for me, actually had a pretty tough run. They had to beat Exertus, then Hypergames, then Eps. 3 CWL teams.
Yeah. It's not easy.
If they just beat Hypergames and Epsilon, I bet they're thinking, I hope we can do that next week. But if they genuinely do, they'll make it to Stage 2 finals. It's in their own hands. And
it's the whole world in their hands. It's the whole world.
I used to like that one.
We're not gonna sing that one. However, what we do want to do is thank you all so much for watching. It's been a pleasure. We've done 3 of these now, and each one has been as great as the last. Please give my good friend here a follow. It's Phil with 7. My name is Bryce Tacular. You can give me a follow as well if you like. Thanks for the assist, buddy. But thank you so much for watching. The CWL will not be on this week.
No.
But Anaheim is coming, so make sure you tune into that next weekend. It's going to be all the American Titans going head-to-head. We're sending a few European teams to come say hello as well. But we'll see you in just over a week's time. Thank you for watching.